That makes so much sense. Yo,
Good
what is
morning.
good? Wow, how are we
Good
doing? It
morning.
is what is the date today? It's a Wednesday?
It's 19th. 19th. Today's the
It is
19th.
19th. What is good, guys?
The
How are
the
you
whole of today. The whole of today is the 19th.
That's the smart, mate. Well done.
Good morning to everybody. Welcome to the 5ers live stream. Today is Wednesday. We have a jam-packed
All
day
day.
of live analysis and trading, banter, and sick hosts. Both physically and metaphorically. We're sick, bro. Sick. But we're also like...
Yeah,
sick.
I suppose, mate. Yeah. Physically, literally, hypothetically, metaphorically,
Symbolically.
yeah.
Emotionally.
Oh, dude, don't make me laugh too much. Like,
Well, I'm not sick. This gentleman to my left, maybe you're right, I don't know, is currently under the weather. Yeah. So
poorly
do
belly.
be kind to poor William today. He's a bit weathered today.
I am. I took a turn for the worse last night. I don't know why. I got to about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and all of a sudden, I just felt like I'd just been kicked in the stomach by a horse.
It's because you knew that you were going to have stream with me for an hour.
It was.
This morning.
It was like Rich messaged me being like, "Hey, bro, sorry about today. Don't worry, tomorrow's a full stream together." And I was like, no.
Oh, well, you're stuck with me now, mate. You're stuck with me now. I'm going to say hello to everybody in chat while you get your trading view. Oh, yeah. Let me also... It's this button over here. Yeah, click that one, that one. I'll also get a screen share up so long. I'll say hello to everybody. It is MGN Thalantir in first. Good morning to you. We've got Thomas in. Good morning as well. 96 Kai morning people. Azrael Trades also in this morning. Good morning, guys. We've got Goku. Yes, I'm just going to call you Goku, even though I think it is Goku Krishna. Goku Krishna. I'm just going to call you Goku because it's right there. Good morning, Goku. We've got Pratik in this. Good morning to you. I am Tayon. Top of morning. Yes, top of the morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Giovanni. Buongiorno, ragazzi. Good morning to you. We've got Martin. I haven't seen Martin in a while. Good morning to you, Martin. Kavish. Good morning, London boy and Protea boy. Good morning to you. We've got Shama. Hello. And stream timing has changed. Yes, it has. We are starting now at London Open 1 hour earlier than normal.
Dude, have I completely frozen?
You did for a second there.
Yeah, my computer's completely frozen.
Yeah, you're a little bit frozen. Yes, Kavish, we've moved the stream up 1 hour. If you're in the Discord, you would have seen it in the announcements segment of the Discord, first and foremost. And then secondly, if you hover over the thumbnail in YouTube, you'll see the time when it's scheduled for. So, yeah, we are now starting the stream at London Open. So the moment that bell rings, our stream goes live.
We should add. We should have a London Open bell on the intro. How sick would that be? Like as we magically appear onto the screen, it should be like ding ding ding.
A Big Ben just go.
Yeah, dude. How sick would that be? Let's get Big Ben up here.
Yeah, we should do that. That's a good idea. Daily Momentum, good morning to you. JJ Trades, good morning, gentlemen. Alin saying, hello, beautiful people. Shane saying, down with the sickness. Oh, what are we going to do with poor William today? Walter saying, morning. 96 Kai saying, yeah, they moved it up by an hour. Giovanni saying, gold is back under control, lol, and my sentiment for today is long. We'll have a little gander at gold for you. Martin saying, yeah, got a bit busy in maybe the last 2 weeks. Hopefully now I get back to the chill zone. Yes, please. Yes, please. Kavish, how is your evals going? Asking Martin. Yes, for everybody that is in today, we still have our summer plan. It's still ongoing until you have this week, and then next week, and then I think Monday, the 31st.
I think you have Monday as well.
Yeah, where you can still get The 100Ks and the 200K accounts. I'll just explain it just very quickly. You can have up to $600,000 in allocation. 600,000, which means you can have a combination. This is the maximum amount that you're allowed to purchase. We're not talking about once you've scaled. We're just talking about purchasing. So you can have maximum 600,000 in purchasing allocation. So there's a few ways that you can split it up. You can have all four, or you can have all six, the 100K accounts, and that would be 600,000, which then excludes you from having the 200K. Or you can have 400Ks and one 200K, which brings you up to 600K in purchased allocation. Or you can have the two 200Ks and two 100Ks for 600K. You are allowed to copy trade all of them with each other, no issues whatsoever. So, yes, very much worth it. Yes, very much worth it.
Yeah. Dude, when are we having the 110,000 subscriber giveaway?
Oh, that would be very soon. That would be very soon. So
that's coming up very soon.
Yeah, that will be coming up very soon, where we will be doing some giveaways and some nice little chatting and whatnot. But in the interim, we will be having a trivia day tomorrow. So trivia day, LJ has added a few questions for us that everybody can answer. And then if you get it correct, if you're the top three and you get, well, the most correct, and then if there is a split between whomever's had the most correct, whomever was the fastest, is going to get the accounts. And then next week, Tuesday, we're going to have the 1v1 battles. You get to battle against myself in the morning, and you get to battle against Victor in the afternoon. So on the day, you will fill in a form, and then we will bring you in on stream, whomever is selected. And then if you beat me, or if you beat Victor, you will get a 100K summer account for free. Mahala. Yes.
Very nice indeed. I feel like I've missed this buy on gold because my computer isn't loading my terminal, which is annoying. I'll draw it up anyway, but I think I've missed this.
Okay, draw it up, and then we'll see exactly what you're seeing there. Just have some. What's this?
This is why. I tell you, I'll zoom in a little bit for you. There we go. Can you guys see that? Okay.
Oh. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So this is what I'm looking at on gold. It's super nice. You know, we're back in that bullish momentum. Having another go at it after the drop off last night. You know, we had this consolidation. You know, wick below failed to break another lower. Your computer terminally ill. Well, dude, you know what? Like, all jokes aside, I said to my dad yesterday afternoon, we were having some lunch together, and he was like, how's things going? And I was like, I think I need to get a new laptop, a new PC. And he's like, oh, really? How come? And I said, it's coming to the end of its era, sort of thing. You know, it's on its last legs. And in all fairness, bless it, I've only replaced a couple of parts. The rest of it I've had since I was like 14, 15 years old, and it is doing super well to cope with everything I ask of it. But
yeah. I think that's a good idea. Let's all chip in and give advice. Don't give your money to Will. He can buy his own products. But give him some advice. What stuff should he invest in?
Yeah,
you know, itemize for his PC.
And is there any like computers I can buy? I'm not that good with computers. I'm not like, oh yeah, let me just go buy this for it and then that for it, and let me just go put it in there and go put that for it. Is it just like, can I just buy a computer?
I mean, just reach out to this guy.
That's true.
He helped Rich with his PC, so
yeah,
might as well help you with yours.
You guys were just throwing terms around, and I did not have a clue.
Don't worry, he'll give you a list.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll give you a
Yeah,
listen.
and Gender, let's do that, man. I'll tell you what, poker night this Friday. We'll kick off. We'll start it off with helping me try and find a new PC.
Um.
I'm asking
Okay. So.
myself, can I actually get in on this on a pullback?
Oh yeah, you were still busy. Sorry, you were still busy with your
No,
build
it's all good.
analysis.
Yeah, no,
Please,
it's all good.
please carry on.
Uh,
Use your words, Will. Use your words.
I'd rather not.
Up.
Uh,
Retrace. Entry. 122. Done.
yes, so we had this pullback early hours this morning. As we started getting ready for London Open, we consolidated here. Had a nice sort of range. You will actually have to bear with me. My brain's not brilliant. So we had a nice little range high here, range low here. This was the daily. No, it wasn't the daily low. Daily low's back here. Okay, so we got Asia low just down here. We got pre-London low just here. So it's the low just before we had the London Open. And then what happened then is we pushed up, broke and closed just about above this high, consolidated around a little bit. If this was going to continue lower for me, I would have loved to have seen it drop below this. We ended up putting in this high here, pulling back down, putting in this low here, and then we were around this level during London Open. So once we hit that level there, I wanted to see if we could break and close above. We got the break and close above. We wicked up to a degree and then broke and closed back under, which literally was like 10 minutes ago, which was quite nice. I didn't mind it too much. And I thought, okay, look, if my terminal can hurry up and open, I'll happily enter in, even if this pulls back a bit. And then we got this big bullish candle here. So I can no longer get in on this trade unless we pull back to around 43.48, and then I'll try and look for some bullish momentum. My terminal has actually just opened now as well, which is very nice. So hopefully it decides to work for me as well as just be open. We'll see. Oh, that took a lot of energy.
I was about to say you sound out of breath, mate.
Dude, I feel out of breath. That was hard work.
Elite quotes. Does this violate any rule? First trade EU short on one account and based on a higher time frame. Second trade EU long on another account, and it's for a quick scalping. Both is taken at different time slots. All right, so this is referred to as hedging when you are taking both a long and a short on one asset. So the problem with hedging is this. It's when it's done across two accounts. You're allowed to hedge within a single account. So if you take a buy, if your first trade was a long on as a swing trade, for example, and then while that trade is running on your first terminal, in that same terminal, you take a scalp short. That's fine. That's allowed. But the moment you take opposed directional trades across two accounts using the same asset, meaning EU, the example that you gave here, that is not allowed. That is considered a cross counts hedging, which is not allowed. So I would suggest that you close one of those two trades and don't do it again, because it's going to get flagged eventually as cross-account hedging. You can do that exact same thing, but within one account, just a singular account. So just be careful. Be careful about that. Hedging in the account is fine, or within a single account is fine, but across accounts, not fine.
I'm nearly there. Okay, I'm in.
This is a good question from Lit Trade saying, I manually copied 8 trades between 2 bootcamp accounts unknowingly. Support says risk team reviews only after passing. I'm on my first phase. If I stop now, could there still be a compliance issue? No, if you stop now. So remember, the thing is, every compliance issue that we have regarding prohibited trading practices is about the habitual nature of it. If we see that you are continuously doing something that's not allowed, we flag that as, okay, this person obviously either read the rules and disregard them or doesn't know the rules, which is a problem. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if you have done something accidentally and you immediately stop and you say, okay, you know what? I realized something. I screwed up here. Apologies for that. I'm going to stop doing that. They will see, okay, you had this copy trade section and then you stopped doing it after reaching out to us or even to the help at the5ers.com. I don't think that that should be a problem. Once you get to your funded phase, they'll see, okay, maybe during your first phase of the bootcamp, you had some copy trades, which was maybe not allowed across other bootcamps. So bootcamp to bootcamp is not allowed. Or other ones to bootcamp, not allowed. So that could have been an issue if you carried on doing it, but if you stopped it, then they'll be like, okay, they saw in the first phase that you had some copy trades. Yes, that's prohibited, but you stopped that habit and you haven't done it since for phase 2 and phase 3 and now into funded. So I don't think it should be a problem. It's the habitual nature of it. That's the big problem. It's that continuous doing it after the fact, knowing the information. So it shouldn't be a problem. You said you're in this trade.
I am in this trade. I have entered. I'm currently at breakeven.
Skillathon asking, what's the cost of the 100k account? I'm interested. So we have a few 100ks. We have a high stakes 100k, which has got two variants. We have a 10% first phase, 5% second phase, or an 8% first phase, 5% second phase. That is one that you can have. But if you're referring to the summer accounts, the summer accounts has 3 variants. We have a 1-step, which is 100k. You need to make 10%. You have 10% available to you as drawdown. 1-step, if you've passed that, you're in funded phase. That is... I'll finish this and then I'll answer that. I just got a message. That is $259 for a 1 phase. You can have 2 of them. Then there's a 2-step high stakes version of the summer account. So you have the old 8%, 5%, which was the classic. You can get that for $179, and then you have a 10%, 5% version, which is $149. So you can have all 3 of them twice. So you can have 2 1-step 100Ks, you can have 2 10%, 5% 100Ks, and you can have 2 8%, 5% 100Ks. 250, 249, 179, 149. And you can use the discount codes, like affiliate codes, for your first purchase. And any hub credits that you have, you can use to those accounts as well. And then the 200K account is 279, if I can remember correctly, and you can have 2 of them. Okay, I'm okay with the 2 steps with 10% drawdown. Yeah, so you can get a 2%, or not 2%, you can get a 10% target first phase, 5% target second phase, and then an 8% target first phase, 5% target second phase. So the 10%, 5% one is cheaper at $149, and the 8%, 5%, that is the old version that we used to have, the 8%, 5% target points, that is $179. You can go to the5ers.com. How do I purchase the 100K? Simple. You register with the 5ers. So go to the5ers.com, www.the5ers.com, and then you follow the link from there. It'll say something like get started or anything like that. You register with the hub. The hub is a free to register place where you can get access to all of our plans and whatnot. There's competitions. There's maybe I should bring it up and then help at the5ers.com. So
I do what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'll go. Don't worry.
Okay.
So you go to the5ers.com, the website that we have just shared. You'll see here there's all kinds of stuff. The summer, get funded futures. You can literally just click on this get funded, and then it will redirect you to the hub page. and then you just register with the hub. All of the details for each account, if you scroll down, is here. Here's the summer plans, 1-step. You're interested in a 2-step. These are the 400Ks that's available. So 8%, 5%, 8%, 5%, and then the 200K, 8%, 5%. So you're interested in the 100K, it's one of these two steps, and then you just read the information. Max loss 10%, target 8%, and then if you scroll down, it's 179, and then the 10%, 5%, so 10% for the first phase, it's over here, target 10% first phase, 5% second phase, 149, and if you say start now, it's going to take you to the hub. Just register there, and then you do everything from within the hub.
Yes.
And then we also have the boosters. So the more you purchase, the more boosters you get, and each booster has its own rewards. So 5 booster, 6 booster, you get stuff like, for argument's sake, 10 hub credits for every purchase that you make. You get points that can be used for a platform that, like trade points platform. Look at this, bi-weekly live sessions with the consistent trader framework with this sick gentleman up over here. And then we also have an affiliate program as well that you can also use. So just go and have a look at everything is on the website, everything that you need to know. Everything, like even like overnight permitted trading is allowed. You can have up to 6 accounts. You can pass in one trade. So the 1-step, as an example, has a consistency per day, 50% consistency. So it means that this one you can't pass in one day. This one you can pass in 2 days because your consistency across 2 days needs to be at least 50%. But your 2-step ones has no consistency rule during the evaluation phase. So you can pass them all in one day. And then once you're funded, you have a 50% consistency per day. It means that no single day's profits is allowed to be more than 50% of your total profits across the account. So if you made $1,000 in the account, and you did it in one day, your consistency would be 100%, which is too much. It means that all of your profits was made in one day. Now, you need to trade a secondary day and to bring that percentage down. So let's say your second day, you make $1,200. Then that means that your total profit is $2,200, but a single day's profit is $1,200, which is more than the $1,100, which is the 50%. So you'll drop your percentage down from 100% to, let's say, 60% as an example. Then you just need to trade one more day so that your total amount of profits across the accounts is not more than 50% from one day.
Mm-hmm.
So the consistency is it seems difficult. It's not difficult to understand. It's a simple thing.
Yeah, once you get it done, it's super straightforward and self-explanatory, to be fair.
Yeah. I think I just missed this trade. I want it to be
really.
In
here. I'm looking at this trade now, but I'm waiting for a close above. And if I get a close above, I'll take it on my black arrow.
Yeah, I wanted to be in there, but price was already up over there, so I wanted it to come down. And as it was coming down, so I already had this like ready and waiting. So this is the trade that I wanted to take. It's already started to move.
Oh no way! I'll show you literally what I was looking at.
Yeah, so I think I've just missed this trade.
This is what I was looking at. I'm waiting for close above.
Okay, so you're going to be jumping in there
in a minute. Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at jumping in here somewhere. Stops on these lows here. Excuse me. Stops on these lows here. And then, oh, there we go. Bang on. So let me just fire up the old black arrow.
While you're busy with that, Churchill Music say, may I copy trade in black arrow if I have 3 25K futures accounts because I didn't find that option there? Yes, you are allowed to copy trade across the black arrow platforms. However, I would suggest you reach out to the futures team via the futures Discord and just ask them exactly how to do it. Because I don't think the Black Arrow platform comes with an innate copy trading copy trader. Let's put it like that. I think there's something that you need to link to do it. But I'm not the right person to ask that. I didn't do any copy trading on Black Arrow. But the Black Arrow team will definitely be able to help you with that. Just hold on a second. I just got a message here. I just want to quickly answer that.
No worries. So my black arrow's just opened up now. MNQ is what I want. Now I just need a place. Stop being funny with me. There we go. Okay, so how do I gotta control. No, I got a shift. Yes, I got a shift. Oh, hang on. Is this? Am I on sim? Oh.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. If you're in evaluation, it's now going to show the red you're in sim. Just make sure
Okay.
that just make sure that you're on the right account. Yeah, so if you click on that accounts line there at the top right hand side, you'll notice.
Oh, you can't.
Yeah. So your account is 1239552 or something like that. Just make sure that that number is the same as your sim number. So 1239252. If you click there, you'll see. Okay, so the bottom one, that is your active account. The top one is the simulation, the one where you can do technique.
Yeah. So am I on this one right now?
Yeah. If you check the number, the 1239252 or whatever, it needs to be the same one as the top.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah, fair. It is. Okay.
So then you can take that trade. All right. While Will is doing that, I just quickly need to reply to this because it's work related.
Okay, there we go. So I've just set my pending buy order now. We're gonna. It would be nice. I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna bring my trading view back up for you guys. There we go. There we go. I'm in the trade. Gold's looking nice as well. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, gold's looking nice in the NASDAQ trade, so we'll see how NAS goes. NAS is on the futures. I've been entered in here. Yeah. Yes, there. Okay, so yeah, in this now, NASDAQ longs 1 to 2R. That's 2.5. I want 1 to 2R. There we go. I'll do 2 to 6. I'm still not used to the futures. No! There we go. I'm still not used to the futures platform. Right, okay, so 3.506. Okay, so I'm looking. Stop loss is around here. There we go. So stop loss around here, 1 to 2, perfect. That's what I'm looking at on the NASDAQ. In a little bit of profit, literally nothing.
Bring your Black Arrow account up again, if you don't mind.
Of course. Do you want it, like, how much accessibility? Do you want the whole account?
No, I don't need to see the like back screen stuff or whatnot. Okay. Just you can just share a regular screen or share the application. It's up to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so this trade that you have currently running, right? So for those who don't know, once the trade has been activated, once the trade is actually in, the information of the trade would be on the left-hand side of the screen. So there where it says sim, that portion there, yes, all right. That is once the trade has been active. The information on the right-hand side, you'll see that there is a sell stop and a sell 1 on the right-hand side. So effectively what this means is these are pending orders, meaning that first order that's been activated on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, if it reaches that top section that says sell 1, $250, if it reaches that, it's going to put in a sell order to close the trade. All right? And the bottom one, which is the sell stop, is a stop out level, meaning if price reaches that point, it's going to effectively buy again. But it's not going to be an active new trade. It's just there to close the original trade. Now, if you have multiple of these sell stops and sell positions above and below your trade that is not linked to your original trade, those trades are going to be new trades that's going to go into the market when hit. So the Black Arrow platform has something called OCO, and OCO refers to one cancels other. It means that it links these two, so in this case, the sell at the top and the sell stop at the bottom of the trade, it links those two to the trade itself. So if Will were to now go and add another sell stop or another sell limit at the top, it's not going to be linked to this original trade. So just be careful of that if you do go and re-enter another trade or place a different sell stop or a sell limit. So just be careful of that. The OCO stuff works great
when you know how to use it.
If it is connected properly, then it works wonderfully.
Yes, indeed.
We've got Louis in this morning. Good morning, team. We've got Justin. Good morning, Will and Rich. Good morning to chat. Goku asking, how many trades you guys take per day? I average around slightly less than 2 trades a day. Some days I get 2 trades. Some days I only get 1 trade. But overall, I get 2 trades on average. So generally, I take my first trade during the London session. And then I will sometimes have, if price action plays out the way that I want it, I'll have a second trade during the New York session. I don't always get a trade during New York, and I don't always get a trade during London. But in general, I have 2 trades a day. I missed this one, so this is where I wanted to be in. So I wanted to be in on the close of this candle here. On the close of this candle, I wanted to be in, and the reason for that is we had this sell-off from yesterday. We had a strong attempt to try and push higher where we just swept the rollover highs. So we created the new high of the day. Then we had a long-winded downward movement down to the lows of the day, sweeping the original low of the day, which is also a Tokyo low. This is the Tokyo session. Then we started getting nice volumetric candles, and then we had one attempt at a push lower and then a following run. So to me, this signifies the beginning of a potential new bullish leg. So in this case, this here is the low of the day. Let me draw a line for you. That is the low. We had a recent high swing over here and another one over here. So these two were effectively high swing points. And what happened was we came close to it and then tried going lower and then started picking up some volume. So this point over here becomes, in effect, a higher low when you compare it, when you compare it to the previous low swing that we've had. So effectively, that is now a new higher low, because this low swing here, this attempt by the bears to continue this downward push, failed here, and we started with momentum pushing up higher. So this becomes a higher low. So you can effectively think of this as, this is now this price action that we're looking at. We're looking at price potentially changing its character to try and become bullish where it was once upon bearish, right? So what happens is, now you have a new higher high that's created here when compared to this previous swing over here. So there we have a new higher high. So I can just delete these this previous one. So this is now a new higher high. So with this attempt at a pullback now, this is what I refer to as a rally-based rally. So you have the new initiation of a new bullish movement. You have this as a rally. This candle here, this bearish candle, is a base, meaning it's that first attempt by the bears to try and break the new established upward movement that we've had. And then you have the confirmation of the rally continuing, which is this candle. That is the rally. So it's a rally, 1, 2, 3, 4s, 4 candles, bullish, rally, 1 bearish candle, base, and then continuation of the rally on this bullish candle. So rally, base, rally, and then I want to enter on these candles for a potential long. This might be a short-term one, because if we look at how strong the sell-off was, it was quite strong, and on top of that, this segment down here, the low of the day was not really respected. We did break through, But I have confidence that this is potentially going to be at least a 1 to 2. We can potentially get back into this area up over here for NASDAQ. Yeah, I think we can. Yeah. So this is where the trade would have been. I'm not in it, but that is the reasoning why I would have want to be in it.
Right, I've just closed gold out of 1-to-1.
1-to-1 on gold.
Yeah, we've just hit a nice. Yeah, we just hit a nice one.
Why get out? Why get out?
Because I'm feeling like utter dog. I'll be honest with you.
Fair
I'm
enough.
just, I practice what I preach, man. I say to you guys, look, guys, if you're not feeling well, don't trade. I'm feeling like real crap, and it just seems to be progressing and getting worse. I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to be raising my cortisol levels any more than I need to.
Fair.
So I'm 3.6% up on this account now, which is quite nice. So.
Dude, fair. I get that. When you're sick and you're not feeling well, generally decision making becomes either more difficult or it becomes a little bit obscured. So I understand that. In this case, I probably would have held it, mate. What I would have done is I probably would have moved my stop loss to break even, and then just let it go.
Thing is, I lost 0.5% yesterday, and I was a bit peeved off that I lost 0.5% yesterday with gold. I feel like I was a little bit psychological with gold yesterday. Like I said, first day back in the office, was kind of hoping for it to be a W. A little bit of a feel-good factor. Took an L, got a little bit sort of like, oh, fuck you then, gold. And truth be told, I've made back double what I lost yesterday. So I'm actually net 0.5% up for the week so far. Truth be told, with feeling crap, it's also technical as well. We've come into this high here. It's also Asia high. So we've actually swept Asia high now, as well as come into this really nice sort of supply zone. So honestly,
if you took more than one contract, I would have said cut one contract and let the other one contract run. That's what I would have said. But
100%.
I understand. Your reasoning is completely sound. Like there's completely sound reasoning behind it.
Yeah, so even though I would have kept it. I am still in the NAS. I will be honest. I am still in the NASDAQ. So
I will wait for the next one for NASDAQ. Unfortunately, I missed this one.
Yeah, I'm anticipating some form of pullback. So to look like that. However,
this one yesterday, your trade was a loss.
Indeed, my friend. It wasn't.
We do lose trades. It happens.
Good observation, my friend.
Yeah, it's occupational risk here, my friend. It's we do lose trades. I don't believe anybody that's got 100% win rate. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing. You're gonna lose trades. It is one of those things. But yeah, this is also true. We don't give signals. We believe in the power of your own trading. We believe that everybody should build their own system and be independent traders. Rely on yourself. We can help you create a strategy or have good trading practices, good habits, that kind of stuff. But we try not to give signals because if we're not here, what trading are you going to do?
Yes, indeed.
What is the win rate plus RR? So RR is the risk to reward. So my win rate differs from account to account, but I'm averaging around 64, between 62 and 65, let's say, percent win rate, and my RR is 1 to 2. So it used to be 1 to 2.5 with 4 splits, so 4 take profit points. But because of the way that the position size calculator works, that was considered bulk trading, so I had to stop that. So I'm back to 1 to 2s until I have a EA that can help me take multiple take profits without entering multiple trades. But yeah, my current win rate is stuck between 62 and 65% on average with a 1 to 2 RR. But I do not risk more than 1% ever. I will jump between between 0.25%, 0.5%, and 1%, depending on price action, the day, how I feel, how I slept, all of that kind of stuff. Yourself, Will, what are you sitting at?
I again very much like you. I sometimes I will risk over 1%. Like sometimes I'll risk 2%, but then I've got a very strict risk management strategy around that. I haven't traded that in a couple of weeks. Obviously, been in Spain and all sorts of good stuff like that.
Mm.
It's very volatile, that strategy. You'll either pass an account real quick or you'll blow an account just as. That's got around about a 70%. It depends. One to one hits are about 60 to 70% win rate. Sometimes maybe a little bit more. A 1 to 2 usually drops a little bit lower, down to around like 40 to 50% win rate. My strategy that I'm trading now on gold has anything from a 50 to a 65% win rate at the moment. Back in September, when I had that beautiful 7% a couple of months while I was traveling through
Beautiful.
through France, then that was probably around 80% win rate. Last month, I think it was when I had that 17-hour month. No, sorry, 15-hour month in the end, because I did lose a couple of percent at the end of the month. So 15-hour month total net, I think that was about a 75% win rate.
Nice. All right. I'm going to have to head out. I have a meeting with my manager in 3 minutes. So
Boo.
this. Boo. So the schedule for today is, guys, we will have Dirk and LJ join in about, let's say, 13 minutes or so. They will be talking predominantly about their expectations for, let's say, FOMC for tonight, the fundamental side of trading, maybe if there is some sort of war, like escalation information that needs to be discussed. So LJ and Dirk is going to predominantly be talking about fundamentals. So if you guys are interested in that, please stick around for that. After that, there will be a half an hour break. Don't go anywhere, though. We will be back after that half an hour with the pre-New York session with myself, Buyu, Victor, and Samir closing out the day. So until then, guys, I will see you all in the afternoon. Please go ahead, drop a like and subscribe, and then hang around for all of the next information that's going to be coming out from Will, LJ, and Dirk. And then also just look after this gentleman over here because he's a little sad sack because he's a bit thick. All right. All right. I just wanted to giggle at this. I have 100% win rate 60 to 65% of the time. It reminds me of Anchorman. Which is like
time works every time.
Every time. Yeah. It reminds me of that. All right.
Dude, that's so funny. Just before you go, I was in Spain and someone comes up to me and I looked at you and I said, I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. We were done. That was us then. We were in hysterics having breakfast. It's never worked so well in my entire life.
It's some of the most quotable movies. Like when they have a real life counterpart, a moment. It's just gold. Anyway, gentlemen, I will see you this afternoon with the afternoon session. Peace.
Peace. Hello, people. How are you doing? Right, let's try and keep up the energy. Let's try and keep up that energy. Guys, if I do dart off, then just be patient. I will be right back. Right, NASDAQ having a little bit of a pullback. If we struggle to break above these highs now, if buts and maybes above this is now my new range. I want to see what happens within here. If we have anything like attempts to come up to the high and then drop and close, then I'll probably look at getting out on this. But I think this is quite nice. I think we can have a nice little pullback, continuation higher. We attempted to move down, we failed. We've moved back above break even. I'm sitting like $8 up, which is nice. Risking 1% for a 1 to 2 hour. So we'll see how. No, sorry, I'm risking 0.5% for a 1 to 2 hour. There we go. So we'll see how it goes. Again, I have closed out of my gold trade. We did get a nice pullback. If we get a pullback into this area here, I think there could be a re-entry for those who potentially missed the gold. But we'll see. I'm done now. I'm done for the day trading in general. I've entered all the trades that I want to enter. If I can enter one gold, one NAS, for a day, that's pretty good. That's a pretty successful day for me. If I manage to smash a NASDAQ trade and smash a gold trade, I'm pretty happy. And if both of them hit TP, I'm even happier because it's usually around 3 to 4% up profit for that day. But again, not on the same account. So guys, one's on a futures account. So this was on the CFD account being gold, and then NASDAQ, this is on the futures, which isn't looking too healthy. It seems to be attempting to push up, but it seems to be working a lot. I want to see a nice close above in the next 4 minutes. If I don't, well, actually, we're getting a little bit of something, something. So we'll see how this goes. I am up on the futures account, which is a surprise. Again, I'm completely new to futures, so that journey is completely new for me, guys. I am learning along the way in front of you, live on stream. So my futures journey is going slowly. It's only NASDAQ trades. I'm not interested in trading gold. That's my CFD account sort of asset, should we say. Okay, we're up at the highs now. If we can break through, I think this would be nice. I'm even struggling to drink my espresso today, guys. That's how sensitive my stomach is. I'm struggling with something I love so much. We get some calm music in the background. Mariah's not working. Remy, can you help me? I'm having a kerfuffle. Oh, excuse me, guys. Oh my god! Again, I don't know where this came from. I was feeling fine yesterday. I was feeling a little bit tired. Just tired from the week. Tired from the week being a pretty full-on holiday in Spain. Doing like 100,000 steps over the course of like just over 3 days, like 3 full days. So to do that, my feet are absolutely killing me. So if I ask my partner nicely, she may give me a foot massage. Doubt it, but we'll see. But yeah, so I don't know what happened last night. Just all of a sudden hit me just like a ton of bricks, and yeah, I was dreading. I was like, oh god. So absolutely zero sleep last night, and thought, okay, let's see how the live stream goes. But you know what? I'm holding up. So guys, I'm all good. But I do apologize if I do end up just sort of like coughing or struggling or getting out of breath. Justin, I totally agree, man. That's what that's what my partner said. My partner said to me, it's just travel exhaustion. I was like, yeah, no, fair. But I wasn't this ill traveling to and from Hong Kong. And actually, no, there I was. And she said to me? She goes, Will, you're not a young man anymore. You're not 18, 19. She was like, you're getting older. I was like, God damn it, man. I'm 25 in 2 months. And I thought to myself, you know what? Like, 25, not 55. Like, I'm still a young pup. But yeah, we had a good giggle over that. That was quite funny. She was like, yeah, you're getting old. I was like, yeah, true. I was like, can we just like have tea and sit and watch a movie instead of going out now? And she was like, that sounds perfect. So yeah, I found my one, guys. We're both going to be lazy together from now on. I think that's enough going out traveling and not traveling, enough going out partying for me. I think I'm gonna hang my party shoes up, my glistening Diamante red ruby dancing shoes. I think I'm gonna retire them. Will take your multivitamins plus magnesium. Yes, someone said that to me last night. They said take magnesium, and Rich said to me this morning about ginger tea. So I'm going to go hit some ginger tea up from the shop later on. So I'm going to be here for another hour, and then I'm going to go hit the shops and grab myself a ginger tea, and I may see if I can find some like magnesium multivitamins all in one, but we'll see. But yeah, I tried to rest yesterday. I ended up sleeping for a couple of hours before coming back to the office and smashing out some work. So I don't know. Hopefully my body's just going to get back into the flow of things and hopefully do a little bit better than the NASDAQ is right now. We've had another attempt at this high, but failure to break above it, which is annoying. I need to see some form of close. If we come down now and test these lows, even if we wick it, like I said, guys, you got to know your body. You got to know your psychology. You got to know what's good for you, what's not good for you, what's going to help your psychology. And another thing why I say don't trade, don't trade while you're ill, isn't because necessarily that I'm going to be lacking in judgment, or I'm going to feel sick and therefore I'm not going to feel optimal. Yes, that is true. It's also the feeling of psychology. It's the understanding that I don't do well when I'm ill. I feel sorry for myself. I'm like, oh, woe is me, sort of thing. I like to, I'm a very man's man until I'm ill, and then I'm just a complete 3-year-old. I'm a big baby. Uh, so when I'm ill, I know that if I'm in a losing trade, or if I've taken 2 stop losses, I'm 2% down on both accounts, or like 1% down on each account. That's going to make me feel a little bit crappy. And if I'm going to add all that on top of feeling ill, I'm going to feel crap from being ill. I'm going to feel crap from hitting a stop loss. Potentially psychology is going to take the better of me. It's just going to be a downward spiral. And those of you who watch my webinars, they're usually a little bit more upbeat than this, and maybe a little bit more valuable. But those of you who watch my webinars will know that I talk about understanding your body a little bit more. And, come on now, it's just wick and head up. Screw it, I'm going to take out. There we go. I'm out of NAS. I can't be bothered for this. I can't be bothered for the emotional trauma that NAS could put me through today. So, look, guys, like I said, a lot of transparency here at the 5ers. We are all humans. We're all traders. That's what we do for a living. I'm a full-time trader, and I am not going to blow an account. I'm not going to go into drawdown. I'm not going to risk any more than I need to just because I'm feeling ill or just because I'm on stream. So, guys, I'm done. Starting to head into a bit of consolidation. I don't know if we have news out. Okay, we've got a little bit of something. There you go. So 8 a.m. So 10 past 8 so 10 minutes after the bell open, we had President Lagarde speaking for the euro. That would have probably done a little bit of something. Quarter past 11, we've got again President Lagarde speaking, which is interesting. And then we've got FOMC FOMC meetings minutes. Wow, why does that feel like such a tongue twister? FOMC meetings minutes at 7 p.m. And then we've got the one and only Donald Trumpus, the account. I don't even know. The account blower, what should we call him? He's like the new Jerome Powell. Like, how people used to fear Jerome Powell speaking because they'd be like, oh, okay, there goes my stop loss. Donald Trump is the new Jerome Powell. If Jerome Powell had the power to just ruin accounts on Twitter. So we have got President Trump speaking, which they're still bullshitting us and telling us it's an orange folder. So I don't know why they're lying to us because it's clearly going to be red. We've also got Trump saying that I have paused the 50% tariff against Canada that we scheduled to kick in tomorrow. Canada and the US have a deal. That I feel is just going to be temporary. Who knows what's going to happen with that? We did have the US CAD or USD CAD drop during that news event. That was earlier on. That was about 5 hours ago. That was 3:15. Was it 3:15? Yeah, 3:15 in the morning, UK time. I'm going to zoom myself back out again, guys. So you can see me properly. There we go. I don't want to be like diving half stream like this. There we go. So you guys can see me a bit better now. So, yeah, Trump talking about pausing tariffs, adding tariffs. He was talking. I watched him talking about. Oh, who's he talking about? I can't even remember who he's talking about. It wasn't Iran, I don't think. But no. Again, he was talking about the South Korea and pulling troops from South Korea or something the other day. So Trump being Trump again. I'm not LJ. I'm not a big fundamentalist. I'm sure he'll come on in just a minute and tell you a little bit more about what Trump's up to. But what I've seen is just, I don't know, man. Trump's being Trump at the moment, so you got to be very careful around that you got to be careful around that 11 a.m. mark. 11, 12 a.m. to like sort of New York Open. He likes to get up in the middle of the night, hit Twitter and just bombard people while sitting on the John, I suppose. So be very careful with Trump, guys. Make sure that you're risking an amount that you're happy to lose. But yeah, NASDAQ entering a bit of consolidation now. We've got nothing on the Trump front until 7:30. Again, potentially he could come in a little bit early, but hopefully not. In the meantime, I think we're just going to have to wait for New York Open. Only magnesium glycinate. Kawish, I'll have a Google, and I'm not saying that I don't believe you, but I shall do my own research, very much like a strategy that I would give you. I recommend you do your own testing. So I shall do my research, and if it proves valuable, I shall go have a look. When will the summer plan end? The summer plan ends, right, as far as I'm aware. So end of August is when it'll end. Technicalities would be a week Monday. So a week Monday, which is that the 31st or the 30th? 31st. So 31st of August, which is, like I said, a week this Monday, will be the last day of the summer plans. So you guys have until till the 31st to grab yourself the summer plan. As far as I'm aware, don't quote me. I'm pretty sure the Monday, maybe it'll be the Friday, but as far as I'm aware, I believe it will be that Monday will be the last day that you can get that summer plan. NQ will only head up after New York session opens today. Yeah, Connor, you know what? I agree. I think we'll get some. I think we'll get some upwards movement. I'd like to see if we can take this Asia high just up here. I thought we could take the Asia high, break and close above it. I would have happily held if we could have taken the Asia high. Truth be told, the way I'm feeling, I probably would have taken out at the Asia high. Oh, hello. It's not quite a 1-to-1. Maybe I would have waited for a 1-to-1, which would have just been above Asia high. Nice little bit of volume coming into the market there. There we go. So for those of you in gold, NASDAQ longs, hopefully this is natural volatility, not Trump speaking, because I feel like that would be a little bit early. It's only 9 o'clock. A little bit early for Trump to speak. Aberdolf Linkler, hello everyone. What is up? What is up, Aberdolf Linkler? How are you doing? Oh my god, who's I talking to? I was talking to someone about Aberdolf Linkler. No way. No. I thought about you the other day. I was talking about Aberdolf Linkler, and you didn't come up, but I instantly thought of you. I was like, oh, no way. Funny days. Excuse me. Algin saying that only magnesium glycinate is good. I take it. Okay, awesome. So a few people take this magnesium supplement. We'll have to stack up on those. Yes, my man, absolutely. I'm assuming you're on about the summer accounts. Get in your summer accounts before the Monday. Will, you're so young. Enjoy life. Me, I lived a lot. And my mind is full of wonderful memories. Although life is like coffee, sweet and bitter. Giovanni, smart words, my friend. Smart words. 100%. Life's too short to be bound by boringness and inactivity. I think you should go out and enjoy life to its fullest. And sometimes you've got to endure the ramifications that come from that. You've got to endure like my dad said to me, he's on the phone to me last night. He said, he's like, how you feeling? I was like, just garbage. And he goes, well, you're just going to have to deal with it, aren't you? I was like, yep, well done. Yeah. So, yeah, no, 100%. Look, memories come through experiences, and sometimes experiences have a negative outcome, but it's all part of the story of life, my friend. So, yeah, no, 100% Giovanni. I love that message. Elvin, good morning, Will Davis. Looks like you are annoyed with the orange guy. Keep your body healthy, Will. I'm not annoyed at the orange guy yet. I'm annoyed that I feel a little bit under the weather. So, I've taken out of gold, and I have actually taken out of NAS now as well. So, I'm not annoyed at the orange guy, but, I just don't like him when it comes to trading anyway. he pisses me off because he's just so volatile and surprising. Dirk Dirk. Oh, Dirk. I was speaking to some Germans. Oh my.
Okay. Good morning, first of all. You
Oh my
seem to be
God.
pumped.
They told me to say something to you,
Oh,
and apparently I've been saying your name wrong this whole time. It's
Yeah.
not Dirk. It's Dirk.
that's correct. But
So
it's
I've been saying
okay.
it wrong.
And I don't think anybody outside of Germany can pronounce this very well. I mean, it takes effort for somebody not talking German to make this Dirk sound. So I'm totally fine with Dirk.
It's annoyed me so much now that I forgot what I was supposed to say to
There's
you.
probably something swearing or
No, it was actually quite nice. It was
Okay.
actually quite nice. It was like a greeting. So it was like, "Hey Dirk, how are you? What's good?" But yeah,
Wie
I
geht's?
forgot it.
Alles gut?
Yeah, yeah. But what's good, man? How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Super busy. It's like literally the first time I'm looking at the markets today on this day.
Yeah.
Oh really? Oh nice. Okay.
Morning.
Good
Morning.
morning. LJ, you in a shirt? Looking very dapper.
I am wearing a shirt.
I
Are you
have
wearing
a,
a shirt?
a
I'm not
shade
wearing
of darker blue today for me.
I'm wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah, it's like a jumper thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
fair
it's a bit
enough.
chilly today. It's cold.
Literally, I had my long sleeve T-shirt on that I was wearing yesterday, and I was just profusely sweating. I was like, I got to change this. So I had to put. In fact, the 5ers T-shirt, guys, a little bit of a plug. Get to the 5ers website, go to the store because you can pick these up. In all fairness, okay, plug over, advert over. They are incredible. Like they're so lightweight, and it was exactly what I needed just now because I was sweating so much. So I put this on. And it has cooled me down.
Good to hear.
That's good. That's good.
LJ, I have very good news for you.
Yeah.
I paid our debt to Frank yesterday.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. All right. I'll tell me.
Richard got me his email address, so I texted him, hey, come on, how can I send you the $35?
Yeah, yeah.
Then we settled in crypto.
Nice.
So, I told him if you pass the evaluation with this account, you're going to come online and stream with us. And she said, yeah, that's my plan, man.
Yeah, awesome. There we go. Congrats, brother. Smash it. I want to see this as well. This is
Yeah,
good.
that would be awesome.
Nice.
Then I could say like this, I funded this guy.
Just discovering talent everywhere.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dirk, the talent scout.
Yeah.
So
Good.
what's going on? Chip sell off again or what yesterday?
Yeah. It's a bit weird, hey. I think it's a bit over exaggerated. Also, it's on, low volume, blah blah blah. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people sort of throwing up question marks, scratching their head. The direct cause. Obviously, rates long end of the yield curve went up again. That sort of calmed down though, but then we kept coming off. And then today, yeah, Kospi followed the NASDAQ and everything, and S&P last night. I don't know. Summer markets, man. Summer markets, right? We get that, What was that, Will?
I said, yeah, literally that. Just typical August markets, isn't it?
Yeah, we get that like momentous type situation where we sort of, burn down, burn up. What's the word? Not burn.
Burn out.
Melt
Meltdown.
melt up, melt down situation. So yeah, I think it's pretty much that. I'm looking for stuff to rebound today.
I mean, in a sense, it's already rebounded. I'm actually taking a short in NQ now.
You're taking a short on the NAS.
Yeah.
Short, really? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, in all fairness, I have just taken out of my longs. Like I'm feeling really under the weather today, so I'm not in the mood to hold it. So took out for break even at NAS around here, and then I did hit a nice 1-to-1 on gold though. So hit a nice 1-to-1 on gold. I'm happy with that. So I'm done for the day.
I got on the Monday the gold trade. I got rickrolled. Really. I mean, look at that. It was such the odyssey of a gold market sometimes. Yeah. Knocked out and then went exactly to my take profit.
Yeah.
So annoying.
Make things out. And I remember I said back then, I might be a little bit too early in this trade because there was like fine line of support still underneath it, but I was a little bit like, I wanted to do this trade live. And
Yeah.
in a hindsight, which is of course always easy to say, I really should have waited for the signal to be clear, and then it would have been a beautiful trade. But I think everybody trading can relate to something like this, no? You get knocked out,
Yeah.
and then the market goes into your direction. But this is why you, or I at least, just risk a negative of 1%.
Yeah, you were correct in that. Getting that further drop before going. I stayed in it. I just pulled the stops down because I had
Okay.
enough room. So
Are you still in that?
no, I got out. Obviously, I mean, gold's come right off, right? You know.
Maybe you
No,
hedged
but
it. And
yeah,
maybe
no.
double the finance fee.
Yeah. No,
What I
I
call
just moved the
promo.
stops a bit further. When we did have that jump higher, I got out and then just went to bed.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually, I mean, it's pretty much the same picture, NASDAQ and gold at the moment. So I could have done this trade in gold. Also, I would prefer a short trade here in gold, but the picture is the same. NASDAQ or gold, they're pretty much moving side by side at the moment, and I don't want be overexposed because that would mean, you know, I would basically into the same direction at the same time risk 2% already.
Yeah, I've been jumping in and out of gold. I want to see it come up. But though, I don't think we're gonna, fall apart. I think we do have some decent support starting to build up. I mean, Euro's been on a tear, pounds on a tear, NASDAQ, S&P seem to be recovering, dollar yen's coming off. I feel like we've got a couple markets that have been a bit of a laggard to that recovery. And then, so yeah, gold though, I'm touch on, touch off with it. Because I jumped out pretty much exactly where you did, Will. Muted.
Sorry.
Game of music.
My apologies.
Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah, I got out pretty much where you did, Will. Because
Yeah,
it was, yeah.
I don't blame you as well. Like, we'd come up to that nice little area. We'd come up to that sort of like high interest rate, or like that high area of interest, that nice supply zone, consolidation,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it. We also wicked Asia highs. And I thought, that's just it's a nice place to get out.
Because I got in on this after we hit these lows, recovered. We had that snap back, the big wick on the candle. We had that the other day somewhere. Where is it? Monday, similar deal here. Recovery up, come down, form that wick, and then we just drove higher. So I saw the same picture there with that today. We came up to here, stalled out, jumped out. NASDAQ started coming back off again, so I just TP'd there. Once we did pull back and NASDAQ started pulling up, I got back in. But yeah, I was originally looking up somewhere around 43.85 if we can get that far. But I don't want to push it. Like, I'm happy to just re-enter, like, if I see it develop. So,
Yeah.
Especially, yeah. Dirk, I've been in this Aussie trade all day. It's been so annoying.
Yeah.
So we snapped up. I originally had on the first trade, my TP was right here. It was a hair above that wick.
Oh.
And it didn't tap. And then I walked away from the market doing stuff around the house, like packing and things for when I move. Came back to it and we come down through here and I was about flat and I'm like, it was annoying. I was like, okay, I'll still hold it. But then we wandered down and ended up hitting stuff on it. I was just like, what a waste.
Sometimes it feels like the stick with a carrot, and you're like,
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah. It's happened a few times to a few friends of mine. They've said, Will, I was literally a fraction of a pip away from hitting TP. All of a sudden, just dropped and hit stop loss.
Yeah, I think it was 0.2 of a pip off. Like, I think it was literally just
so
the
annoying,
spread. Like, that didn't, tap it up. But yeah, I'm still sat in that. That's why I'm jumping in and out of the other trades, because I've been sitting on this for a while now. I want to see that actually come back up. But Aussie's definitely been lagging. The Euro trade, though, was quite nice. I sat in that, but this is what I was hoping for the Aussie to at least get a push as well, because I split the risk between the two. That's cracked on. This was the trade from yesterday that I didn't take but mapped out. So I saw a similar thing today, so jumped into that. And same deal yesterday. I didn't take it because I was in the Aussie. So, oh, there you go. We just got a big pop up towards the TP3 now.
Here we go. By the way, was that maybe what the Germans wanted you to say to me? Du bist gut genug?
Du bist gut genug. What does that mean?
You know that song?
What does genug mean?
You have to translate the whole sentence. Genug actually means enough, but the way it's written is like you are good enough, you are sufficient enough, you as a person are good enough in comparison to others, like to give you like self-confidence, so to say.
I actually learned that on social media. My brother's partner was singing it, and she was like, doo, 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 doo. And I was like, do you know what they're saying? She's like, they're not saying anything. It's just yeah. And I was like, no, it directly translates to you are good enough.
Exactly. Yeah.
And my brother was like, no, it's not. I was like, no, it definitely is. He was like, no, it's not, surely. I was like, no, 100%. Go Google it. He Googled it. He was like, oh, fair play. I was like, yeah. The only German that I know now.
There you go.
Such a wholesome sentence, so that's a good sentence.
It is, to be fair. Dude, like, you never hear songs like that anymore. Why can't we sing songs and make songs about positivity and good stuff?
It's just in house music and trance music.
Yeah, but they don't sing well.
Yeah, well, you get vocal trance, vocal house.
Yeah.
Right?
To be fair, I do like
like there's a Bum Beyond, for instance. Like their album is literally called Group Therapy. You know, it's
nice.
For instance,
Yeah, we have other very positive German bands like Rammstein, for example. But who nobody likes anymore. They like fallen into total disgrace.
What happened to them? I don't know.
There was this.
This is like a long story.
I don't think I can actually talk about the details here on YouTube. It's K18. But basically, the lead singer had like girls coming to his room during the pause of, the concert that were being coaxed into, doing the deed.
Things. Yeah, so he did bad stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, fair. That's fair. Yeah, Rammstein was good to see live though.
Yeah, fantastic live. I have to give them that. Yeah.
Really, really good.
Next year,
I think that was
all-time favorite band, Faith No More, is coming back on tour.
Yeah, I haven't heard of them. What type of music?
They were like amongst the pioneers of like, I think what would be described as like new metal, not grunge, like a little bit different from this. One of my favorite albums of all time called Angel Dust. I think it's from 1990 or 91. I'm not so sure anymore, or 92.
I'm gonna write it down. Was that
something I used to listen to in the gym a lot? Was Hard
Angel Dust is the album by Faith No More. Hey, we have somebody joining me on my NQ.
There we go.
Shorty, which is
lovely stuff.
Let's see, we can pull through together.
I'll be honest with you.
This week, so I gotta do some catching up still.
I really don't know if I like the sells on NAS. Although look, we've come up to a point of interest, I will admit, but we've swept Asia highs, but we haven't swept it. We've just punched straight through it.
Yeah, I'm just basing this on what I see order flow wise.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I mean, look, we are overall down. We are overall downtrending, but I think, that break and close through the 29,519 level, that punch of volatility through there, I think we could have, maybe a pullback and some upwards momentum.
Yeah, it could totally be. I'm so, it's just based on what I see.
I'm not in it, so Dirk,
right now. So let's see.
Yeah, I could see a bit of a pullback retracement there, but right now this also feels like it just sort of wants to keep printing on.
From my overall portfolio, I hope it continues up. Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Actually tempting on shopping a couple of Nvidia shares later on again for my long-term portfolio.
Oh, really?
They have earnings in 7 days, and so far the last quarters they always have beaten their earnings. Some banks out there already calling for a 300 plus target at the end of the year.
I think it's going to be good.
I think so too.
In
We have
video
to
earnings,
consult
I agree.
poly markets before that again. If they say like last time, like 90%, 92% already betting on they're going to beat their quarterly earnings, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it honestly is pretty good. I'm just trying to see, what was the other stock that went IPO today? The robotics? Unitree.
Yeah.
Yeah, so same deal. If you're, market open, sitting at like 9 billion. I was looking at the crypto implied futures, whatever, for the betting markets, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it was like 600% up. And I was like, damn, man, like, I want to see how correct this is going to be. And yeah, we opened up 629%. I was like, wow.
By the way, Angel Dust is the name of the album. The band's name is Faith No More. But by the way, I downloaded all market data and wallet activity from Poly Markets. Took me 4 weeks to download it and pass through it. And now I'm in the final stages of seeing if there's anything statistically significant that you can turn into a trading strategy. Because some of the wallets were not talking about, the bets like, is USA going to attack Iran? How many missiles are they going to fire? And so on. I'm really talking about market and crypto bets. So I want to see, are there people really consistently beating the market? And is there like a way of identifying their strategy?
I know there is with Bitcoin, the sort of binary, like 5-minute close things. Because, there's like a delay between the reporting to the actual poly market, whatever, the closure of the contract, and when that actually comes through to go.
Classic arbitrage.
Yeah, classic arbitrage. I was building one of those for a while, played around with it. You got to deploy so much capital to make it.
Yeah. It's like
really, So, but it was fun to play with, and do.
That's the thing, I don't feel secure like connecting a wallet, let's say with 300K on it, to Polymer. It's a bit like, ugh. Make one tiny mistake and it's all gone.
Yeah, that or some other kind of problem and it's gone. Like a hack or something else or
exactly
whatever.
that. Yeah, or just a user mistake. I mean, we have had that more than often. Somebody wants to send 50 million in Ethereum and puts the 50 million as gas fee. Exactly. Had very happy miners that day.
That's it. I did.
Flash gone, NASDAQ long, and we have Afrikazi Khan enters Salness and gold. Double the gun, double the fun, I would say.
I'd only consider getting back in on a pullback, really. But at the same time, I can see this just sort of watering on right now. So I'm not sure. I'm going to stay out of NAS for the moment.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know why there's a gap on the chart here.
It's okay if you don't have what it takes. So. God, look at my very large, nasty mouth. And then later on, I'm going to cry again because I'm down 2% for the weekend.
Seeing this from Conor Blue, this made me chuckle. This is probably a serious question. Anyone else considering long-term investing into Nike feels like a steal? Now, I don't know. However,
great UK joke.
Yeah, has anyone seen those traders, like LARP traders, is it called, where they go around like questioning traders, pretending to be traders, and it's like, oh, how long? What's your biggest trade? He's like, oh, like I don't know, like 20 what? Like 20,000. He's like, oh, okay, like what's your favorite asset to trade? And he's like probably like Nike. And he was like, oh, how much is the Nike stock right now? Oh, it's got to be like one lot contract, got to be like 1 million, something like that, got to be close. And then he was like, oh, okay, nice. How, by the way, how many companies are in the S&P 500? And he goes, what? The S&P 5? And he's like, 500. How many companies? Oh, got to be like over 1,000. I was weak. I was pissing
God.
myself so much.
Yep.
Oh man, it was,
Probably playing the Nike only long strategy also.
yeah. So it was just that comment reminded me of a video I watched last night. It's funny.
Nike only long and PayPal only long.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
I've seen some of those videos, Will.
Dude, I can't help but watch them. As well.
I gotta send the link over on WhatsApp, please. I have to watch.
Yeah, dude. I'll tell you. I'll when I come across them next, I'll chuck it into the group.
Please.
It's
They're
so
so dumb though. I'm like, there's no way this. Like, surely this is like staged. I don't know.
Well, that's why I
Like, some of these things are so dumb.
I sent it to a mate of mine, and I was like, dude, this has got to be bull, surely.
They're
And he was
like from all areas of live videos. Like there's this one guy, a German guy, he goes around Frankfurt and asks like young people like stuff about Germany. Like, hey, what's the capital of Germany? They're like Bavaria, and or they ask like, so how many people are living in Germany? I don't know, 500. Like his answers are like, what the? I mean, come on. Or also when American college students are asked like, hey, what's 50 plus 42?
yeah.
100?
12.
I don't know. That's why sometimes I also think they must be staged. I mean,
They gotta be, man. Like, look, I've met some stupid people in my time, but there's stupid, and then there's just outright, you know, staged. It has to be staged because the levels of stupidity are beyond comprehension. Ironically, you know, it's like they need a carer to be walking around with them. Sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
they can't be.
You cannot chew gum and walk at the same time with that IQ.
Yeah, they got to stop to breathe before they continue walking.
I have to picture this now. Walking. Oh. Okay, I can do breathe again.
You got someone saying like when they're chewing in the mouth. Right now, you got to swallow this.
Oh, guys, give me. I need to on my ventilator. It's so hot.
That's right.
Yeah, no worries.
I like how it's always when it's like super hot up there. It's always like colder down here, like colder than normal. Normally, it's not always directly opposite. You know, it's just like sort of whatever, and then it'll be boiling hot here, but it's still But lately, it's been very much whenever it's extra chilly here, super hot up there.
Yeah, to be fair, like Europe's ridiculous at the moment. It is ridiculous. So obviously, I'm assuming Dirk, where you're from.
Hey, my name is Dirk.
Hey, Dirk, how's Germany?
Dirk the Dirk.
Oh, I need to go to bed, guys. I'm off. We'll see you later.
What did you want to ask me?
So, like, obviously, where you are in Germany, like Germany, France, Spain, and then you got like the lower regions. Obviously, like down the south is obviously going to be a lot hotter. But even with us high up as like obviously in the UK, it's still super warm. And even then, I'm looking at LJ. I'm like, LJ's like, oh yeah, it's a bit cold. I'm putting a jumper on. I'm like, what's the temperature?
Below 30 degrees.
Like, it's only like 36 degrees Celsius. I'm like,
That's really...
I'm like, what?
I mean, the last days have been better here, but there was like one day this summer where we had 45 degrees. Now our Garden terrace is like southwestern, so you really have the afternoon sun on it. And I have this very nice wooden table for outside, and it started burning. Like it started turning black, and you got like smoke coming up from it because it was so hot. So I had to put it somewhere in the shadows. Like, you cannot tell this anybody's like, what are you going to tell your insurance? Oh, my house burned down because the sun was so hot.
Dude, what? That's nuts.
Insane, huh?
That is
people get that. Yeah, we get that here where like someone's like mirrors or something, or sometimes on like cars or something else. Like especially when you have those like the smaller mirror within the side mirror. Yeah, like it changes and then because they're like curved, it can like angle and then it'll like set the grass on fire or something.
Dude,
and
that's wild.
it just goes off. Yeah.
Wasn't there once this building in London that was like also curved in a way that it directed the sun at the cars parking underneath, and then the rubber from the tires would melt and other funny stuff. I think a couple of years that was on the news.
I remember that.
Yeah, you got all the tinfoil hat people being like, "It's happening."
Fake news.
Judgment Day. Dude, that sounds apocalyptic, man. That is nuts.
Honestly, I'd be so mad. So coming back to my car like that, like.
Yeah, could you imagine like you've just spent £1,000 on new boots for your car, and then all of a sudden they're just like melted. You gotta go get them redone.
Yeah, or like the dash or something. Like you just got to strip the whole thing out, and you know.
Yeah. Oh, dude, no.
How we doing, KDX? Morning. Happy Wednesday.
Yo, bro, chacho.
Jane saying in Australia we cook eggs on shovels. Yes, we do.
Like,
It's not even a joke. Like, yeah. Same thing. Yeah, your car bonnet, whatever. You know, people
Yeah,
go
no,
out in the
yeah.
morning.
I had a black ST a
Bacon and
couple of
eggs.
years ago, and I said we were out with a couple of friends. It was so hot, like we leaned on like the roof of the car and like burned all of here.
Oh,
And one of the guys was like, "Will, can we go to the shop and like try and cook an egg on your car?" I said, "No, you bloody can't." Like, he was wanting to actually cook an egg on my car, and I was like, "No, what do you think's going to come out of that? Let me just scratch my car with a spatula." But it was tempting. I reckon we full blown would have cooked an egg.
there was this Australian guy who showed that, like, you have these outside barbecue pits, in Australia that are like there for everybody, and he like took like water, threw it on the metal plate there, said, like, "Look at this here, like it's like evaporating immediately," and then for whatever reason he started leaning onto the plate also. It's like, "Oh my god, this is also hot. This is hot." Something I very much like, by the way, that you have barbecue spots everywhere in Australia, from what I heard. I mean,
Yeah, we do. They're in like pretty much every park. They're literally everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. To be fair, I saw that in Hong Kong. That was the first I've ever seen that. So in Hong Kong, they've got like they got maids, and they got Filipino maids. And what happens is the Filipinos, they'll go Monday to Friday, in like as a housemaid, and then Friday, I think it's Saturday Sunday or Friday night Saturday Sunday, they'll all camp together. Dude, back, like the first time I've ever seen something like that, I was like, dude. Well, I said to my partner, I was like, "Babe, what's this?" And so she explained. I was like, "No way." I was like, "Genuinely?" She was like, "Yeah, legit." So we went on a hike on what's called Monkey Mountain. I think it's called Monkey Mountain or Monkey Hill. It's something like that. And we went up to this one spot, and it was stunning views. And she said, just leave that side alone, though. I was like, "What do you mean?" And it's like, well, every sort of like park area, every like it's think about like a car park. It was like a big, like a little car park, and they had like built fire pits with like structural points around them for like barbecues, and you'd find these Filipino maids would just all be camping out there, and dude, it was absolutely bonkers. It's the first time I've ever seen like built fire pits and like built barbecue areas for the public, because in the UK we don't have that. In the UK, it's like, if you're gonna have a barbecue, clear it up, sort your shit out. It's like the government don't want you having barbecues. Whereas like Hong Kong,
It's raining all the time.
For people.
It's raining all the time. It's miserable.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it would be a pointless exercise.
yeah, you can only smoke or ferment stuff where you are living.
Yeah.
Public fermentation is the new thing. You gotta invest in that.
Yeah.
Dude, Dirk's on it today. Dirk's on it. I love it.
Yeah,
I'm on
Dirk.
fire today. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I didn't have a coffee yet. So actually, my brain is at full capacity.
Yeah, I'm the opposite, mate. I'm like
Yeah, you gotta go to bed. But to be fair, I slept very bad last night. I woke up like at 2, was awake until 5. When I went back to sleep, had some really weird dreams. And
Dirk, we should exchange messages when we can't sleep. Hey, Dirk, can you sleep? No, neither. Yeah. What are you dreaming about? Really weird stuff? Well, same, bro.
you wanna count sheep with me?
Yeah.
And it goes like 1, 2,
We just send like sheep emojis to each other. Like every half hour.
Just checking in. Are you still awake? I laugh.
So it's all just delusion.
Beyond comprehension, Will. Yeah, exactly, man.
Anybody shorting euro?
Not just now. I'm trying to map up this trade that KDX posted before. Stop loss was at 29391. Where are we? Just here. TP at 29695. Pretty much right here.
Guys, I will say real quick.
And then
I'm
like that.
gonna have to love you and leave you. Do you mind if I hop off a little bit early, guys?
Oh yeah, of course.
Stomach starting to cramp really badly, so
Go get some rest, man.
yeah, I'm gonna have to go do some yoga stretches and try and stretch my body out, and then maybe go for some sleep. So, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. I do apologize. I don't know what happened today. My body just, said no to me last night and woke up feeling like crap today. So hopefully, I'm gonna go pop some paracetamols, go get some food. I will then hit the shops, and I'm gonna do a bit of googling on these magnesiums and stuff like that from chat. So, guys, really, really appreciate the support. Really appreciate you guys coming in, asking all sorts of questions. Hopefully, you continue the banter with Dirk, who is on fire today. Maybe it's because of the 40-degree heat and
What do you mean? I'm always on fire. Sometimes the flame is a little bit smaller. Sometimes it's very large.
Bunsen burner is just turned down ever so slightly, but now it's full blast Bunsen burner. Anyway, guys, make sure that you smash the like button. Please subscribe to the channel as well if you are new here. Come join the 5ers family. Welcome you guys, and make sure that you continue the chat with these two awesome fellas down below. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. I shall see you tomorrow morning. Peace.
Take care, mate.
Easy.
And then
I didn't know if Will was hanging around or not.
I thought
I expected
he
he
had
was
just had
here
the
tonight.
first hour, and then it's on us. But of course,
Yeah.
happy if he wants to hang around.
Yeah, of course.
Although we always distract ourselves if it's the three of us with funny stories.
yeah, we do a bit.
Like, boys will be boys.
Yeah, we can smash into charts. I will have to jump up for like 2 minutes in a second. My partner got here like 20 minutes ago. She's been waiting for me to drop something to her. It'll only take me literally 5 seconds. And then yeah, we've got just before I jump up, I don't mind this. KDX. I think this is pretty fair. This is what we were talking about. I assume you, like you said, you're already long, so you got in before. I think that's pretty good. Because I'm looking for the retracement somewhere around just maybe a touch under where your entry is, right? And then I expect we should kind of pick up. I would say you could probably hold this a little bit longer even. I'd either go a little bit longer or maybe like a touch shorter. Either way.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that we are forming supports on the 50 minutes with quite a lot of limit orders. So if we don't turn around here right now, let me quickly jump to my one. But you jump off first.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I could totally see, this is on NQ, yeah, or you're talking about NQ as well, I think. Nice. So just here we are seeing some buy limit orders being executed, so which always is an indication that there, at least if the delta is big enough, that there's a good support. If we don't stop here, there is a fair chance that we stop somewhere here. So we're talking about 29, 550, 560, somewhere around. So I either go directly to stop loss. If we go down here, I actually might do what I usually do not like to do with this type of trading strategy, that I change, put maybe my stop loss to break even, or take partial profits or something like this for a quick one. I do not really want to do this because, as you guys know, I'm still collecting data on this discretionary trading style, but I can see what LJ is saying there in terms of there might be a bounce. That being said, right now, nothing for me to do. How's gold looking here? Yeah, gold is a little bit caught up. It's the same picture like NASDAQ. What I have to agree with is also that looks a little bit like we want to change trajectory to the upside again. I'm looking also at euro. This is the euro future, by the way. So 6E1. The price, we're currently at 116.09. On the euro, that's the wrong one. What's that? Oh, this is why. On the euro itself, so we're like 8-9 pips below that. Because of the future price. I kind of missed out on this one. I wish I would have looked at this one like half an hour ago. I would for sure have taken the short on this one. But yeah,
Like a
anyway,
scalp.
it's a quick scalp on that one. But anyway, I'm going to monitor this now. I've set an alert. If we trade later on without news up there again, I might be tempted to try to go into a quick short. So as you can see, like my trajectory today, a little bit different from one. I'm more in a risk-off, at least for the moment, a risk-off type of mood right now. Although I have to say, actually it's quite amazing that to see what euro-dollar has done now overnight again in this risk-off scenario we are seeing on risk-on assets.
Yeah, I think it's in part we got some of the Keystone pipeline. That's the name of it, isn't it?
What happened there? Sorry, I'm a bit lagging behind today. I think.
Trump wants to resurrect the Keystone XL pipeline. That was part of it, and then just in general, I think overall though the dollar's been quite soft today, so I'm not too surprised. We've seen the dollar coming off across the board. I'm more surprised that we saw the dollar coming off, but then NASDAQ, S&P, other risk assets sort of took some time to jump back. Gold did early. Obviously, gold is acting kind of more risk asset aligned currently. Yeah. So yeah, I see that making sense. KDX also was saying, LJ, I took this trade with a confirmation after it set the previous day low. I waited till it created a cluster on 5-minute time frame. Once it showed the direction, waited for the price to retest the same cluster. Yeah, I like this. I agree with it. I think we do push higher on the NASDAQ. I think we can see up towards 29,760. I think we get a.
I don't know if you heard this when you were away just now. I said either we are going to turn around right here and continue immediately upwards, which would be me getting stopped out, but then being tempted to actually jump into long trade there, or we see. Huh? Sorry.
What is that? 722. Sorry, I was.
Oh, okay.
Trying to read the text. My bad.
Yeah. It's a little bit.
Yeah.
Hard to read. I need to change the color schemes there a little
No,
bit.
it's right. I think it's just it's like it comes up fine like on the stream, but like the platform here.
Yeah.
It's like grainy. Yeah.
Or we do something like this. Actually, this would, if we see us going down to around about 550, 29,550, I actually in this case would be tempted at least to set my stop loss to break even on this trade. Although, like I said, I don't really want to do that because I'm still collecting data. But let's see. For the moment, I made my decision. Nothing to change on that one. The day is still long.
So I've got some charts to show you.
Really?
Dirk, if I'm saying it right.
LJ. Das ist richtig.
So first of all, this is just on the dollar itself. So because this rolls into the dollar yen, the dollar, the final pin to drop with everything right now is the dollar, which it's only being sort of held up a bit because of the long end of the yield curve being sustainably high. High since 2007. I think the 10-year actually reached, I think it's just about one of the highest points ever. I saw a headline. I don't know. I haven't checked that going back to, I mean, maybe outside of like wartime or something like that. I don't know, but highest in recent.
You mean the yield on the 10-year?
Yeah, the yield, yeah.
Yeah, we touched 475, no?
Yeah.
And that is...
So
I mean, we were higher in 2023, but of course, because the interest rates were higher, we're still also like in the recent past. Yeah, you gotta go, oh man, all the way back to like 2007.
Yeah, 2007, I think. Yeah.
Or like what we had in the 1990s, the early ones, where we had like, I think, above 10% or something.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So highest in recent history, not all time. Yeah, recent modern history, post 2000, post internet and computers. Yes.
True.
Right. But yeah. So anyway, there was this. So this is something I brought up yesterday. I was gonna share this with you as well. So. Dollar index rose from around 98 to just above 101 between March and July as traders established largest ever wager on its appreciation, 51 billion. It's already surrendered half of that gain, while speculators have paired only 12 billion of bullish bets. With the dollar declining more easily than it has risen, traders still retaining the lion's share of their longs, there is a strong chance of a larger decline. In 2025, between January and March, the dollar index slumped from above 110 to 103 during an unwind of 35 billion in long positions and dropped below 96 by the time traders established a $16 billion bet that the dollar would fall further. So yeah, sorry?
Always late to the game, yeah?
Yeah, so comparatively then, you got dollar index fell roughly 7% during liquidation of a long position similar in size to today's, and roughly 14% in total once about 50 billion was sold. So by contrast, we've only risen about 5 billion this year after 67 billion has been purchased, right? And then it's dropped about 1.5% with just 12 billion sold.
Isn't that what what we've been saying for the?
Yeah.
I remember in the beginning of the year we were discussing exactly about this when we talked about, okay, are we going to bounce back over 100? And I remember both of us being more the opinion, yeah, we might see price flirting on the Dixie at around 100, but longer term, falling again to somewhere 96, 95.
Precisely. So, and I think that's the final piece of the puzzle that's sort of going to complete the infinity gauntlet for this year. We've done very well all throughout the year. It's been pretty good, and even the kickover from last year, pricing in that this is how stuff would go this year. It's been a really good 12 months so far, and hopefully we keep that to 18 months. Very nice. So
now you hear on mainstream media also like the first analyst voicing out, probably we are not going to see a rate hike this year anymore.
Finally,
it's like this Kevin Walsh, I have to say, he's really played the 4D chess there.
Yeah, precisely. I think he's done very well, very, very, very well. It's all the threads as well with the trade talks and communicating all that, coordinating that in line with Scott Bessent, as well as the energy situation with Strait of Hormuz and all that kind of stuff. I think he's done immaculate in a very short period of time. I think he's been setting this up for quite some while. Pretty good. So this is another chart basically of the Dixie here in the blue, and then this is the long dollar bets, which you can see we've got a very big disconnect whilst the Dixie has not really gone anywhere. So if these need to liquidate and come back into line, we're going to see the dollar decline pretty hard. And because the trouble is, it's hard to see the dollar going up anywhere at all because everyone's already long. Who else is there left to buy?
Especially interesting, if I understood this correctly, that far less money is needed to bring the dollar down than buying it further into dollar strength. Like 12 billion, I think it was, in contrast to what was that, 64 billion or 60.
So we rose 5%. Yeah, 5% was 67. We're down 1.5 with just 12 billion sold.
That's quite amazing, actually.
So yeah, that ratio is about 5 to 1. On rough math, obviously. But I also saw this with the euro dollar. So 25 delta risk reversals are now coming back above zero for the first time since all the way back through like March. So hence, I think we're seeing that propensity to want to buy the euro coming back in now, and so I guess that's sort of starting to actually filter through overall. But this is pretty abrupt as well. Like we've definitely seen a specific shift, and I think that is coming down to, like you're saying, you got the pundits and the streets and all that finally coming around to the fact that probably no rate hikes. Calm down, guys.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of what we cannot see because it's flowing OTC, a lot of positioning, unwinding.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's been interesting seeing today and yesterday where we had like NASDAQ and the S&P drop, the chip makers have got hit and such. That was also part with the yields jumping higher. We had a few of the other side headlines like SoftBank issuing, what was it, like $1 trillion in yen?
SoftBank is never somebody to follow, though.
Yeah, but exactly, that helped spook the market. And then Google coming down to Australia looking for investment for AI.
OpenAI is going to open an office in Berlin, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
Maybe I should apply.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised as well, though, because especially if you guys get the nuclear stuff back online. If
There was supposedly they wanted to build like a very big data center close to Frankfurt, but it's not going to be built because they found, I don't know, some rare type of snail or bird or spider or whatever, which then hinders to, invest a couple of billion. That's Germany, really. It's like everything new is bad.
Yeah. Europe, even.
Yeah. Best at regulation.
It's so, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's maybe getting better. I don't know. You can tell me, but they're trying.
I don't want to go on a rant, because once I start, I won't
Okay.
stop for the next half hour. But the problem is demographics here in Germany, as in many parts of the world it also is. We have the larger parties, political parties are very much catering towards the retirees. So if somebody like our Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, says, we have to work more, we have to live with working more, taking less personal time if we want to catch up with the rest of the world. He's basically saying, young generation, working generation, we are going to tax you harder. You're going to pay more social security so we can give more money to the retirees, because this is the biggest group that is actually voting us, which has led to the situation that in Saxony, for example, or Sachsen-Anhalt to be precise, where there's what is it called? An election in 2 weeks, the AfD, which is like supposed to be the right-wing party, they are now at 42%. They are aiming to get the majority. You can think about that what you want. As I said, I don't want to be political, but it's like, at the other hand, when you hear a reaction from one of the very established German parties that say, make up stuff like, we can actually as a state earn more money if we tax employees of supermarkets who usually get like discounts at the place they work. So maybe they can get like a 10% discount on groceries there because they work there, which is like a normal perk, at the place where you work. And this 10% discount they want to tax now. So they're taxing on taxed money already, and a person that is in the lower income brackets anyway. And then they wonder why people are getting angry, why people are like leaning towards voting for more extreme parties. But it's the same. I mean, this is a tendency I think we can see throughout Europe, at least in general. And I wouldn't wonder if in the near future we see something like this in the USA, although it's more difficult there because you have those actually just two really votes. You can either be a Democrat or you can be a Republican.
Yeah, and they've got the state by state basis as well. It's like a republic.
And it's like yesterday, for example, just a personal anecdote. We went to the immigration office because my wife needed her immigration status to be prolonged. So I asked the guys there, hey, can she get a permanent residency now? because she's been here for like 10 years now. I think she's entitled to this. Yeah, but then we need, your tax declarations from the last 3 years. Said, I don't have those because the IRS here where I live in Berlin, they are so slow. I still don't have my tax declaration back from 2023. Yeah, then we cannot do anything. I said, yeah, but I brought you my account statements from all the banks, so you can see, we have sufficient savings to get along for a long time. Yeah, that doesn't count. I said, why doesn't that count? I said, yeah, but because you could like go, outside now, then you could purchase a plane. We don't have any control over this. So I said, yeah, but who says like if I'm employed somewhere that 6 months down the road I'm still employed there in this job market? Yeah, but this is the law. So I said, so you're telling me you can have 10 million on your account, but as long as you don't earn like a regular income or you don't have your tax statements, you're not going to get the permanent residency. Yeah, exactly like this. It's the pure insanity. And this is how they drive talent away from Germany,
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing if you go for, even loans or business stuff or like even trying to get a mortgage, that kind of thing. Like, same deal when I like starting, businesses in the past or whatever, and I've got maybe 150 grand, 200K there in savings, and then I've got the other stuff that I'm doing and it's printing money, whatever. But the setup that I've created under a new entity, whatever, isn't 2 years old yet, but now it's returning, more than 5 figures a month in free cash flow, whatever. And then I go and say, hey, I need this money to expand this to this level and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no. But if someone walked in and they worked at like a supermarket or McDonald's or something and wanted to get like a car or something else, like they just went, oh, McDonald's? Here you go.
Here you go.
And they're earning a fraction of whatever and they have no savings in the bank and nothing. It's just, It's after the financial crisis, right? In particular, everything's like that. Yeah,
they've gotten very, very strict there, especially if you are self-employed, or you're like the CEO of your own LLC, where you usually also you maybe take like a very little income, something like $1,000, because you need to officially have some kind of income from that, but your true the money you're making is actually from the yearly profits, that are going onto your bank account after taxation. Yeah. But that doesn't count for whatever reason. I don't know. So I really had to contain myself yesterday to not get very angry, because I thought if you do that now, and drop some nasty comments, they're going to make your life even harder.
They'll remember.
They will remember.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous.
Sorry, you wanted to talk
No, that's right. Yeah, this was just a short thing I mocked up in, I don't know, very briefly, 60 seconds or something for Monday. We're talking about other stuff, whatever. But basically just summarizing what we were talking about and the whole dollar thing. So market summary outlook. So we had a triple whammy last week with CPI coming in, by the by, lower than previous. Basically the trend is overall lower. PPI lower, retail sales got knocked as well. NFP and the jobs numbers have been stable, but with a minor lower tilt. We had that slight pickup, which again highlighted that was due to, or preemptively highlighted, we're going to see a pickup because of the World Cup. And I didn't see anyone sort of putting that into forecasting models. And we did see that massive beat, and everyone's like, oh, the jobs market's on fire. It still astounds me where they can't put two very simple things together and figure it out.
Actually, last week after the PPI came out so bad, I wanted to text you, and it's like I literally wanted to text you. Now retail sales is just the last part of a puzzle that is missing, to make what we've been talking about come true, aka no rate hikes.
Exactly. And then with the jobs numbers as well, you take it that they've been, coming off like stable. Nothing's falling apart, but we keep getting massive downside revisions. Like, I can't believe still that the market just doesn't care. 33% of the NFP reports have been revised down by over 100K. So many of them would just be negative. And the response rate has gone down from down to 45 from 60%.
Response rate is who fills out the survey, or what is that?
Yeah. So we've seen that across the board. That also goes for things like retail sales, CPI, PPI, like everything has come down. This is part of why Kevin Walsh wants to create a new system to measure things, because after COVID, the response rates just like sucked. Which is weird because you think they would have had developed a better system to actually just send stuff straight to people and they'd actually be more responsive. Like a lot of the stuff is mail in and all this like weird stuff from before, and I don't know.
I
But
think it
anyway,
maybe might also be to the Trump administration got rid of a lot of contractors that did the statistical
Yeah.
brunt work. So maybe they just don't have the capacity anymore to get all the data and record it and analyze it.
Yeah, it could be. It could be people who quit since as well, because obviously we had the government shutdown stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of these things weren't getting reported. People weren't getting paid at all because it did extend for a while. And I'm sure a lot of people then, yes, there were cuts. And then also I wouldn't be surprised if people who didn't get cut eventually just quit
Yeah.
because they're not sure if they're going to get cut or if just whatever their future there just looks like it sucks for the next 3 years until Trump is gone or something, So... yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised. So from there, we saw front-end yields, 2 and 3 year, reacting. Why are we talking about bonds, guys? Bonds are very important right now. They're kind of the thing moving the market. They're the big daddy. Might be not be something that you guys look at regularly, but that is definitely what's sort of the final tipping point and what everyone's looking at right now. So the short end of the yield curve has been reacting to this recent data more... I was going to say reactively, more just in line with it. Meanwhile, the 10 and 30 year is still tending to press higher.
Yeah.
Right. So similarly, reflecting credit fedability, lingering Hormuz jitters, US government debt financing costs, as well as the AI chip DRAM type situation. Same how we kind of came off the past 2 days with rates pumping higher. I don't actually see this as 100% bad though, because I think having a steepened yield curve is actually better for the whole AI chip financing thing, right? Because that's going to encourage people to actually jump into it. Now, obviously, rates up towards 7% classifies it as like junk bonds, but I mean this is like Google and that kind of thing, Like
Man,
I think you're pretty safe. I think you're
Look
pretty
at
safe.
look at a company like Nvidia who prints in 1 quarter like a profit of what was it? I think 81 billion US dollars, insane, just in 1 quarter, and they have like a margin of 75%. From the 85, by the way, 75%, 75 billion coming just from data centers. It's insane. The cash flow that is there, it's there already, and it's not going to stop.
I agree. So I think the risk would actually be if the long end actually starts to come off really hard all of a sudden. That could actually disrupt the financing cycle for AI and chips. And then somehow create some kind of problem where they still need that money spigot to keep going. And it starts to dry up or pause for a bit. So I don't think it's so bad. So anyway, the point is all of this is something to buy into. The general summary, dollar gradually heads lower, Fed does not hike, combination of the lower dollar plus reduced hike chances, firm growth data, all the stuff you don't want is going down, all the stuff you do want is going up, which is good. So we've got pretty much a Goldilocks type situation, which is pretty rare right now. So stocks indices continue higher. The other points we have is market characteristics and dynamics right now. We got European summer markets, so we get far less overall volume and activity. This happens every single year, and that means we result in a bit more of a melt-up, melt-down style of price action rather than the whippy back and forth trading and highly impulsive driving moves that we've seen, especially over the past while with things like Trump, Strait of Hormuz, tariffs, the Fed, all this kind of jazz. Right, so it's much more, as we've had the past couple of days, melt down, then we'll probably get a melt up, melt down. So the point with that is whenever you guys think we've come down far enough, just remember where we don't always get these kind of like abrupt bounces higher. We often come down, pause for a bit, go sideways, keep coming down, and then eventually melt back up. And that's also part due to the somewhat Goldilocks scenario with the Strait of Hormuz. Risks having peaked, inflation scares declining, jobs stable, central bank hikes put on hold, accompanied by continued robust growth and demand for investment and funding, and performing of revenue numbers from earnings and such across the market. So there you go.
Very nice. Thanks a lot. Interesting that when we talk about yields, by the way, I just remembered back then in 2025 was the last time I showed this chart. Remember, or 2024 it was, we came out of a very long-lasting inverted yield curve. Inverted yield curve meaning where you get more for 2-year bonds than you get for 10-year bonds in terms of yield. Which usually, once you come out of this, you get like a recession. And we had a little recession in the USA, but it was like really mini recession. But it was like from January to March 2025, we had a recession characterized by declining GDP from quarter to quarter. And up to back then, I said, this is going to be a massive recession because we never had a time that I can remember or see in the data where we had for such a long time an inverted yield curve. Well, it turned out 2 months or 3 months. 3 months. It was so just the first quarter of 2025 we had a recession. Now, what I want you to see, guys, out there is, and this is why it's so important to also look at stuff like yield curves, especially what happens when also lower end maturity bonds have a higher yield suddenly, because that's like a typical risk-off scenario then, for example. But you see, whenever we have the yield curve somewhat at a normal level, it's like we see the markets just straight going up. Yeah, with eventually the markets crashing by 10 or 20 or 25%. But long term, this is the time when you gotta be invested. And I think this is what the doomsayers out there still don't get. This is like what all the people are saying, like, yeah, but AI is a bubble, Yeah, it might be like sometimes a bubble. It might lead to high volatility like we saw yesterday once again. But man, we're talking about companies who earn billions over billions of dollars every quarter. This is not your mom and pop internet shop from 2000 that is suddenly has a valuation of 800 million euros because they have a website suddenly. They're still just earning $3,000 a month, but who cares? This is like true companies with valuation, with earnings that can scale to levels we seem impossible nowadays, especially if something like these data centers in space become true. Basically, you can scale to infinity then. It's insane. What a time to be alive, no? And what
it is insane.
What the speed this happens, like it's like in real time. I cannot keep up with all the inventions that come out every day anymore.
I think it is insane, and I think that's exactly it. Like, regardless of as far as the bubble thing, like you'd have to be 10x the valuations and the earnings profiles and stuff back to of even what they are now after everything's already pushed up to make it comparative back to like the 2000s, right?
Exactly.
.com bubble. Now, beyond that, regardless, like even if somehow it doesn't work out 100%, like AI doesn't become some profit, eventually, maybe we stack on another decade and a half, it's going to get there. But even if it's takes a bit longer, these guys still have their core business, which is the exact same. Like, it's not like that disappears, right? And they're definitely not going to like end up bankrupting themselves over this, especially when they're all kind of interlinked. Where people have seen that circular financing as like a risk, I actually see it as strength, because now they're like, okay, we're a band, we're a team, we're all going to support each other to make sure no one sort of falls, and then kind of made the best man win, per se.
Yeah, we
right?
cut out the banks, it's like the middle.
Yeah, pretty much. So at the end of the day, I see it kind of just retraces back to what it was, or potentially if it does pop off, it goes to pick some arbitrary number up to infinity, right? So you've got very much an asymmetric bet to the upside. So I think people trying to call this a bubble, like Michael Burry and stuff, like, dude, what are you doing?
when when I was starting my career back in 1998, nobody ever could have imagined that a company would be worth $1 trillion US. Yeah, now we have what is Nvidia worth, like 5 trillion now? I think so, no? And who says in 10 years or 15 or 20 years it's not going to be 50 trillion, if not Nvidia or Apple or whatever, somebody else. We're talking about Anthropic potentially doing an IPO in the not so distant future with a valuation of $3 trillion. An IPO. This is insane.
Exactly. It's ridiculous. And same with what's a Unitree today? IPO'd at 9 billion.
Yeah.
And it's up 123%. So you're straight away up to 60 billion. Right? It's now you go from IPO into some of the sort of large cap to heading towards the mega cap type stocks, especially for where it's listed, right? You're straight in there.
You remember, you've been a person that has worked at this company for a while, and you have you have stocks, as part of your options, as part of your compensation. You with the IPO, you suddenly turn into a multimillionaire. But to be fair, for 50 companies doing the IPO and where you get part of your compensation maybe in stocks or options, probably 48 are going to fail and not going to earn you money. So, but that's the beauty of asymmetry, like you just said.
It's always a risk to take compensation in stock, but
I have
sometimes it's
one of the last jobs where I was an employee. I got a large share of my salary was in stocks, and they are worthless now. Which pains me very much.
I'm sorry, Dirk.
Yeah, they're still sitting in my depot as a bleak reminder of my failure.
I was going to say, do you still have them? I would just hold on to that just for the sake of whatever.
I have, so I can once a year, I can poke the company is still in existence, and once a year I poke the CEO who ran the company into ruin. Basically, it's hey, when are we going to have the assembly of the stakeholders? And he never answers.
Yeah, you got to wait until everyone else gets rid of their shares. Your Porsche is now sizable enough. You take control. Just
Yeah, right.
Buy them all up.
Man, one of the reasons that I only do my own stuff nowadays.
Yeah, definitely.
People are just a pain in the ass.
Yeah, 100%.
No, just counting, guys.
Hey, no, sometimes I think everyone's experienced that, so I think that's fair.
It's part of the game of being an entrepreneur.
But yeah, guys, there's 220 of you or so in here right now. What are we at on likes? Because I want to see these likes get pumped up. We're at 49.
49 likes, guys.
49.
What's up with
guys.
49? At least not 6-7, but 49.
Yeah, okay. We need some numbers, either 6-7, then we got to cross 6-9, and then we got to cross 100. Okay? Those are your 3 targets. All right, guys. There you go.
Look at this. I think Nvidia is going to beat their earnings again. 94,
definitely.
You said. The insiders are at it again.
I think it's a short piece. That's kind of. I think we're going to start looking towards that because Nvidia always reports earnings slightly later than everyone else, of course, and all that. Especially after we've had this sort of weird chip-ish sell-off, and we're going into Nvidia. I think this is perfect buying situation.
Yeah. Guys, don't do it with options. Don't do one of those Wall Street bet all-in YOLO trades, where you buy call options on Nvidia out of the money for your life savings. Because even if it becomes true and they beat their earnings and the price is going up, you're still not going to earn as much as you wish you were because you are paying a high premium. This type of volatility situation is priced into options, into the calls right now. So, sorry, there's no free printing, there's no free lunch on the markets. Let me switch back to my other screen. Finally, some downside action in the NASDAQ.
Tiny bit.
Tiny bit. It's pretty slow though. I gotta get up earlier. I think maybe this was my body telling me last night when I woke up at 2 and couldn't go back to sleep, you gotta trade the Asian session. This is where the action is there.
I've been getting up earlier recently, and yeah, it's been good. Just by chance, like I've had other stuff to do, and sort of going to bed just after New York Open. There's been a lot of activity in New York as well, but that's okay. I feel like it's been all right. Like seeing that play out and then trading the post series into the next day. So
yeah, what else?
Yeah, I was going to say, guys, throw anything at us. I know we covered the dollar and stuff, that whole story. You guys have a now good direction of what the next picture is. From here, we do have the Jackson Hole speech from Kevin Walsh at some point, and all the other bankers and hedge fund people and whatnot. Today, we've got Fed minutes. So Fed minutes might be, I think they will definitely have some eyes on them. How much I expect to actually we'll actually see gleamed from it is another question. I think it'll be pretty by the by.
Yeah.
But definitely there will be eyes on it to see if somehow that is not the case. If there's some little nugget left in there or something like that. But I don't really expect that. But there's definitely going to be eyes on it. So if you guys are up and trading around when the FOMC minutes do come out, do expect that if there is some kind of differentiation from the talking points that we had last time, you would definitely see a reaction. However, I don't imagine so.
That.
Yeah.
I mean, which is also kind of refreshing, no? To have like a week where there's not so much data coming out. We can go to you don't have to trade around these events always, and it's quite refreshing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna like the Kevin Walsh Fed. He's gonna like act sort of more when it is, rather than having to have full guidance and looking at every single print, every single word that every other Fed member says. If they talk on like a fireplace chat or like talk to a journal, Wall Street Journal, or just some kind of conference or whatever, having to make sure everything is,
It's kind of good also, to have like one authoritative figure to kind of give a direction. I mean, this can go in a good way, in a bad way, obviously, but in terms of Kevin Walsh, I think in a good way, rather than, always playing the compromise. Because a compromise almost never is like what is in the best for the economy, and the best actually also for the forward trajectory of a central bank. Yeah, and like we're saying below there, guys, drop anything at us. What do you want us to look at? We've been talking a lot about macro, which is part of our little pocket here, of course. Nonetheless, we always try to live trade a little bit and show you what we're in currently, what we're opening, what we're not touching at the moment. Tell us what you're in currently. We'll have a look at it and see if we can drop some pearls of wisdom or unwisdom if it's about pounds, for example.
Yeah. Do we want to do some updates on trades, I guess?
Yeah, let's do it.
Next. Okay, so this was KDX's trade through here. Not myself on the NASDAQ, but I like this. That is basically the same level on a retracement where I would have got back in. That's going pretty well. It's going to be a bit of time. You're probably going to need closer to New York for this to actually like sort of kick off. But I do like that. I'm curious what you think about Euro from here, Dirk, because I think we could actually just keep pushing higher. Because ultimately, on the top side, I do have this 116.30 area as the point to reach. I was looking at some, I don't have the data in front of me, but I was looking at some like options pricing and other bits and pieces the other day, which 116.30 seems like the kind of sweet spot, the target right now. So
I do.
Yeah, getting the whole distance there, I don't know about today, but maybe 116.10, like another stab at these highs. Like we're holding up quite nicely, especially if you go down to the 1 minute even. This is just still bubbling higher.
Yeah, I'm torn a little bit. So at the one side, if I look just here at my 50-minute charts, I'm like prone to say like, hey, I want to trade something like this, like the short, where just the pure reaction, because we have been testing this area like 7 times now. You don't see that on the chart necessarily, by the way, because of some limitations on trading view, how order footprints are processed there. There's a high negative delta, which is a good sign that this is a solid support. However, it overall feels like, and this is outside of a territory of chart analysts, like the market is actually catching up to reality a little bit, to the reality of, hey, things are not as bad as they are. We're not going to see rate hikes. We are, for the minimum, probably going to stay stable. LJ and Dirk were right all the time. Why didn't we listen to them earlier? All the way, sorry, not all the time. And so it feels like when I look at a move for euro dollar like this, that there is some repositioning at institutional levels going on. That we see more selling of a US dollar. Eventually, like, we're going to see the same probably in Aussie. I know it has been lagging behind it a little bit today. And that is like the fundamental side that makes me question a trade like this, because I totally could see that we suddenly really wick a little bit higher, on the slightest positive news, be it like, Iran and USA are suddenly going to become best friends, or whatever it is, I'm making things up here, that we suddenly see something like, whoop, we go all the way to 1630 on the future, or on the CFD. So on the future, that it would be 1640 probably then. Very possible. One of the occasions where I probably am not going to take a trade based just on what I see on the chart, what I see on support and resistance, because that would be too two-dimensional for the whole situation at the moment, which is more complex than just price action or pretty lines being drawn. I don't know how you see that. I think
I agree.
Prone to more buy like a pullback and get into longs, no?
Yeah, I mean, in general, right? I mean, also from a just like a trading standpoint, normally you do get some kind of pullback at some point. Just markets are stochastic in like a short time frame, so you are going to get some kind of pullback, a better entry, which will improve your risk management on the trade, right? So generally, I will look for that, but I think we might have had that. Like, I think today we're getting, again, it's summer markets, we get that melt down type situation. I think we're very much in this melt up type thing. I think we could keep pushing, so I'm considering maybe picking something up here, because there's still good maybe 10, 15 pips in it, which is large-ish movement for summer markets, so I don't mind that overall. And I do agree with you where it's the market sort of playing catch up. I can start to see on the horizon more positive elements coming through. I mean, even like Ukraine-Russia thing has been in the background for a long time. And we seem to see a bit of a turning of the tides, right? So if somehow that comes together, Strait of Hormuz thing, I also see that Trump is very much fed up to a degree with the whole negotiating thing. So whatever happens, I think it's going to become like a shutdown. The thing, US takes it over somehow, some way. Whether it's through the further sanctions or they have a continuing presence. If they have a continuing presence, obviously to fund that, they can't probably do it themselves for a long time. They've got to corral the rest of the surrounding countries, and eventually it just deads itself. But I see that ending. There's oil flowing through anyway. Funnily enough, I can kind of see more positive things on the horizon overall, which is rare because we haven't had that for a long time. It's been tariffs, inflation, war stuff, this, that, everything's bad. But now I'm seeing more stacked positives overall. And I think because the market has been very much in that mode, it's like very dubious, very much questioning that could actually be true. But it's right there in your face if you actually look at it. And so there's a portion of the market that has seen that, hence markets in general, like stocks in particular, have held up quite nicely. But there's definitely the sell side as well, or people sort of chickening out a bit early or wanting to call that doom and gloom factor. I think at some point they have to flip and go, you get a overwhelming swell going to the upside overall. And then same with the dollar stuff we were talking about before.
I mean, on the
I think
1
that's
minute
how-
bars, it's such a beautiful compression pattern. Again, like the triangle, volatility getting compressed, and then you see it like wicking out to the upside or downside.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
similar
that
deal
one.
with this just here. Like,
Exactly that one. No?
yeah.
I like these compression patterns, not because I, can trade them necessarily, but because they show like uncertainty of a market, like the market is
have
waiting
no-
for a trigger.
Yeah, I've noticed the market in general has been playing a lot of these kind of technical
Yeah.
patterns quite well for some time. I think same on NASDAQ, if we go out from the 1 minute. I know you guys can see it, like I've got a bunch of these all over, right? It's been very much break these, crash down, we come back in, rah-rah, similar point still holds, whatever. That was then older, but then we got this new structure through here, broke down, same deal. Oops, I just moved that one. Same deal through here, here, and then the same way when you break the other side, run right up, similar to here, down, do. So yeah, I like it.
Definitely. Yeah. A great question from Shane here. Can you guys explain why stochastic works? Like, why does the market have a natural rhythm of sorts? Yeah, the market has a natural rhythm. That doesn't necessarily mean that stochastic work on the market. It seems on the surface like that mathematical concepts are always good in predicting what the markets are doing. They are not really. So a good example for that is like the standard deviation channel that we like to use here. At least LJ and I and me, it's like one part of my discretionary trading system and records for the futures that I absolutely like to use. And the offline, LJ is offline. Okay. I hope you guys still can see me. That is not a general thing. Let me quickly check over here to see if we are still online. Yeah, seems like we are still online. Good. What I mean by this is that markets or price in general likes to move in what we call a Gaussian normal distribution curve. So in general, price spends most of the time somewhere up here. And then you have rare occurrences where price does like extreme things. Either go extreme to the upside, wick to the upside like crazy, or wick to the downside like crazy. And we can measure this in so-called sigma levels of a standard deviation. And this is exactly what this channel does. So you have this gray line in the middle, which means for the length that I've put in for the standard deviation channel, which is in this case 128 candles on a 50-minute chart, price has been trending down. So the median price for that period is somewhere around currently 29,440. Now, NASDAQ trading up here, for example, where I enter my short trade, means it's like 2 sigma levels elevated to the upside already. That means we are already not here in the standard distribution of price. We are somewhere here already, which should be a rare event. For financial markets, actually not, because they have so-called fat tails than the standard mathematical method. But so you could easily think like, well, if price spends so less time, on those so-called fat tails, like where we are elevated at a +4 or -4 sigma levels, why don't you, just short the market if we reach the +4 sigma level? Why don't you just long the market if we reach the -4 sigma levels? Tempting. I actually tested this through over I think 20 different assets for 20 years of data. You're not going to earn money with this, simply because these so-called fat tails are far more often than they should be in theory. Nonetheless, it can help you to to explain like when might be the right timing to take a position in terms of confluence. And this is exactly what I did this morning, where I saw we are in a downtrend. We are at elevated levels at what was like a +2 sigma, I think, back then for the standard deviation. And we are in a market that trends down. Plus we are seeing good areas of resistance where nesting sell limit orders were absorbing buy pressure from market buy orders. So there are like two layers of confluence right now. And this is for me where a mathematical model like a standard deviation, or you can also express this like I said just now in a Gaussian bell curve, where you look for, we are trading at this spectrum right now or this spectrum. And I have other indicators, price action, quasi-modus, whatever you use for that, divergences, you name it, that are pointing into the direction that price is going to return to median, again, to the top of the bell curve, so to say. Then you can take the trade. But don't be mistaken, if you take something like this, a standard deviation, extreme sigma levels as a trading system in itself, just as a trigger for entry, you're not going to earn money with this. Because very often, those extreme sigma events, so when price is at a 4 sigma, so trading up here, for example, mean actually not that price is going to revert to the median. It means that we are seeing a shift of market regime. So the market is getting out of the downtrend, going into a sideways or directly in an uptrend again. So it's always important to see everything in context. Don't just, look for the holy gray mathematical concept, for the holy gray indicator. You gotta stack things on top of things. Plus, additionally, you have to have a little bit of knowledge or feeling about what is the market behind the scenes actually doing. Like we just said, for example, for euro, look, we are wicking up again here in euro right now. Yeah, from a technical perspective, I would like to take a short trade here. But I think behind the scenes, we are seeing repositioning. So this is going to change from a ranging market, at least for the length of a deviation channel here, to maybe an up market. So I'm with LJ on this one. That probably actually the trade to take in this case is, see if we break through, and on the pullback maybe buy euro dollar in this case. And that in contrary to everything that a pure mathematical model is telling me at the moment. The pure mathematical model is telling me we're at +2.5 sigma on this channel. You need to sell this. We are going to return down here. If that would be true, actually markets could never change regime. We would always be stuck in this sideways channel.
Yeah.
Like if a market would react to the pure math. This is why it's also so dangerous, I know it always looks so beautiful, this standard deviation channel. It looks like, oh, wow, I can super time market. But if we go, for example, on replay here, if I go a little bit back, you can see at that time, the channel looked totally different. So at that time, what in hindsight was like a +4 sigma event was just normal, was just a +1 sigma. So it's really can be very deceiving.
Deceiving or helpful because it's contextual. So because for the same reason that you have that, it's also dynamic, that will update as you go on, right? So I don't know what I missed before when you were talking about the stochastics and stuff. My browser crashed,
the fat tail
thing
again. We spend more time at extreme sigma events in the fat tail of a normal distribution on the markets that in theory we should. Normally a +4 sigma event on a daily chart should happen like every 74 years or something like this. In reality, it happens like every 8 or 9 months.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. So the way to think about stochastics in general and the market being stochastic is you take like 2 points, and the market starts at a certain point and it's going to go to another certain point. But in between, so if we think about like a crow or like a bird or a magpie, I don't know, a crow is probably a good example. Everyone knows what a crow is. It'll start at a certain point and it's going to end up at a certain point. But between there, it can fly to I don't know, McDonald's. Then it goes to the park and it eats some chips. Then it flies over to a car park and takes someone's windshield wiper off the car, and then decides to sometimes even fly all the way back to McDonald's originally, get some more burgers and chips. Then it wants to go up and sit in a tree, talk to his friend. Then he wants to fly over to the post office and annoy the postman who's trying to deliver post, right, on his little bike or something. Then it's going to fly over here, then here, then here, and eventually end up where it goes. So it goes kind of up, down, all over the place at various points, and then can go back to a previous position before going somewhere else next. But eventually it arrives at its like end point. So that's what a stochastic in that kind of description is. It's basically like where the market is going to end up, but at what points can it visit within that travel period, right? So as you guys know, markets kind of go up, they come back, they go up, they come right down, they come back up again, down a bit, up, down, and eventually reach some kind of position.
That's the thing, though. You have a deterministic system, but with enough variables, it becomes indistinguishable from randomness.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, which obviously the market has a whole bunch of those. So hence, it's one of those portions you take as a cluster with everything else, like with the standard deviation type picture, which I use the standard deviation as kind of a ATR-like type measure of the most recent sort of price action for a whatever number of bars that I determine, and I'll go up and down certain time frames. What is the expected, point to point, right, of that stochastic, like base to extreme, essentially. And then I know between there's probably going to be chop in between. Then you can add a stochastic within that. When it gets to extremes, you short back to when it gets to the low point, and then you go long or whatever for it to get to the next high point, and then do that in line with wherever the overall standard deviation channel is directing, whether it's a short or it's long. That's a very simple, literally like two pieces to create a trading strat. It's much more manual. It's very hard to automate something like that because there is context around it. But it works very well.
For what it's worth, if you use something like standard deviation, it's just, for me, it's a great tool to at once get a view on what is the trajectory at the moment, what, not regime, but trend regime are we in. And you can make it as simple as that, channel pointing down. Well, I prefer to look for short trades. If like any of the external factors are not changing, for example, like we just saw on euro dollar, for example, or the dollar in general, channel pointing sideways, well, I can look for longs and shorts. Channel pointing up, well, I should only maybe look for longs. This is like if I come in touch the first time with a concept like this is how I would use it. For what it's worth, this is how I am using it here. It's very, very simple, but sometimes simplicity can be good. Plus the layer, however, that you still need to be aware of the bigger picture. And this is where things become somewhat complicated because you cannot automate this. You cannot automate your feeling of what we just said. We have a feeling, the market here and the dollar is catching up to reality right now. So I don't want to short this at the moment. I might be wrong, of course, always that possibility, but I don't want to risk it because the fundamental picture or sentiment picture from institutions behind the scene that we cannot see is shifting. So this is where experience comes in. And I know this is like what most people understandably have the most problem with, because in all honesty, I couldn't even explain to you. Sometimes it's really rooted in a feeling, that I get when I read stuff.
Yeah, I hate as well because I don't know if it's you've spent obviously you would be as well, Dirk, like well over 10,000 plus hours.
Yeah,
at least. It'd be definitely more than that. I've got 10,000 hours on various video games.
True.
looking at charts and that kind of thing, and you do build that that impulse that you've seen this pattern before, you've seen it, whatever. You don't really even have to look at some other stuff. Sometimes you're just like, oh, yep, that's it, bang, in. And I do that sometimes, and then look at stuff after the fact, which you should still check first, obviously. But as well, there's some times where I'm just like, yep, that's the one, boom, in. Then I'll look around and be like, oh, yeah, confirmed. All right.
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, it's like training a muscle, you know. It's like muscle memory, but in the brain. Brain is also just a muscle, in my opinion, that can be trained to a certain extent. But it's the same when you play tennis, badminton, golf, or whatever. When you reach a certain level with enough good practice, that of course is, you know, things are going to, you know, when you stand in front of a ball with a golf club, with your driver, you do your normal swing, hit the ball good, then it's going to fly, I don't know, 250 yards or whatever. And so there are a lot of variables you can take out of a picture subconsciously, all because of muscle memory. This is why you see professional sport people always have their routine. You know, if you watch tennis, they always do the same. And if they get interrupted in the routine, they start over again because they want to have exactly or almost exactly within an uncertainty window the result that they trained on from their muscle memory. This is also why probably some people would think, like, my God, Dirk, you're like a little bit like a 7. You do like every morning the same stuff before you go in office. Every morning the same. And I do that on purpose because I know when I do that, I'm going to have a higher chance of getting the same results.
Yeah.
So it's
setting up habits and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like you have a routine, that kind of stuff. The same thing with sport, whether it's tennis, same with rugby. Like people go up to take like a place kick, right? A conversion or something else. Got their own little thing. Same with golf. Like you can just feel, because there's a whole bunch of other variables, like you were saying, that come into play, which is like the wind resistance, humidity, all this random stuff. But when you're standing there, you can kind of feel it somehow on your arm. There's like a very subtle thing. You're not measuring it per se, but the rest of your, you know, biomechanics, how your body works and that kind of stuff, you get that slight impulse and you're like, this is either right or not right. Kind of like that.
And then sometimes you have days where you're totally lost, you know, where it doesn't click, you know, and you don't know why. You don't know what you're doing different. It just doesn't click. And when it comes to trading, you would have something like I had in the gold trade on Monday, you know. I did everything right. I picked the perfect take profit, but my entry just sucked balls, you know. And it's true. And so, hello, YouTube. It's me again. Give me the warning, not the channel. And, well, you get what I mean. Sorry for my very graphic language on this one.
I think that's completely fine. That's within.
And this
range.
is really what I struggle like. And well, there are two ways. First of all, I struggle with explaining this because I cannot explain it, and I'm afraid if I can put it into word, I'm going to lose my feeling and on it, my edge on it. Plus, I think this is also what at a certain level differentiates like a beginner trader from a more advanced trader. Because I see a lot of, and I don't want to insult anybody, of course, a lot of beginner traders dreaming of, you know, I'm finding the system, when I'm going to put it on automation and it's just trading for me, I'm getting rich, I can do fun, I don't need to work anymore. Which is not true. All the successful traders I've met in my life, really all, 100% of them, they are in love with the process. What do I mean by this? The process of analyzing the markets, the process of getting to the point where I find this next trade, you know, that is hopefully going to earn myself money. And then seeing that what I thought the market is doing, the market is really doing, and I did everything perfectly. I timed it, I had the perfect stop loss, I had a great take profit. Yeah. I think you need a medal for that. I don't think anybody has done that before. But it's like, if I summarize it, really, it's like you gotta be in love with the process, not only a result.
I definitely agree. Yeah, same deal. Anyone I've met like doing anything when they're trying to copy how someone else has done something is like maybe they have some progress that works because whatever someone else has done obviously has worked. So there is some kind of progression there, but it never kicks off. It's very mediocre.
Yeah, it's
And
like watching Jurassic Park and when you make a movie called Jurassic Pork.
Yeah, exactly. The best people always come up with their own stuff. They're curious about what those people did, and they might take like a couple derivatives from it, but then they'll formulate their own thing. Like they're not against what that person did. It's not like they're not doing it because they think it's wrong, but they're just like, okay, that was cool. See what they did there. Then they keep looking elsewhere and formulate their own spectrum of bits and pieces and put it together. I definitely agree with that. I think I've always done that. I think for a long while I was doing that and thought I was just weird, and especially from other people telling me I'm an idiot for doing this and that and whatever, and not doing something else or what people think is good. But I must say, exactly in that, like, yeah, that's what's led me to up and up and up, not listening to other people. That's never been my direct way. Like, I listen to them in terms of taking something in, but not photocopying, type thing. Yeah.
And you see that so often, in businesses, like especially in marketing, it's like rat poison, really. You hire people, and when they do something like, I'm going to brand ourselves like this, or design our homepage like this, or do this campaign, because in fintech, for example, Revolut does it. The fintech Revolut does it, and they're doing so well. So we're just going to copy their style, and then we're going to become successful as well. Which never works out well. I rather have somebody, proposing something completely crazy and, doing it and failing with it, but then learning from that failure, It's like doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Like, I think, was it Einstein? I don't remember, said it's the definition of insanity. But it takes guts to do that. Of course, you have to be very self-conscious to have the opinion that nobody else has out there. And if you work in a corporate setting and you're not the CEO or very high up the ladder, it's extremely difficult to do that, of course, because you only have one chance. If your first chance fails, then either you become the star if it succeeds, or you're fired or put somewhere in the office in the basement.
Yeah, which is annoying. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, marketing is the bane of everything. It's just. Yeah.
By the way, guys, here on NASDAQ, if we are going to see a turnaround now, I think it's going to be around these levels. Honestly speaking.
You gonna take this here then, or are you gonna let it run for your data?
I think I'm going to take 2/3 off a table here. Then I'm going to put my stop loss to break even and. Let the last third run to wherever initially that was down here. So, I mean, to be fair, that still could be somewhere around the median standard deviation here. But we have quite a good demand level from this prior low during the end of the Asian session down here. I mean, a support level. But let's see. Okay, let me quickly close that here.
I don't want to see that, Dirk.
You don't want to see what?
Dirk?
Yeah, Dirk. Very good.
Dirk?
Sehr gut.
Sehr gut.
Good.
I don't want to see that because I don't want Aussie to drop back again.
I get that.
Right? No. We're finally printing. We're finally coming higher, just a bit.
Yeah, but it's all. I mean, Aussie has a lot of catching up to do in comparison to the euro as well today, no?
It does, yeah. It's. I think it's still negative on the day. It's minus 0.13. Euro's up 0.25.
If you look at all the dollar charts right now and you say I want to go short the dollar, I probably
that's
would,
the euro.
go for the Aussie instead of the euro. At
That's
the
the
moment.
pound.
Yeah. Nobody likes the pound anyway.
Dollar yen coming off. I guess we haven't really talked about dollar yen. So dollar yen was something I messaged or mentioned yesterday. Henry was talking about it because we did have this push above with the saucer. I was saying up through here, I'd still be shorting. We've come right into the bottom of exactly the base level at 77. I was looking for
We were
miraculously.
we were like 6 pips away from my short entry.
Yeah, mine
My
was
limit order
basically-
at 59.80 sitting.
Yeah, it was 77 to 97.
Yeah.
I had that 20-point span. But I also drew this out yesterday, that you get this push back to here, and somehow we get some kind of break higher up towards 160, 80, maybe.
I don't think they let it go over 160.
I
honestly
don't
speaking.
think so either. That's what I was saying to Pedro all last week. I don't think we're getting above 160. He was looking for some higher prints, I believe. Pedro can tell me if I got that wrong when I see him next. But
I mean, it would be typical
I
trade, no? Honestly.
This feels like a bit of a false break because of the activity we've got lately with rates pushing higher, summer markets. It's almost the same as like December, right? So whenever, I mean, I know people talk about like the price is always right in the market. When you see price moving a certain way, the market is correct. I don't believe that. I go, the market is wrong. Take this entire chunk, delete it from the chart, and then just keep the top portion. That's correct. Right, so the same way that I see if we're into that delete portion, I'd be buying in or selling or vice versa, whatever. Very similar to when you have the low volume, low activity, low liquidity, that kind of thing around December, right? Christmas type time. You tend to get those moves that they've hit a certain point, which in traditional markets, high activity, they just hit that level, drop off. You're in a snooze fest. They kind of bleed through. Eventually, people come in or people exit. Comes off. So that's where I think we are. I don't think we push too much higher from here. Obviously, now we've come to this 200 moving average on the 1 hour, so maybe there's like a slight pause here or something, but I think we do just come off overall. Considering shorting from here, I did take some scalp shorts earlier today.
That's good.
But nothing crazy. It was down through here.
I mean, the question,
so I got
of
to
course,
it late, but
the question, of course,
still
is
decent.
like this move doesn't have anything to do with the yen itself. This is like overall general dollar weakness we are seeing. So if we get at these levels now somehow a bounce back for whatever reason, we are very quickly up there again for dollar yen. So I feel like I'm trying to jump into a trade that's already over for the moment if I decide to short it now.
all right. Do you want me to short it, Dak?
Go for it. Since you're already wrong about NASDAQ, it's about time you do a good trade.
Do I take...
Bam!
That was brutal. That was brutal. That was brutal.
That was brutal.
Right there. God damn.
Right in the face.
Look. This is right to my recovery point, right? We're actually right here. This is looking nice.
To be fair, you
Actually-
said like
actually
earlier,
to
you want to see exactly that move to long it.
Yeah, we're seeing that measure right there. So this was KDX's trade before. I want to see this pullback. That's actually like just about
but
to
go
a
long
T.
now. That's what I said just now.
It's pretty beautiful. All right.
If you think regime change, right now this is the level to go long.
All right. I'm long.
Here we go, mate.
There you go. I'm not scared.
How easy it is to provoke you, man. It's so easy to get into your mind and massage all your beautiful synapses.
No, I think this. I do think this is pretty good. Like it aligns with everything else as well. So
I agree with you. Honestly speaking, if we don't turn, I don't want to trade with turnaround here. I would consider, should we see in the future something like the lows we saw this morning at around, what is that, 8 UTC my time. So that, what is that, 6 a.m., end of the Asian session, the lows here. I definitely would consider closing the remainder of my short trade and switching to a long position there. But I don't like, it feels like if I zoom out here a little bit more, like
have you looked at the S&P?
Yeah.
Because I feel like if the NASDAQ
pretty much the same, but
down there again,
a little bit more flat.
Yeah, but if the NAS comes down there again, I mean, S&P's going into... We're kind of already in like a open air pocket right now. But I think we need to find some kind of formation.
Well, we will, yeah. But
I'd be doubtful if we just collapse.
no, it's not. We're not just going to collapse. It's like pretty much, I mean, for what it's worth, what we've been seeing... Yeah, like, okay, this was a steep decline here, but here's like a slow grind to the downside with the occasional hiccup. This could as well be something like we saw here, although we don't have the wicks we had yesterday there. So, yeah. Would, at the moment, take some action for me to get convinced. Just pure from a technical standpoint to go long, honestly speaking, in both, be it NASDAQ, be it the S&P, be it also gold. Although gold is
I think
holding up
gold's
a bit better.
Yeah.
But you still see the pocket here, no? You see like where the limit orders for selling and buying are sitting, and it's very close together. So
Yeah, I do.
no way of taking. We have a bearish divergence though here right now.
Yeah, that's why I've been in and out of gold.
So
all
it
day.
could
Like,
also be
it's-
something like this, like a slow grind down again. Nothing tradable, though, at least for me.
Shane saying, so what you're saying is good traders are all masochistic. They really
Absolutely. You gotta be a special kind of breed, in order to make this your profession.
I would agree with that, to be honest. I think it's very similar to business. Like we've talked about this before, and not just like general business, like really trying to build something large, not just like opening a cafe. Nothing wrong with opening a cafe. That's fine.
Especially if you want to burn money, open a cafe.
That made me cough. Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of like dollar cost averaging into the S&P. Right? It's not that difficult, right? It's a cafe. It's got a few moving parts. You probably dollar cost average it into the highs every time. So it's very unfortunate, but yeah, I think you do have to have a certain type of mentality, personality to trade, or I mean, trading is essentially running your own business as well, obviously, and yeah, it's not for everyone. I think most people that are traders, and you've got like a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and they're just like, what the hell are you doing? I'm sure this will relate to 95% of you guys out there. They're just like, what are you doing? What is this? This doesn't make sense. Why are you up at these hours? You're putting this money here, you're doing that. What are you talking about? I have no idea what's going on. Blah, blah, blah. Family, friends, the whole 9 yards.
There's only two, like you can either be on the lower or higher end of a spectrum. Either they think you're completely moron and idiot, or they think you're some kind of financial genius. And then
Yes.
you get questions like, okay, Dirk, if I give you $500 now, how long to turn it into 5,000? And then they expect like a serious answer to this. It's like,
Yeah, they're not kidding. They're
yeah,
serious.
they're not kidding, you know. They,
Yeah.
they think you are like an ATM, you know, a personal ATM for them.
Yeah. Yeah, because it goes 500 to 5,000, and then it goes straight to like, sometimes some people like 10K, other people like, when is 50K?
Yeah.
Then after 50K, how do I get to 500 and then
Yeah.
a million, buy a house and then retire?
Exactly.
Can you do that for me in 3 years? And you're like,
For free.
brother, no, first of all. Secondly, definitely not free. They're like, wait, I got to pay for this? You're like,
And then you're going to be the hero when you turn the 500 into 800. Then you
Yeah.
lose 200 again, go back to 600, and they are going to withdraw the money because you're an idiot. You don't know what you're doing, obviously.
correct.
Been
And
through
they'll
that,
say that,
multiple times. This is why I stopped managing other people's money.
yeah, and they'll be like, Sean at the gym that I lift, train chest on Tuesdays with, he bought Ethereum or something else, and he's up 200%. And you've lost 20%. What are you doing? You know, it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
shut up.
I know this guy from the internet, you know, who promised me he can make me a millionaire by next week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Bloody hell.
Yeah, that's exactly here. I think that's a place where I grew up. Trading is just gambling for them. You cannot make them understand otherwise. That's the thing, you know, like trading is very often equal to gambling in people's minds when it couldn't be farther from the truth. I liked very much what you were just saying, LJ, treating trading as a business. And every trade is a business decision. And for whatever reason, when it comes to trading, people think like an asset that is going against them massively, it's a good idea to buy that asset again, you know, to get your buying price lower to hopefully then get out with a blue eye on break even. You never would do that if you run a business, you know. You never get the idea if you're selling shoes, and I know I've made this comparison a lot in the past as well, and you have a model that's just not selling to your clients to order more from that model. In the hope, you know, that your clients suddenly start buying it. It doesn't make any sense. Yet here we are with trading.
Yeah. Only place that might work is like commodities.
Yeah.
If you actually are manufacturing something.
I was just going to
Wow,
say,
iron ore is cheap.
if you are into physical
Copper is
delivery,
cheap.
that is, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
very good.
LJ,
Right.
can you come and, you know, pick up your 2.5 million barrels from your futures contract? Physical delivery.
2 tons of copper spool.
Yeah.
And it's sent on trucks. Just, yeah.
Is it going to fit in my sedan?
The Volvo, no good. Saab, no good.
Yeah.
The Beamer,
Volvo, maybe you have a little chance, true. Alrighty.
what about the DAX?
Oh, come on.
Jerry's asking about the DAX. Look, today's become kind of quiet for our session today, guys. So, Dirk's like, no, I'm not talking about the DAX. Hang on. We'll
I'm
jump
out of
into
here.
the DAX.
Sorry.
Here we go. So, I haven't looked at the DAX in a little while, but
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. It says you're offline.
I might need to.
Let me check the stream. Stream, your headshot was frozen. Okay, I think Dirk is coming back. Okay, regardless, guys. So the DAX, it's going to be pretty similar to the other indices. Obviously, we've had this sort of tech AI chip DRAM type route coming through the market. So we've had this pullback through here. Oh, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So the DAX to me looks very much like the S&P, right? We've had this push through new highs, that kind of thing. Go and look at the S&P. Come right down through here. Let's hide all this junk. Let's get rid of this as well. Yep. There we go. So very similar to the S&P. The S&P obviously through today has dropped a touch through these base lows, but you can see that and the DAX very similar. So it seems like we're starting to build up support, just like I was saying to Dirk earlier. So S&P, you laugh at that.
So you just
I'm trying.
say Dirk.
I'll get better.
Like,
I'll get better. I'll get better.
it makes
Don't worry.
me
I'll
feel
perfect
like
it.
so weird.
I'll perfect it soon. I promise. Okay. So yeah, just like the S&P and the NASDAQ, at least for today, I think we do get some kind of recovery. I can't see us just falling out of bed down, you know, kind of wiping out this big gain that we had. Not just yet. Unless there's somehow something in like the Fed minutes that drives us lower, but I don't expect anything from there. Or if there's another capitulation in the tech stocks, which I also don't see right now. I think this has been a bit of a over-exaggeration. We have summer markets, that kind of thing, like I was saying. So I would actually prefer the DAX right now to buy up on the same principle. It's definitely got a better support structure overall through here. And I'd probably be going long right now, at least, off this support level. Since we have very defined...
Dropping a casual 7-hour trade onto the chart.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Maybe you could take it out prematurely about 2.6, 290 or something, like just by these heads, whatever. But I think we do continue to push higher. And obviously, hence you've got defined risk right here. Very small risk for potential upside. And it's a very clear trade that you can reverse it if you see this actually push on. You end up getting short, go something like that. Now start looking down towards probably these head levels right here. And that's still like a 2-to-1 you could get through there. Right? But I'd prefer to buy off of this general support cluster through here.
I can see that.
There's your DAX.
However,
That's-
NASDAQ looks like it wants to go lower still, like breaking through the support a little bit right now. Time is flying, by the way. We already are at the end of our session, LJ. Can you believe it?
Oh, we are too.
We are. So we are
even
going
realize.
on a break right now, I think. Until when is it? I still don't.
For half an hour, guys. So, yeah, for you guys that haven't tuned in either Monday, Tuesday, and aren't aware yet, or you didn't see the announcement in the Discord, we've started the stream an hour earlier. And then we're going to have the London coverage. So end of Asia, London coverage, then have a half an hour break, then roll into end of London and into New York after that, right? So from here, we're going to have a half-hour break. Guys will be met once again with, I believe, Rich and Buyu coming back on in about 30 minutes from now. So hopefully volume picks up, that kind of thing. But apart from that, see you guys very shortly. Tune in. You can go take a break, get something to eat, have a glass of water, whatever else. And from both myself and Dirk, thank you very much. We will see you, Dirk, next week. I'll see you guys
Monday
tomorrow.
again, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Take care.
Peace
Bye-bye.
out.
Peace out.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back.
Welcome back. So
How is everyone doing? It's hump day.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Wednesday already, I think. If
We
I'm not
call it
mistaken.
Small
It is
Saturday,
Wednesday.
mate. It's Small
Huh?
Saturday, mate. It's Small
Small
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Who called it Small Saturday? Is that a South African thing?
Yeah, it's a South African thing.
Ah,
It's actually
you guys
Thursday,
have like
but
a. Speaking of South Africa, I did like as part of my evening off yesterday. I just had like a little evening off just to enjoy, just to relax. I started watching some old South African chants, so like rugby chants and stuff from schools and stuff. Because
really?
yes, because they are such a vibe. If you go to the Discord, I've actually posted one of them in there, uh, because like I enjoyed them so much. So if in the music room, if you guys want to like check out the kind of vibe they have going on in South African schools, uh, you might want to give that a look on your break.
Oh, dude, I didn't even see that. I'll go and have a little look there.
But yeah, that is in the break room in music. Um, there's such a vibe. I like it genuinely makes me wish, oh yeah, like I would love to have gone to school in South Africa if you guys are doing this.
Yeah, we just don't have great school lunches, so
Who does?
I don't know. I think America has like actually South Korea. I think South Korea has like amazing school lunches and stuff like that. I assume. I don't actually know. It's just a major assumption. Anyway, welcome back to everybody. This is the pre-New York session. It's with myself, Richard, and Buyu over here. We're going to take you through for the next hour or so into what we think is going to take place during the New York session, as well as any trades that we may be currently in. And then after our little hour-long section, you will be taken towards the end of the stream for 2 hours after that with Victor and Samir going through their thoughts of what New York session is going to bring. And then afterwards, you will all be directed to the Futures channel once this one is over. All right, cool. Why would you do that?
Why would I do what? What did I do this time? Well, the South African chants. They're such a vibe. Like the one I've got one stuck in my head right now, which is you talk a lot of nonsense with your mouth, with your mouth. When the things are down, we go south, we go south. I know this lady, her name Felicia. Oh, she's very hot. Ooh yeah, shisha. Ooh yeah, shisha. Ooh yeah, shisha. This girl is very hot. Ooh yeah, shisha. And then they just get louder and louder, and it's like you see the whole school. At least it looks like the whole school just joining in the one big chant, and it's like, wow, this
You
is
should see at
crazy.
sports festivals, like if there's like a rugby match or like a soccer match or anything like that, the stadium, the whole stadium, they jump up and down. I'm talking school level. I'm talking on the school level stuff. I'm not talking about like the professional level. Professional level, we've got stuff called vuvuzelas, which you either hate or you love them. It's one of the two. You're not like they're okay. You either hate them or you love them. But for the school level, they like jump up and down on these stadiums, and it's a vibe. It's definitely a vibe. You have to be there to experience it because you can feel the vibrations, everything.
Yeah.
And it's something. But yeah, we grew up with that. We used to it's a spirited event. Let's put it like this. If you were a school kid and you had to go to athletics or rugby or whatever, you had these events, and we in Afrikaans we call them geesman, which just literally means like catching spirit. So you have like almost like the I don't know what's the English word for it. The cheerleaders, effectively.
Yeah.
Like in the front, that's kind of like running the chant, and then everybody else just kind of like carries on. Anyway, it's a big thing.
Okay.
Playing 100 to 500 people, this is probably like 80 kids, like just 80 school kids at an event, just absolutely going apeshit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between like 100, 500 people just like sitting in silence and 100 to 500 people going absolutely crazy, singing in unison. And then the drums kick in.
Yeah, it's next level. It's next level. Anyway, you're going to update us on your trades that you took, I think, from Friday already. You were in them yesterday. You're still in some of them today, I'm assuming?
Yes. So I've entered a few new trades. I got out of some of the trades, got taken out. Let's have a quick overview of the trades I'm still in. And yeah, LJ, I'm not ignoring you. I do want to see like a bit of an Aussie versus South Africa showdown later, but we can address that in a bit. So trades I'm already in. BTC long, Bitcoin long, I'm in. GBP USD, this is one that I've held for a while. Reason I was a little bit annoyed at the start of the week is that we broke through after a while, only just come back, which was like, okay, you're just peeing me off now. So I'm still on my GBP USD long as well as my Euro USD long. And two new trades I've jumped into are the NZD JPY short and also a USD JPY short. NZD JPY was at the end of yesterday. I just jumped in, and USD JPY I just jumped in this morning, looking for the targets down there. So I'm going to quickly go over the trades I am no longer in before I jump back to these ones. Shao USD. Yesterday we was talking about the 4385 level. I said once it went through there, that I'd be expecting it to go down to 4365. But I didn't want to jump into the trade because I said there's not enough in it for me because I use trading stop losses instead of take profits. Not enough in it for me to really be like, I want to jump into the trade. I was afraid, it might, if it wanted to, turn back around too quickly. But I was definitely saying that, hey, we should go short if we break through the 4385. So we have. I'm not going to be jumping back into any gold trades until we hit one of these levels. Just straight up. So
Okay.
at the moment, I'm still bearish, just on the fact that I was bearish from before. Bearish once we went through 4385. And I'd be looking to go long at this level if it comes back down there. But yeah, I'm bearish until we hit an equal high or an equal low. And the other trade I got taken out of was the NAS. This was a bit more of a sad one for me. I probably could have moved my stop loss up there in hindsight, but oh well. Got taken out, I believe it was here. Oh no, it was 29590, so 29610. So where I've got this line here, which is now my entry, as it were, that's where I got taken out. It's almost touched that equal low level, so I've decided to put a warning on just in case it touches up here, because I'll count that as basically an equal low. That is fairly similar to that level down there. It's just a little bit off. It's acceptable. If I go there, I look at the bottom, it's 29362.1 versus 29352.4. Less than 10 pips away. I'd say they're roughly the same, considering the price of NASDAQ is in the 30K, in the tens of thousands.
Yeah.
So if it goes up here, past the 29620 on my chart, I think it'll be 29600 on 5ers level. I'd be looking for longs, just to show you what it looks like on a 15-minute chart. So once it breaks through this level, then I'd start looking for longs, because then you've broken through that high, that low, high, lower, low. You've broken through that pattern if you get back up here. And I'd be targeting the highs again once we get through there. But for now, not in that trade, just sitting tight on my hands. Bitcoin, sitting tight. Yeah, so Bitcoin, I think I spoke earlier about why I got into this. So still long on that. I don't know if you have any thoughts on Bitcoin, Rich.
Very few, and they would probably not be worth anything. I de-invested in Bitcoin quite a while ago, so I to be honest with you, I have not checked Bitcoin in, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 months. I haven't had a look at it at all.
Oh wow, okay. So you haven't jumped on the bandwagon yet of the rainbow, the stock to flow model.
No, I mean that was only discussed yesterday for the first time by Griff, and I was hoping Griff could give me like insider information first before I just jump on it. No, That's his his investment. He can have it. He can
Okay.
help me at the end of it if it goes in his way or goes in his direction. But for me, it's okay.
Okay, because Dirk is also on the same bandwagon. I think he was
Yeah,
talking
but I
about
mean,
wanting
it's
to
in his
jump in.
name. It's
Yeah.
literally in his name. Good, the bad, the Bitcoin. He's on it.
Okay, yeah, maybe a bit of bias there. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I also got my position on Euro USD, as mentioned. Got annoyed with it because it went up, NFP. Then decided to spend the whole week come back down. Even CPI couldn't move it. Then finally we broke up, and then we had like a little bit of a retracement the Monday, Tuesday, which I was like, come on, just go up, hit the targets here.
Just hit it.
Just work with me, man. Work with me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking for it to hit the targets. I'm actually quite hopeful of it coming up to here, but I'm gonna wait for it to hit these highs. So I'm just gonna take this off for a second so you can see the equal highs a bit more clearly. So the equal highs are here, and that's the level that I want it to hit. And then I'm gonna move my stop loss again, and then the next set are up here. So that's what I'm aiming for after these equal highs get retested. So hopefully that should happen soon. It looks like it's well on its way to hitting those equal highs. And then I move my stop loss. I'll go to the 15-minute chart and then look for the last major swing low. So that, for me, probably would look like, here we have a high, low, higher high. That's the clearest one for me. I know you have a bit of a one here and a bit of a one there, but I prefer to just go for the really clear one here. So keep my stop loss there, potentially, or move it just a little bit higher to maybe 1.566 or 1.565.
I mean, how much does it need to retrace in order to get back to your entry point?
So my entry point was at the 1.5735 and it's 1.61 now. So
5735.
Yeah.
It needs to retrace 38 pips. Was it 38?
It is, 38 pips.
Yeah. So what's the average true range?
I don't use ATR.
You don't?
No.
Oh, nor do I. I just thought maybe, let me see if I can get it ATR. Average true range. Let's go on to the daily. The current average true range on the daily is 48. So, yeah, I mean, not or moving it to just below the daily range right now, or the day open, let's put it like that, there is a chance that it can move its way down there if you just take into account the average true range. It's actually Victor that got me onto the ATR, just kind of looking at the theoretical potential of a full move being taken. You take into account the idea that the ATR plays a role because it takes into account the average range over like a day.
Yeah.
And on average, we're losing steam. As you see the range come down, you're like, in general, the amount of movements that you have in one day is slowly but surely condensing or expanding.
Do you know what average it takes over? Like, is it over 200 days average or 100 days average? How's the ATR calculated usually?
I'll go and have a look at the exact calculation of it, but you can just use the reference value, I think, when you open it up and you just check it uses the. Let's do it right now.
Yeah. Do we switch over to your screen? See how that looks?
Let's open up the source code. Yeah, we can bring over to mine. Okay, so it says deviation 14, minimum 1. Smooth length is input title length, so it is the time frame that you're using, 14 intervals of that.
14
1 to 14 time frame. RMA, and then it uses a smooth moving average and exponential moving average. Let me just come on, highlight again. Why aren't you highlighting? This one. Okay, it doesn't want to highlight, but it seems as though it uses the 14 and the 1 minimum. So the length input deviation of 14 and 1 of whatever time frame you're using.
Okay, so it's really recent, like it's biased towards a recent performance rather than like...
So it takes, in this case, it's RMA. I'm not sure what RMA is. Range moving average? What is a smooth? That's regular. EMA obviously is going to calculate more closer to the most recent time.
Weighted moving average.
18, 19, 19, 22. I actually don't know what RMA stands for, to be dead honest with you.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Go over to the daily. So 48 on the RMA, smooth is 44, EMA is 43, and the weighted is 40. Interesting. Interesting. That's why I don't use those kind of things. Like I will use the MACD because I like the MACD, but I know Dirk and LJ don't like the MACD at all.
Yeah, MACD isn't really for me. I've basically removed everything else, like from my charts. I don't use RSI. I don't use VWAP. I don't use the moving averages. Any of them. Just
naked charting.
Naked charting.
I'm definitely going to start doing that a lot more often because I do feel as though the indicators can help kind of like disrupt your bias a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you'll keep referring to, yeah, but it's not below the 50 MA, that kind of like stuff. Anyway, on EU, this was what I drew up, I think, on Monday. It was either Monday or yesterday. I can't remember exactly when I marked this up, but this was basically in reference to your move. I think it was Monday. We had this downward channel, like the high that kept respected, and then eventually this week, last week basically, the end of last week, we came into this consolidation round about the top edge. We had these multiple low points down here, which we struggled to break through, so an area of support. Came into the top end of this downward channel. So you can basically have another line drawn down here. Anyway, you'll have the same reference point. Top end, we came into consolidation, and then we started breaking, and that's why I said, well, if we're going to start moving back up, first and foremost, we need to break through this area over here, which was the last swing point on the, let's say, the 16th and the 17th of June, which we came to test, I think it was on Monday. So we need to come and test that first. We tried pushing lower off of Monday, and we struggled, and now we're back again. So I really think that your EU trade is good to hold. Because we've already had one reaction off of that area, and it's not broken lower. The initial reaction that we had over here did not push price lower. So I think there's a potential chance for us to come to this area over here, which I had marked up, which was a nice established zone that had multiple areas of support and resistance reactions. So where we bounced off of it, pushing higher, came up to it from below and reacted, pushing lower. So a higher area of confluence. And then if this area over here reacts as an area of resistance, then we should see it, try and push back down again. But then at least you have this area over here as support. And then we can see whether or not it can continue pushing higher. So imagine it does this. Where's my drawing tool? It breaks through, hits that, rebounds off of that, and breaks through again with its idea of moving back into this area over here, which just happens to be another higher confluenced area to test. So I like your EU long idea.
Thank you.
Don't know how long. I don't know how long it's going to carry on doing this. I mean, from where we are right now, to get to that is 130 pips. So quite a bit more than the average true range. But I mean, if things look good, there is a potential. I mean, if we just look at the weekly as an example, very, very strong. Okay, wait, let me remove that. Very, very strong week that bounced out of this area, and it's been nothing but bullish weeks since then. So this is now our 4th bullish week on EU, 3 of which have broken the most recent downward channel that we've had. So there could be a bit of a retracement try to get back down here into this consolidation area and then potentially pick up again. We'll see. So I like your EU long. So this area down here, this consolidation, kind of like trudge down, and then pick up from there again. That would be nice.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm hoping it doesn't come back down too much because, frankly, I'm annoyed with it spending so much time consolidating and coming back down. So I just want to see it kind of move up. This is me wishful thinking, not necessarily how I think it's going to play out. I just want to see it touch, at least 1.1645, that kind of region. Then I move my stop loss. Then I'm happy. And if it comes back and takes me out after that, whatever. I've moved my stop loss to profit. I'm good. If it goes, shoots up and goes to the 1.17 level, 1.18 would be, really ambitious. Then happy days, frankly.
I also see this area over here potentially as a nice area of interest because it's acted as areas of support and resistance quite a few times as well on its way trying to break up. We did have a break and close above and a continuation. So maybe not really either breaking lower than this area or not breaking lower than the low of the week so far. So the weekly low, I think, potentially is the area of support.
Yeah, at the moment, I've got my stop loss set to the basic beginning of the week. So right at the bottom of the candle where this week began, right at that bottom of that candle, that's where I've got my stop loss set. So it's currently at 1.1562 to be precise, is where I've got my stop loss.
1.562.
Yeah.
So right there.
1.1562, sorry. So just underneath that.
1.156.
2, yeah.
62.
So yeah, around there. That's where I've got my stop loss set.
Okay, so you're just below this. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to move much lower than the weekly low. At least not today, not tomorrow, not Friday. And if we do decide to move lower, it's going to have to be off of a very sudden news event with follow through. But as it stands right now, a little bit of consolidation from yesterday into this morning. A very bullish day so far in comparison to yesterday. Breaking above the zone as well. First area of interest to test. Could be a bit of a pullback and then continue up. But yeah, I do. I'm going to say it again. I do like your EU long. I'm in a NASDAQ short at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, let's check that out.
But I think oh, no, it hasn't. All right, so I missed this one this morning. So I wanted to take this long. My entry point was on the close of this candle here. And wasn't paying attention. It just moved without me. I think I saw it over here when it was already at this point, and I decided, I'm not gonna wait for it. So what I did is I set a pending order to take entry at that point. Now you can see it hit it here on TradingView, but it did not activate in MetaTrader, and that's because of the spread. So it literally bounced off of that point, but it did not enter me because of the spread. So it went on without me. It is what it is. Anyway, so this one was a missed trade, even though it was a perfect example of what I look for, except for the reaction off of an established zone, which we did not really have. There was no established zone just yet, because this point over here broke lower. So I want this is a semi-perfect example. A perfect example would have been if these two were swapped around. So if the initial one, if this move down here was actually the low of the day, and then we had this movement here just slightly above, that would have been the perfect reaction, along with us breaking these previous little high swings and then trying to break a little bit lower, and then continue up, try to break a little bit lower, continue up. That would have been the perfect entry in my book. Anyway, so the reason why I decided to take this one is we had this area of consolidation, which was the high of Tokyo. We broke above, and then we immediately went into consolidation. So we broke above Tokyo. We just struggled. We just went nowhere for quite a while. Obviously, having missed this first trade, I was looking for a potential second trade. We started to move lower with conviction. So, when I talk about candle characteristics, I always refer to a range of candles comparative to a previous range of candles. In this case, we had quite strong downward pressure out of consolidation. So, theoretically, you're looking for either a retest of the consolidation. So I'm just going to mark this as consolidation. You have this movement. Consolidation, break, retest, continuation is generally what you're looking for as an idea. But if I just reference, every single time we had an attempt, so bullish attempt on this candle right here, weak in comparison to the previous movements that we've had, more similar to this move over here, Then 1, 2, 3 bearish candles, not the strongest, but then the comparative follow-up bullish candles, just no momentum whatsoever. So just classic sign for me of this is consolidation. The high and the low point, we stay restrictive within that. And then eventually, when we start breaking out and we start getting an attempt to try and push back up again with this bullish candle over here, this one barely covers one candle, one previous bearish candle in a sequence of bearish candles. And then once again, so this is a established area. So consolidation is an established area. We have a reaction off of that established area, strong reaction pushing lower. Momentum is on the side of the bears. Bulls have proven that they cannot hold this level anymore. They cannot push it even higher. Price started coming lower. Entry. Perfect. I did decide, however, to split my entry into two entries, basically, to two take profit points. So TP1 and TP2, once TP1 is hit, I was going to move my stop to break even, and then I'll let the rest run. The only reason I'm doing this right now is because I wasn't too sure about the longevity of this. I wanted to secure some profits. I had some other work to do, and I couldn't really pay attention to the trade. And when I want to do that, I want to ensure that I lock something up on my way down. It's my comfort zone. I prefer having profits taken at certain points. So TP1 was half of the position removed, and then TP2 is going to be the other half. So right now, this is a risk-free trade. This was a 0.5% trade. So this was a 0.25% profit. So right now, 0.25% locked up in terms of account equity or account balance, 0.25%, and it's now risk-free. So even if it were to come up and hit the stop loss, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. I've already secured something, but in my mind, it's because I feel like this is more of like it's a B plus at most setup, where this was an A, almost an A plus. Or if we're talking about anime references, this is a B, this would have been an A, and if these 2 points over here were reversed, that would have been an S. That would have been an S class trade.
Nice.
S rank trade. So yeah. No, so right now, still in this one. We're getting closer and closer to that time, like around about 2 o'clock my time, which is over here, where we start having that pre-New York session volatility, or let's say volume start increasing. So I don't expect this to hit TP2 at all, because we're starting to already struggle to push even lower here. So I'm happy that I moved to stop loss, the stop loss to break even. Yeah, we'll just let this one be. I mean, I could close it right now and theoretically lock up another, I don't know, like 1/8%, bringing me up to 0.35 or 375%. There's just no point. It's already risk-free. I'm going to now start looking at potentially what New York can bring for me to potentially look for another trade. And that trade will then be a full risk. So instead of 0.5% like I did here, that will be a full percent straight 1 to 2. So 1%, 1 to 2, that would be a 2%. I'm gutted that I missed this one, because this would have been it would have been a 0.5% trade, if I'm dead honest with you, not a full 1%. Yeah. 0.5%, but it would have been a 1% take profit had it entered. It is what it is. Not the end of the world for this one. So at least having some profits for the day.
Yeah. I was going to say, how far away from so you've got 0.25%, I think you said, locked in for the day so far?
Yeah.
And you aim for 2% a day, right?
No, I don't aim for a specific percentage. I aim for a specific R ratio, effectively.
Okay.
Yeah. So I will change up whether it's 0.5% or 1%, depending on which day it is, and depending in which session we are. New York session tends to have larger movements and more quickly, so I don't have to stay in a position all that long. So I usually go 1% during New York. And the London session tends to have these longer drawn out time, like you stay in the trade a lot longer. There I usually go down to 0.5%. So that's why I say this first one most probably would have been a 0.5% trade. And then also depends on the day. So if we have high impact news on New York, I reduce my risk to 0.5%.
Yeah.
If we have a Monday, I reduce my risk for both as well. Because first day after the weekend news, weekend like positioning where people are like looking at potentially entering trades and stuff like that, you almost always see a gap and then some sort of reaction. Like on Monday, we had this gap here, and then when New York opened up, look at New York, like look at this massive wick, and then this is a massive range. Like this whole segment here is 107 points, and you're in this for almost an hour, and then eventually you have some sort of break, and then you eventually start picking a side. So this is the kind of price action that I'm looking for to start looking at getting into a trade. The failure to break certain swing points, long wicks like this tends to, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of this kind of like long wicks at the open, because it signifies, okay, we tried to go up, but we struggled. We closed lower, which means that the bears are trying to push it lower. And then you just have this follow up 1, 2, 3 very bullish candles. And I'm like, ugh, I don't want to trade this. So I just wait. I just wait until I start seeing candles like this. So that to me, and even this segment like this, tells the story a little bit better than what this over here is telling me. If that makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
The story that is being told to me is that there's volatility without directional bias. Here we have slightly less volatility, more directional bias. The downward push that we had here, these two candles, these two bearish candles, was completely eaten up by these two bullish candles, which was then immediately itself also eaten up by these bearish candles, which then in turn started to produce this attempt at a downward push. So, but at no point are you really breaking and closing lower than the previous swing points. So all of this price action down here, all of this is just, it's volatile. We haven't picked a side. We try to push up higher. We go straight into consolidation. We barely break that recent swing point, and we don't even break this area and close. We break it, but we don't close above it at all. It's basically just a sweep. And then eventually we're like, okay, cool. Now we're starting to print the direction that we want to go. And then that's where I want to get in. Try and push it lower. That gives me more than enough space for a potential. Let's say you have the high dropping lower high, and then convict of 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. So drop, base drop on the close of that one as an example. Look for a 1 to 2. There we go. There's the 1 to 2. I could have done that over here. I could have done that over there. I probably wouldn't have taken this one, to be dead honest with you, because we haven't swept and closed any low at all. We just kind of like wicked it. But this low swing that we had over here was closed through by this candle over there. And then we have a base and then a follow-up. So that would have been the ideal entry point for me, leading to a 1 to 2. So where was I going with this? I don't even remember what was my original point.
Well, I think the point was where to get into what your bias is. I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, okay. So just got taken out on this one. So this one is locked up right there. That was never hit. That was hit. Okay, so out of this trade right now, going to look for the next follow-up trade for NASDAQ.
Yeah, because you were mentioning that you have a set R per trade per day rather than a set percentage per day that you kind of look for. Yeah.
It's going to change from day to day, but I always keep it between 0.5% and 1% in general. When I get an account to a funded phase, I drop to 0.25% and I leave it at 0.25%.
Okay, that's fair.
Then I don't adjust.
Yeah, very reasonable money management. I mean, compared to what some people risk on accounts, 2%, 3%, 4%. It's 0.25 will definitely keep your account for a while.
I mean, down here, I have number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. These are all 100K accounts. These are all the summer accounts.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
3, 4, 5, and 6 are 100K accounts. That means if these ones get passed, there's no incentive for me to look for $10,000 per trade. There's no incentive whatsoever because I can only get a maximum of 2K payout every 2 weeks per account. So I'm more incentivized to drop my risk, make sure that I can have longevity with those accounts so that I can get the payouts on a regular basis. And risking 0.25% on a 100K account is risking $250. A 1 to 2 risk to reward gives me on average a $500 take profit point. So based on my R ratios and stuff like that, I can, and my current expectancy, all of that kind of like stuff, and my win rate and whatnot, I can, over the space of 2 weeks, which is 10 trading days, I can reach 2.5K relatively easily without risking the bank.
Which is actually an important point because we had a question earlier. I'm just trying to scroll back to it now from tstyle.volume, who was begging you for clarification. I'm just trying to figure out how many minutes ago that was. Just give me a second.
You can read it right on the side where it says the amount of time.
I usually check the comments
this
by
one.
phone. Which is, yes.
This one. The withdrawal cap is $2,000 on the summer account. Is that before or after profit split? It's after. So the actual withdrawal request maximum is 2K, which means that's after profit split. So the profit split is 80-20, which means that 80% of the total amount that you've made is going to be your payout cap. So $2,000 is after the payout cap. or it is after the split. So you need to make $2,500 to qualify for the maximum payout of 2K with the 80-20 split. Makes sense. So that's maximum every 14 days. And that's per 100K account. So if I spoke about this earlier this morning, it's the allocation that you're allowed to have with the summer accounts. We're just talking about the summer accounts now. Forget about all the other accounts that we have, just the summer accounts. You are allowed to have $600,000 in initial allocation across those accounts. So your purchase allocation is $600,000, which means that you can have any combination up to 600,000 between the 100Ks and the 200K high stakes summer accounts. So there's 3 ways that you can do it effectively. You can have all 6 the 100K accounts, which will then give you your full allocated 600,000 purchase power from purchasing from the beginning. So all 6 100Ks, you're already at 100K. You're allowed to copy trade all of them, no problems. All right. The second option that you can go for is you can go and get 4 100Ks and 1 200K, which will give you $600,000 purchase allocation. And then you can trade them, you can copy trade them. And then the other option is you go for 200Ks and 2 200Ks, which gives you $600,000 as well. So the $200,000 accounts has a payout cap of 3K every 2 weeks per account. And then the $100,000 accounts has $2,000 every 2 weeks payout cap, which means depending on which one of those 3 scenarios you basically choose, 2 200s, 2 100s, 4 100s, 1 200, or 6 100s, is going to depend on what is your maximum allowed payouts across all of the accounts every 2 weeks. And it's not going to be entirely the same. But you can have maximally, I think it's $24,000 per month payout across the 6 accounts if you have the 6 100Ks. Because it's $2,000 every 2 weeks per account. And you can have 6 of them. It's $12,000 every 2 weeks, maximally. Well, yeah. I'm just talking about the maximum values. We're not talking about what theoretically or what you should be having in general or realistically, but that's the caps. That's the maximum amounts that you can have. It's $24,000 per month with just the summer accounts. It becomes $22,000 on the CFD side. It becomes $22,000 if you split it into 4 100Ks and 1 200K account, and then maximally $20,000 per month if it is the two 200s and the 2 100s. Because it's 3K, 3K, 2K, 2K, which is 10K every 2 weeks, which is 20K.
Yeah, first world problems would be to only
stuff to think about when stuff to think about when you think about it. First world problems. I can only withdraw 24K in winnings per month. Yeah, that's the thing. It's optimization. Let's put it like that. It's the time versus the amount of effort that I put in, and what am I going to receive for that time and effort? 6 100Ks, $24,000 maximally every 2 weeks. Sign me up.
Yeah. And since you've got 4 of them now, that means you qualify for the Pro Booster Pack, right? So there's a few benefits that come with that. We talked about the Trade the Pool one. We know that even though you do get a free Trade the Pool account, you probably won't be taking advantage of that because it's too much on the plate right now. Although I would say QQQ is the same as NASDAQ. Just saying, if you want to trade the Qs. I can only
trade it in the New York session, and I cannot hold it overnight because it's stocks.
So I think there's an interesting thing where you can hold some stuff overnight on the 5K day trading account, but it's a reduced amount. I think it's something like 20% of your buying power. So you have 100% of buying power during the day, and then you only get 20% of your buying power overnight, 20% or 10%. I forgot which one it is.
I never hold trades overnight, so I'm not going to do that in any way. So.
Yeah, so you trade it. You can buy, I think, before the session starts. You can buy before the market begins. But I think you have to use limit orders instead of market orders in order to do that. But you can trade outside of market hours, but you have to use the limits. And I think there's so much news around the 23.5 change that's going to come. I think it's in December. So
potentially, yeah, where the stock market's going to be 24/7, almost
yeah.
24/5.
So yeah, I mean, how that's going to affect trade the pool, I don't know. I imagine they'll also jump on board, but find out.
You can trade during market hours, which is going to be all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting time to be alive now, especially as let's say, a trader of smaller accounts. Because even on the future side, they're bringing in nano contracts.
Yes, I heard about those, yeah.
Which is 1/10 of a micro. And the micro is already 1/10 of a mini. So you're going from, if you're trading NQ with a mini, $20 per contract, effectively. It's $20 per contract per point. To a micro, which is $2 per contract per point, to 20 cents for a nano contract per point of movement. So it takes the idea of like a 25K, maybe a 20K or something like that futures account, and you can trade it as if you were trading, for argument's sake, a 25K account with ES, which is a lot smaller movements relative to what you're paying, basically, to participate in it. Contract size.
I mean, in my view, it's about time, because one of the hardest things about trading futures is you trying to get the size right, because you can't divide up a mini or a micro. And some of them are just too big. Like trading gold, so hard to trade a micro on gold on futures, because
if you don't have a large enough account size, I'll say. Yeah. If you don't have a large enough, it's difficult with a 25K. You really need to narrow down your entry criteria. You can't go ahead and move your stop loss too far, because then one trade and you've eaten up all of your margin. So nanos, I'm looking forward to that. That's gonna be fun. do nano contract size trading. 20 cents per movement basically is the equivalent of 0.2 lot size on EU.
Yeah.
It's 20 cents. 20 cents per pip movement. Well, in this case, it's going to be per point. But the points don't matter and the game's made up.
I mean, it's just such nonsense. I mean, I'm sorry. I struggle with separating pips and points and ticks and whatever when it comes to the futures and CFDs. It just turns into gobbledygook after a while.
Oh, but dude, it's so easy.
I know a point is like a quarter move, so 0.25, isn't it, or something like that?
That's a tick.
That's a tick.
Yeah.
So a point is 4 ticks.
Yeah, 4 ticks to a point, and a point is just like the equivalent of the first number to the left of the decimal.
Yeah.
So anything on the right-hand side of the decimal, so the second decimal point and the first decimal point is ticks, but it's in 0.25. So 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, those are ticks. And then the moment it goes to 1, so on NASDAQ right now, we've got 29,459, 0.7. So if it was 0.75, that would be 3 ticks from the 0 point, effectively. But the 9 is the points. So it's the equivalent of $1 in price action is equal to 1 point. So to work out a 100-point move is going from 29,500 to 29,600. That's a 100-point move. And that's 400 ticks. Yeah. Not that difficult, is it?
When working like that, it's easier. When you start, I know some futures people are passionate about it's a point, not a pip, for example. Then I'm like,
the pip is the 4th decimal point. That's what it is. It's percentage in points.
Yeah.
So that's why to them they're like, no, it's not a pip. Yeah, they're correct. It's not a pip, because a pip is the 4th decimal point.
But we deal in pips. Okay, maybe it's just Forex being that.
CFD, Forex, and then even with like JPY, a pip is the 2nd decimal point, but that is because of, the weakness.
Yeah.
But you
But-
get that. Like, but for futures, they work in pips, they work in ticks and points. Not the same thing,
Okay.
exactly. It's
Yeah.
not the same thing. So
Okay.
that's why people overcomplicate it for themselves. It's not the same thing.
But anyway, moving back to what I was going to say, you're going to be the default winner of this, I'm guessing, or I'm not sure how many people have bought 4 accounts.
Many.
And I know there's many.
Yeah, many.
Oh, you can see the data on how many you've qualified. Are you going to
No,
take part?
I just know many.
Okay.
I'm not gonna. It would be unfair to everybody else trying to beat me. It would be unfair. No, I'm joking.
Ouch. Humble brag. It'd be too easy to win $2,000.
Yeah, come on, guys. Come on. No, I'm not going to participate in the summer contest. It's a time issue for me. I can't put time into that along with all of the other accounts that I have, all of the extra work that we have in the background, the planning and all of that kind of stuff. I can't split my time to that as well. But I would definitely say anybody that has purchased an account, go and do that. Like you stand a chance of winning $2,000 cash on top of all of the other benefits that you get from the boosters. So,
Yep. Time is counting down 5 days from now. You get a chance to be in that competition, and I think when do the summer plans run out? Do we have a deadline?
So for now, it is the end of the month. So the 31st of August, which is 2 Mondays from now. So this contest starts next week, Monday. And then the Monday after that one, the 31st, effectively, we're closing out the summer plan. But we may continue with it. We don't know. We don't know yet. We're making everything up as we go. It's a free for all over here. For the time being, it's until the end of August. I'm not going to confirm or deny the potential extension, because I would love if they extended it. I really would, because I think, in my honest, humble opinion, the best. I think that this can become the industry standard account.
I mean, longevity-wise, it's a good account in terms of a balance for the trader and for the company.
Yes.
There's no issues around, is it sustainable or anything like that.
Yeah, like I think we spoke about this previously. In terms of longevity alone, this is the account. People stare themselves blindly into I need to make $10,000 every month on one account. You always have to look at what are you risking in order to make that $10,000, as an example. If I have $10,000 available in drawdown and I'm trying to make $10,000 a month, you're effectively looking at making 100%. You're trying to double your account, as if you look at it in that sense. So you're taking what you have in drawdown and you're risking that whole amount to make basically double that, so that you can get your $10,000 payout. One wrong move and you lose your account. So longevity-wise, risking, in my case, 0.25%, $250, to at the end of 2 weeks try and make $2,500. The risk is so much smaller than what the reward is in general. I will keep these accounts for a much longer time than most people are going to have their 100K accounts trying to make $5,000, $7,500, $10,000 a month. Can guarantee you that. So it's a no-brainer in my opinion. No-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, 2 weeks you have as a payout cycle, that's 10 trading days. So if you made $250 a day on a 100K account, that's 0.25%. Just lock in 0.25% a day for 10 days, and then you've already got the max payout cap for that cycle.
Yeah. Okay, obviously we have to take into consideration nobody's going to win all of their trades for the next 2 weeks, but
yeah,
I'm risking 2.5 to make 500.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I mean, small wins. I'm not going to say you're going to win all your trades, but, small wins, trying to make a quarter of a percent a day is a lot easier than trying to make 1 or 2 or 5, depending on your on your risk. So these accounts are very suitable for low risk strategies. I think Usam just said I test low risk strategy on a trial 50k, risking only 250 to make 500 or 300 when trade goes against. It was the fastest 3,500 I made, and he just posted that just now.
Oh, just now.
Yeah.
Usam, yeah. Yeah.
So small base hits, easy wins. Hey, it could be the future.
Look, I'm gonna say this. On a psychological level, people freak out when they start seeing big numbers. Generally, because you view it as if you've already made that money. So if your P&L is like running 3.5K, 4K, 5K, 7K, that kind of like thing, you're going to be like, I need to lock this up. But if that 7K is on a $200,000 account, that's 3.5% that you're up. That's the equivalent of a 1 to 3 with 1% risk, right? So it's all relative. So you always need to look at the relative amount. But the problem is when people see these numbers, they're like, you need to lock this up because I'm going to lose this, okay? When you're trading smaller capital amounts, regardless of the what percentage it is of the account, you feel at ease while trading that when you compare that to you risking $2,000. Because even if $2,000 is still just 1%, you're not going to look at the connection there. You're going to be looking at the dollar value, and then you're going to freak out. So drop down lower risk. So psychologically and emotionally, you're going to be in a much better position trading lower numbers, like for argument's sake with the summer accounts. Like what I'm saying, like I don't think people understand how good these accounts are relative to what it gives you. The idea to have consistent payouts, the idea to have consistent smaller risk, the idea of having a more, let's say, psychologically, emotionally free trading. You don't have to have the profitable days, meaning you don't have to be forced to have 1 or 3 days in a cycle where you have to make 0.5%. You're getting 50% per day consistency, meaning one day, the amount of profit that you totally have in your account is not allowed to come from one day. It needs to at least come from 2 days because it's per day. So 50% of your profits must be split between the amount of days that you took profits on. So a person that looks at stuff logically and mathematically, I look at this and I was like, this is the best account. This is so good. Payout caps aside, the payout cap I think is a good thing. I think it's a longevity thing both for the participant and the company. I think that it is it pushes away from people that want to have that gambling, I want to make all of my money in one trade. Because you're going to do that and you're going to wait and you're just going to get to 2K payout. It disincentivizes over risking. It disincentivizes, there's no benefit to you to do that. So all of it does is it incentivizes good, proper, consistent, psychological, well thought out trading with lower risk. It's perfect. Anyway, I've sung its praises for long enough.
Yeah, and right at the start of the stream, we did have someone asking discount. That was I'm trying to have a look.
A while ago.
Right, a while ago, basically, at the start of the stream, we had Vishu asking for a discount for 2 separate accounts. So on top of this 149, which is really cheap for a 100K account, you can get a discount. You can use code ICT. Reason I'm mentioning code ICT as well is because we're raising money for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and I believe we double up what we're giving. And if you, I'm not sure if the code ICT is permanent in terms of you can only use it on your first purchase, or if you can use it for all purchases. But
I think it's just for the first purchase.
Yeah.
But don't quote me on that though.
If code ICT doesn't tickle your fancy, if you go to prop firm match, There is also code match, which is available. I think that's also for the first purchase for prop firm match, but that also will get you 10% off. I'm not sure if the free account. I don't believe the free account applies to the summer plan, but if you're looking at any of our other plans, you can look into using code match, and feel free to leave us a review on prop firm match as well, if that tickles your fancy and you're looking for a discount.
I will say this: you don't just have to use the ICT code. You can use any affiliate code that is connected to the 5ers. So any affiliates out there, you can use their code and you will get a discount relative to the affiliate code one that you have. The reason why we mentioned the ICT one is because of the St. Jude Hospital discount, basically. Not discount, like match that the 5ers does with that. So it doesn't have to be code ICT. It can be any affiliate code and it works. And you can also use any hub credits that you have for the summer accounts. So you can take a $149 account with minus 10% brings it to 134, and then you can still add your hub credits to that as well. So you can have a very, very cheap 100K account. But yeah. Anyway.
And we had a question about how many, and this is a tough question to ask. This is about, this one. How many, what's the max allocation?
What's the max allocation on CFD evaluations can I trade at once? So it depends on the following. Are you trading the summer accounts? If it's the summer accounts, it's 600,000. So you can have any of the combinations that I've mentioned earlier for the summer accounts, but any one of them, 600K max. The high stakes accounts, so the regular high stakes, is 500,000. And then also within that, you can have 100,000K, 120, 110, 1.5, 2.5, something like that. Just check there. You'll see there we go. There's the combination. So you can get cross program ones. At the top there it says you can combine these and have a maximum number of accounts in all programs. So you can have 3 high stakes accounts, 4 hyper growth accounts, and 3 bootcamp accounts, as long as you don't go over the limitations for each one of them. So cross ones, you cannot hold the same account across across programs, only for the 500 or the 50 and the 100K tiers. So you can't have a 50 and a 100K high stakes account. You need to have either. So you can either have the 100K or you can have the 50, and then you can have a 25, a 10, a 5, and a 2.5 for the 100K or for the high stakes. And then it's the same for the classic side as well. You can have a 2.5, a 5, and either a 10 or a 25, or either a 50 and a 100. That's a classic one. So you can see all of this. So any questions that we have for what was it now? For the FAQs, you can go to the5ers.com/FAQs, and you can then select any of you can select CFDs or the future side, the summer plans. You can check all of them, and you can have all of those questions. But if there's a question that you guys can't find there, reach out to help@the5ers.com, or if you're already a part of the Discord, go into the Discord and ask either a member or the support channel there for that information, and they will then direct you to the right person or to the right site. So, or they will just straight up give you the clarification if needed. I hope that answers your question, BG91.
Yeah. And if you need, clarification, just come back to the FAQs. If you want to go for the hypergrowth or for the boot camp, they also mention what the maximum there is. But yeah, we just had a quick overview of how many accounts, which was displayed in the high stakes.
Shane, what are you on about? What's the point?
That was, I think, a quip, a joke about points and ticks.
What's the point? Oh, it's either that or me being like, I can't remember what I was trying to explain. What's the point?
No, I had a little giggle when he wrote that, because I was like, when I was like talking about points and ticks and pips.
Points and ticks and pips. Dude, that was the fastest hour I've ever experienced.
I was gonna say I am queued up to go, but if you want a bit of company, I'm happy to just stay just for giggles.
We've got Samir and Victor in the background. You can bugger off, mate. Go home.
All right. Well, take care, everyone. Check out the Discord if you want to see some South African chants. If you got some spare time, you go to the break room and go to music. You want to catch a little bit of a vibe. If you're South African, it might remind you of your school days. Oh, my screen's gone already.
Yeah, I've already swung over. I
Okay.
didn't know that you were going to caption, and now I'm typing, and now I can't be bothered
No,
to switch.
no, don't worry, don't worry. For guys who know and have access to the Discord, check out Break Room, the music section, and show your love there. And feel free to put in some of your own music if you like. I have recently been adding some tracks that I like, And yeah, don't forget we are still taking part in this month's Traders Journey. That's the one. And this week again is a very, very easy task for you Instagram lovers. Take a picture of some food. Get some.
Not just any food. Not just any food. Is to prepare, order, and pick up a meal that you genuinely enjoy and consider worthy of fueling the trader behind the screens. So you can prepare it, you can order it, you can make it. It can be home cooked, it can be purchased. It doesn't matter. You need to put thought behind it. It can't just you be going out and getting chips and a Coke and then saying this is a genuine behind the screen trader's meal. It's going to fuel me to make good decisions. No, needs some forethought.
Yep. And if you do send in a picture of your lovely, healthy meal, you might be in for a chance to win a 20K bootcamp account. There's going to be 3 winners.
Yes,
so,
please.
I mean, if you do take pictures of your food anyway, which I know some people do, I have not been one of them. I don't do that. But I know some people who do.
My wife used to do food photography, so I don't need to. Ever.
But yeah, on that note, I am actually going to get something to eat myself. So take care.
Cheers, Buyu.
Right,
Spoken himself into hunger. Oh, man, I'm hungry.
All
right. Cheers, mate. All right. Thank you to Buyu. Just waiting for Victor and for Samir to hop in. And then I'm also going to be taking my leave because I am hungry. I've just made myself hungry. Hello, Victor. All good, Samir. Don't worry. Samir's changing his browser.
Hello. Hi. How are things on your side, Richard, and everyone watching us? All the ladies and all the gentlemen watching us right now.
It's good on my side. Personally, it's good. I'm having a good day. I'm having a good vibe day today. I missed trade-wise. It's going okay as well. I missed a trade this morning, and I only noticed it when price was up over here, and I was like, oh man, I wanted to be in here. So I set a limit order for it to come back to that point, and it looks like it hit it here, but it didn't. It did not put me into the trade. It didn't activate the trade because of spread. So I missed this trade, but it was in my mind, just one of those near perfect setups for my style of trading. And it just, unfortunately, it missed. And then we had a bit of consolidation. So this is not a trade. This is a trade I wanted to be in. Didn't get triggered. We went into consolidation. Then we started get like a very nice little bit of downward pressure with follow-up, and I said, damn it, I'm in. So I got in here, I set TP1 and a TP2, it hit TP1 relatively quickly, and then consolidated, and then eventually wicked me out here. So it is okay that my stop loss went to break even after TP1 was hit. So TP1 hit, stop loss to break even, and then stop loss got hit. So up 0.25% for the day, where this could have been 1%, and then this one would then have been, so 1.25% up for the day if this was 0.5% entries. So yeah, it's
nice.
Okay.
It's okay. I mean, it's nice that you're looking at it and you're not frustrated about it, because missing a trade can be very frustrating. I mean, you've put all the work and you got it, the fruit or the slice of the pie in front of you, but you don't eat it.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you find out that you're either lactose intolerant or you have some sort of sugar illness. Maybe your glycemic index is a bit of a problem. And then you prepare for everything just for them to tell you, sorry, we used real milk instead of almond milk. And you're like, oh.
Exactly. You put in the time, the
Hello,
effort,
guys. Can you hear
and you
me?
don't get to
What's up, Samir?
reap the reward. That's what missed trades are. But it's a fact of life, right? We're not going to be catching all the trades
Yeah.
all the time, and we need to
Mic check.
embrace that the same way
Can you
we
hear us, Samir?
would embrace losses.
Yeah, I can hear you, but can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes,
Okay,
I can hear you.
I was confirming. Hello,
Yeah.
guys. How are you doing today?
Very good. It's also the same of like running a marathon and passing out 10 meters before the finishing line.
It is. It is not getting the final. Although I have to say, though, since we're not focused on the result in the sense of the goal, but on the process, the reward itself is everything we did up to that moment. Even if we didn't catch the fruit or didn't eat the
Yeah.
slice, we didn't get the trade in, the reward is having done everything we did before, the back testing, the testing, the optimizing, the feedback loop, the workflow and everything else.
Yeah.
Even though we didn't finish the last step, the fact, the knowledge of knowing that we are in control of our destiny, so to speak, captain of our ship, is actually the reward we're looking for.
Exactly. And then with that, my reward for being on stream today is I get to go have lunch. I've worked really hard for that lunch, and I am now going to slice the cake and eat it. I want to say thank you to everybody in chat that has asked questions. Very, very quick hour. It just went over so fast. Thank you to everybody that has joined us today so far. Please carry on watching because we have a very lovely duo of Victor and Samir that's going to take you guys through to the end of the stream. If you haven't already, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe, and then go to the5ers.com, register with the hub, and get yourself any of those soon to be discontinued summer accounts. Once again, 600k in allocation, amazing accounts. I've already kind of like walked you through my personal opinion. Best accounts, I think, in the industry. I hope it becomes a stable. Anyway, Victor and Samir, gentlemen, I'm going to love and leave you, and I will see you all tomorrow. Once the stream is over, as always, guys, you will be redirected to the Futures channel to go and keep Alejandra, Dave, Cesar, and I don't know if Jane is going to be there today, but go and keep them company as they take you through New York. Right, gentlemen, I'll leave you to it. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Rich.
Thank you,
We
thank
are
you.
Grateful for
So we are
your
here.
efforts. All right, Samir. I don't know, guys, if the audience. I mean, I'm talking to you, Samir, but actually, before I come back to you, the audience, did you guys had that vibe whenever Samir, well, not whenever, this time around, Samir came on the screen. I had as a, I don't know, you have some sort of a peace invoking aura. Whenever you came so relaxed on, I thought, man, it's good to see you. That's what I wanted to see. But I was actually the
Thank
audience.
you.
Did you guys notice the same thing when Samir came on? He had this graceful entrance as if, flowing like water, Bruce Lee water kind of a thing. Anyways, nice to see you, Samir.
Thank you for that. And yeah, thank you once again.
No problem,
All
man.
right, I can
You
see
don't have to
that
thank me.
Euro USD.
Yeah.
I was eyeing on the same trade yesterday, by the way.
Did you catch it?
I didn't catch it. I was not looking
Okay.
at it. I mean, I was looking at it, but as I don't trade Euro USD that much, so that is why, of course, I didn't took it. But my alignment was something like this only. So yeah, I am curious about your analysis and the way I was
Sure.
seeing it. it was just, tapping the order block, structure shift, and on the 1 minute, 3 minute, it was a nice area. So yeah, pretty simple, but I know you go into depth. So I will love to know your thoughts on this shots that you took.
Yes.
So yeah.
Actually, I talked about it on our session yesterday. So if you guys want to double check and see how the breakdown was before it happened, you can go back to yesterday's stream. Go ahead and like it if you haven't done so yet. But after our stream on YouTube, we had a session on Discord, and I was talking about this in detail. And right at the last few minutes before we closed that stream, someone said in the chat, Victor, price is getting to the area. But I didn't read it until after the stream. But anyways, point is, the price came in, and I got an entry, and the market actually closed a bullish structure. And that also I said yesterday, if it closes as bullish engulfing, it will create a structure that I would need to include in my analysis, in my trade management, meaning I need to cut my, take the trade off the table quickly, be very, very sensitive to anything else, any sign, because, it tells me when, when this closed, I was still in the trade, and to me, that means that I need to get really to the very, very next level. Do not try to extend the TP. Do not try to go for the level 2 or whatever. Just go to the first one, and sometimes even get out before that level hit. Look for something. I don't typically go for my targets below the 1 hour, but in those cases, getting out at a 30-minute structure might be the best thing to do. And anyways, but the structure, what it was before we do the top-down analysis, we didn't have the structure below at all, because that was already tapped. So I wasn't really waiting for price to get that low. What we did have was a fresh on the H4, which is this area. It's actually already taken out, but this was the reason that I start looking for the short. So that was the area that you can expect some kind of reaction for price going lower. It doesn't mean, it's going to go all the way down. Just this structure is going to, break everything and go down. You have to value and assess and put it into perspective to everything else. So the push was still very, the momentum was to the upside. But there was this little structure here that you could expect reasonably for price to push lower if we have alignment. And that's exactly what we did. We did get alignment afterwards. And this was the alignment candle, and it was wider than the H4. But it was I'm only looking for the structure. I was only looking for this level to be retested, and we did come in when when it happened. We were, when I mentioned it, we were actually in this candle. It went on to create the structure that I was waiting for. It was on the 3-minute, but I mean, it could have been on the 1, it could have been on the 5, right? That's the area, and market did this. Let me put it on the 3-minute, and you can see it here. The market did exactly this. So we had the this being the reversal pattern, that being the head, created, broke the neckline. That whenever that happens, I know I have a trade, possibly I have a trade on, and I went back to get in to see the reaction, and I went to the lower time frames to get my entry, put my stop in as tight as I can. As you can see, this is quite tight, and target. Initially, I was looking to target the next level, but pending the close of that H4. And whenever that happened, I couldn't hold that trade any longer, so I went to the 1 hour to get my target. Moved in, and that 1 hour gave me the area right here. I use the area right here, which is the previous area, since we've already came close to the area, the order block that we were on the 1 hour, we already had an order block here that we already tapped. So I assumed, right, that we're going to be going a little bit lower at that time. And the next level was this, and it hit it, nicely way before I needed to make that choice to leave it open or not for the overnight. It would have hit if I had it on the next level, which would have been, pushing it a little bit. It would have always also been hit. But I don't like to be, I don't. I prefer to just get out, getting 70%, 80% of the target, and have a win instead of letting it go for that extra 20, 30%. And many times it doesn't hit it, and it goes the other way. And since this was a trade that market structure was quite bullish, you don't want to be in that trade very long. The H4 was the expression of the same thing, and price eventually went up and broke the level, which is completely normal because that would be the second retest, and that's the reason why I don't trade the second retest, because the chances are it's weaker and it's less likely to work. But it's let me know in the chat if anyone caught that move. We discussed this on the Discord session quite extensively yesterday. So maybe one of you guys who were in the Discord session may have caught that move. On pound, very quickly, we don't have any structure that I'm too interested in. We did have that one, but that was the first retest, and so the second time it comes around, I'm not interested in going short that level. On the euro dollar, I didn't have any structure. We have a new H4 order block, very going very quickly to the levels that I'm talking about or that I'm looking for. We have an H4. We'll have to wait for that to be retested. But that's not the case right now. You can see that we are also probably going for that swing high, previous swing high. Let me indicate it, which may also be let me move that a little bit, something like that, right? Because we are in a that's the extension of the. I moved the trend line, but that's the extension of the channel that we have been creating so far. So what about you, Samir?
I am looking at a couple of setups today. So gold is looking interesting, to be honest, today. Let me delete this. If you go to the daily time frame, what I see is yeah.
I'm back. I'm be back in about 30 seconds. Samir and
No
the
problem.
audience.
No problem.
Be right back.
All right. So I know you guys love trading gold, and here we are going to the weekly time frame. The thing that I see on the weekly time frame is we have this fair value gap, and I think we can tap this area. Going to the 4 hour, we are already very close to that area, and I think this low that we have, this one, it can be treated as a liquidity area, and we are already on that fair value gap on the 4 hour. Going to the 15-minute, I think this is the structure point. I will like a retest here, something like this, and maybe stop loss can be something like this. I don't want to go too crazy, but still 1 to 2 can be achieved. So this is the trade that I will be looking at today. Going to the 5-minute. Yes, this is the trade that I will be looking at on gold. So this is it in terms of trading setups on gold. Going to the NAS, I don't know, maybe I'm biased today, but I really want to take buys on NAS 100. We have this inverted head and shoulder also. I think once we break this area once again, we will start to pick up the momentum, and the first target can be this area. Even if you go to the daily time frame, I didn't give you the picture of the higher time frame. Let me delete everything. So this daily low is gone, and this daily low is also gone, which means it can be acted as a liquidity. Going to the weekly time frame, look at this. Weekly is already on that fair value gap. So weekly fair value gap, weekly low. Going to the 4 hour, 4 hour low is also gone. Going to the 30 minutes, 30 minutes is showing structure shift already. We have this small fair value gap. This can be a risky entry. but still it makes sense. We can easily target any inefficiency on the hourly or maybe on the 4 hour. Okay, we have this inefficiency, something like this. So trade is, I mean, it is forming right now also, but the problem is that it can be a little bit risky. So if anybody wants to take this long here, yes, it makes sense, but please don't risk more than 0.5% on this long. I'm going to leave it like this. Let's see how it does. So nice setup, to be honest. Things are aligning. Weekly is okay. Daily is okay. 4 hour is okay. 30-minute structure shift. And now there was an inefficiency on the 30-minute. We took the trade. I mean, I didn't took this trade, but it looks promising. But to be honest, gold will be my top-notch setup for today, or A plus setup that I will be, waiting to take trades on. US 500 moved down, but they will eat us. Point to be noted. US 500, you mean SPX 500? Let's see what it is trying to do. This is the S&P 500. All right, going to the 2 hour. Oh wow, look at this trendline breakout, and this was the leg, and we almost tapped the 50% of that. I think trend lines patterns, it really works well on stocks and these indices. Okay, so we are coming. Can we test this area, break and retest scenario, and continuation to the upside, or we can just create this low as a liquidity and then regain the area, and maybe we can go higher. But SPX, I'm still eyeing for longs because this is a liquidity point to me. But we need to regain the area. I know this is the futures chart. That's why we have some gaps and all. But still, we are able to read the price action. I don't trade SPX, so I'm just eyeing on NAS 100. Again, looking nice. Going to the gold. I will be waiting for this sell here. Let's talk about the US 30. Let's see what it's trying to do. These two lines are daily highs and daily lows. So right now, according to me, it is ranging. So I need a sweep of this or this to confirm where we can go. And going to the 2 hour, 4 hour. Actually, it is very choppy today. And yesterday I was talking about that prices on the 4 hour demand area. So I think we can move higher from here, but daily candle is ranging, so I don't really want to keep this pair on my watch list, because what we can do, we can tap this fair value gap and we can reject also. So that's why I have a little bit of doubt here on US 30. Yes, definitely longs are making sense based on the daily structure and 4 hour structure, but I don't like this daily fair value gap and this range of this candle. So that's why I'm not going to be trading US 30 today. But NAS I will be trading. I'm looking for longs, as I mentioned. Long setup is already in play, but I will like price to break out of this area, something like this, closure above, and then maybe break out on the 1 minute time frame, continuation to this kind of supply area. And already, if you see, momentum is fading away. Look at the nature of the price. It is telling you already that the momentum that candles carried here, it started to fade away here. So which means maybe we can shift the trend here and we can follow the higher time frame trend, which was bullish on the weekly and on the 4 hour, on the daily. We maybe can we can follow that. And this was also a trend line breakout. So after this, price started to pick up the momentum. So I think if we started to go higher, there will be, I mean, probably this week or upcoming week, midweek, I see this high getting tested because trend is already established and momentum is there. So let's see.
Yes, NAS has actually a nice setup. Whenever
Reading the
you're ready, I will.
comments.
I beg your pardon.
I'm just reading the comments. Now oil inventory and then meeting minutes. Yes, I agree with that. But to be honest, I'm not really a fundamental type of trader. Yes, I can choose not to trade in that time because it will bring a lot of unusual volume, huge momentum to the upside or to the downside. I just stay out of the market when there is a news. I don't like to predict or act on the fundamentals. Whatever price is telling me, whatever story I'm seeing on the price or on the chart, I act accordingly. So yeah, today I was saying that gold will be a play for me. 15-minute time frame, this retest, I will be looking at sells. So that's it. Nothing is looking interesting. NAS is also okay, but I need that breakout to the upside to confirm that yes, all this liquidity is gone. Now we are ready to go to the upside. So yes, let's see if we have any other good opportunity. I'm just gonna go through the charts, maybe on the 1 hour time frame because that is a good time frame. Let me delete it.
Maybe I can
Okay,
switch quickly to NAS because there's
yeah, sure.
something that I would like to show our viewers. Thank you. Um, the market is not open, so take it with a grain of salt, or be cautious about it. The market has been, if you look at from the weekly time frame, has had quite a run past the order block that we created before in the weekly, and actually took it out right by the close. There you go, right, that close right there. I took out the previous order block that I actually already removed. So the on the weekly time frame, the buyers have made their point, right? They're in control, and we're now on a retrace on that impulsive move. It also happened to be, it's not coincidence, but it happened to be that it is reacting from a weekly structure above. So it makes sense that it will have some kind of reversal or reaction. And if you can look at just the previous candle, you can see that we are right there because we took out the high. If we close this week, and that's what that's what it's threatening to do. If we close below that level, it becomes quite a sell signal for price to push somewhat lower. So everything depends, or not everything, but I mean a good deal depends on, are we able to hold that level, that weekly, previous weekly low. Let me indicate what it is. It's 553.50. So if you use that, you say, well, that's the standard line for the coming days until the end of the week. What are the structures today and tomorrow telling us about the probability of that line holding, right? So this is the level, and this area has already been retested, so I'm not too interested about it, but this one is still fresh. So we're squeezing at the same time that weekly is also squeezing a squeeze of that bullish structure. So if we can close above it by the end of this day, it will be perceived as the market avoiding the invalidation of that order block, which is actually a buy signal as well. So I'll be very keen on seeing how it closes today, but already today we can see that the market created a fresh order block also, on both sides, because it's ranging. It's been, not exactly barcoding, but giving structures on both sides. But I'm peculiarly, this is the weekly structure, right? So that's the level, that's the sign, the line in the sand for the coming few days. If we look for the alignment, we can see that there's an H2 and there's also an H1 structure, and that's where the level, where the area of interest is. So I want to see the market at least touch this level and start switching over into bullish structures again, right? Bullish order flow. And we are just seeing that happening, right? There we go. It just touched it. So the question now is, coming hour or so, are we switching to bullish, yes or no? Very simple, including with the open. The open isn't here yet. So including the open, are we already switching over? So if you go for this is the area of interest. You can go to the 15-minute if you want and try to look for the quasi. There is one. It is the lower area right there. If you go to the 5-minute, you'll get a different level, and you'll have to look for which one is more likely, which ones has more alignment or confluence, overlap with other structures. I'm particularly keen on this one because it's right there in the middle of the area that we're retesting right now. That's one. So I'm interested to see if the market will go there, and if it does, how does it behave? Does it switch and start creating bullish structures? Because if it does it, then I'm going to be looking for a long. And if we are, since we already hit the area of interest, right here, we already hit it. So basically we can already start looking for that possibility. And on the 2-minute, you can see how the market comes back to these levels and reacts to them. We've already had a reaction, and this might all you need to get in. You can see that the market, this is the smallest quasi in this time frame possible. See the established uptrend, it breaks it, and it comes back to that little order block right there and moves out. Bingo. That's all you need to get. And you put your stop either below the whole pattern, the 2-minute, or below the entry order block, and boom, you're in the trade. And waiting, you don't have the, it can still go sideways, or not sideways, go against you to the next level, and you'll be stopped out. But you could be in, imagine if you, I didn't catch this trade because I wasn't watching my trade. I wasn't watching my screen at that moment. But the area, if depending on how you got in, I mean, I would use, because it's the 2-minute, I could use the seconds, let's say the 15-second, to get in on a tight stop, put my stop below the area, and then target something on the hourlies. This is before the open, so you might want to consider right before the open to close that trade if you don't want that, that volatility tapping you out. Or you could just, accept the risk and, understand that you're getting in. You may get tapped out before the market actually moves for the rest of the day. Or you might be getting in at the very, very, very best place for a move if the market doesn't go back and tap you out first. So it's quite interesting because as long as we hold this level, right, this line, the market will perceive it as I said, the buyers saving the day, and that will open the door for price going much higher. And you would be perfectly on placed to capture that move if it were to happen. So on the first level, you can see that this would be, depending on how you trade, that could be your first area to be targeting. Just about that, just below that level. And depending where, you could be targeting that swing high as well. This will be your, first trouble area, and that swing high would be make more sense. Price will be trying to retest that. And that's it. And you wait for the market to actually confirm whether or not it takes out the bearish structure here, which it hasn't yet, right? The H4, that's your, your green light to hold this for, a couple of candles on the H4, or maybe even as an overnight, or just maybe to the end of New York, whatever it is that you're looking for. I mean, depends on what what is being confirmed. If the market takes this out, meaning takes a closes above this level by the end of the H4 candles, then you can hold that for a couple of more candles more. And who knows, maybe you can hold it for even longer because there's nothing to the left to hold that trade. And if I look at the daily, you do have a reason, right, to hold this much longer. I wouldn't hold it for a very, very long time, but we could hold it perhaps to this level. That would be my, reasonable area to be targeting if I were to hold this for more than just a day. Let me see if I can get it. I would target, obviously, let's see if I can see it. There, that's too much there. I would target something like that on a portion, not all the trade. The rest I will just get at the TP, which is the first TP1, right? I would get, if I were to take a trade like this, get in, I'm sorry, this would be TP1, there, that would be TP1, and the rest I would let go and see if it is able to go to that daily target. And you may or may not leave it, set and forget. You may, you could have wait for market to take out these other levels that are on its way. But these are, of course, hourly structures, and you're basing yourself on a daily structure, so it makes sense to target something on the daily, and we don't have any order blocks, so you could be using that low, that daily low of a couple of days ago. That's what I wanted to share with you guys, because to me this looks quite nice for a trade. Doesn't mean I think it's necessarily going to go up. I just see the pattern and I see the opportunity, and just get in and do my thing and let the market decide whether I'm going to be stopped out or not. Good stuff.
Yeah, I have a similar point of view on NAS. So let's see. I
Okay.
do believe we can continue higher, but I want to see another breakout. Okay, we have NAS. I want to see another breakout, maybe to the upside. So that is the entry that I can have. Of course, this is also a good entry, tapping the fair value gap. Even if I draw the Fibonacci from here to here, it is nice retracement area. Liquidity is already gone. Structure is already shifted. And this is a 4-hour low, which is already gone. And daily, weekly is also good. So yeah, let's see. Hopefully, it continues higher. That will be good. I think gold is getting to my area where I wanted to enter. Yeah. I wanted to enter right at this support area. I will wait for a couple of rejection candles and then I will take my entry here. Euro USD already in the play. I think this was a short that I tried to capture yesterday. Maybe 1 to 4, 1 to 5, and then it started to go higher, aligning with the overall structure which we are having, which is this. So yeah, we are just continuing the structure, and I think, not I think, that even if you see that we are just very close to this area, so it is likely that we can tap that area. Okay, GU. Currency wise, I'm not seeing anything interesting. I'm just tapping here and there just to see if anything is interesting. Okay, this opportunity can be interesting because on the 30-minute, 1 hour, this structure is nice. And I think we can take this high out also. And we are already on the demand area, we're rejecting. So I like this trade idea. So I will, if I was trading GJ, I would have taken a buy here. So my TP and stop loss would have looked something like this. I like this buying idea. So if anybody is eyeing on buys, so I'm also having a similar point of view. So buys looks interesting. Let's see if anything interesting is happening. UJ maybe. Yeah, it is really tricky. JPY pairs, look at these wicks. This is very tricky. And this was a one candle which was more than 400. It was like 500 pips. So there is something fundamental going here. So that is why I don't like to mess up when there is abnormal price action here. I can switch to other pair. I don't trade currencies, but I'm just giving an example like what will I do in this situation. USD CAD, okay, continuation of the trend, break and retest scenario. If anybody took a shot here, good. Target can be this. So actually nothing is happening right now. Right now, I think we all are in a waiting mode for gold. I will like to see how price reacts here. Yeah, I cannot really force the trade or just show you guys, oh, I'm in this trade when nothing is making sense to me. Of course, I'm waiting for the opportunities. So yeah, I'll like to wait. I cannot really produce any opportunity out of thin air, or I can just take random trades. I cannot do that. Yeah, I'll like to wait in today's session. Some days we can see good trades. Every pair is presenting an entry. But today I'm not seeing any. This fair value gap seems like is getting in play. This is a consolidation. Breakout of this may be risk entry, but actual entry can be above this area. Because we failed here, if we break out again, so it should continue higher because things are aligning. Other things are also aligning with this type of entry here or bias here. Okay, let's see. Do we have any interesting thing going on? 100K summer plan account, trading news CPI, and no, you cannot trade news. So you cannot trade news whenever there is a high impact news 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after the news. Do not trade, and we don't allow that before 2 minutes and after 2 minutes. After the news is over, after 2 minutes, you can continue your trading, but don't do trading in news. But if your position is, you are holding the position for a couple of hours, then it's fine. So you can go to the FAQ section and you can see things in detail. But just to answer this news, please don't trade that.
You discussed gold, I think. I heard you talk about gold when I was away for a very long 30-second.
Yeah. I'm eyeing on shorts. So
You eye on short? Yeah, yeah. Actually, I see some nice levels that I am interested in.
let's see what stream is doing. I'm gonna go to the YouTube. Let's see how many views, how many likes we have so that we know the progress we are making here. Okay, we have like 142 views and 104 likes. At least 142 likes should be there, guys. So make sure you are smashing the like button so that a
All right.
lot of new like-minded people can join us. Yeah.
All right. Let's switch to mine if that's okay. I'm gonna switch
Yeah.
to my screen, just like that, with the instruction by my voice because I didn't click anything. That's the invisible hand of Remy. Remy is our, our producer in the background, making everything run as smooth as possible. All right. On the thank you, Remy. We appreciate you. On the monthly time frame, let's take a look what we have. Nothing really on gold. We only have a supply zone that was retested immediately after the creation of that structure, but nothing else. And if you look at the area, we don't have anything below us of significance. The only thing we have on that time frame is one tiny area right here that you can see, and we're so far away from it. And that's the next level. And because we just broke that previous candle's high, I mean, this level or that swing point becomes a level. If we were to switch back bearish, that would be the next level. Market participant would be eyeing to be testing. On the weekly time frame, we don't have we have structures, as always, but only this one is the demand zone that is relevant, and above us we have another structure. Let's check if it is still fresh, right? It is no longer fresh in my definition of fresh, but it is unmitigated. So, we will have some kind of reaction, just I will not be using it as a sell opportunity. The market, in my view, created this weekly with a huge volume of huge move. And going from weekly to the weekly level, I assume that the market eventually will reach that level, in either directly or with some kind of retrace in between. So that's the weekly. Nothing really much else to say than what I just mentioned. And on the daily time frame, we have some structures here. we did react on them, but they were not fresh. They were not part of a quasi, so they are not using. I wasn't gonna use them, even if this one would have been effective. But if you're looking at, you zoom in and looking at on a bigger, on this same time frame, you can see that the market is actually trying its best to push, go lower. You get one outside bar here and another one right there, right? Does it mean, we have a 100% chance that we're going to go lower? No, it doesn't. But it does mean that the sellers are really trying their best to push price lower. And they failed at taking out this swing low. So it looks as if they're failing at it. But I mean, the war, they may have not won that little battle, but that war isn't over yet, right? They still have the chance to come back to the order block that was created yesterday, which is this one, and then have their way, meaning, price could be still doing this and then reacting to the lower side. You can see clearly that the next level would be that area, at least on the daily. So the question that I will then say or have is, do we have reasons on lower time frames, let's say on the 4-hour or other hourly structures, that indicate that we will have that kind of reversal? It looks weird. That's because I'm zoomed in on TradingView. I think you know what I mean. And if you do go lower, you will see that the market, even though it made a higher swing low, so it does eye as if we are getting ready for perhaps the continuation, and that might be true. Fact is, we did create some structures that were left behind, and we could be looking for at least some kind of reaction. Even if we don't do, the whole move breaking that low, we could have some kind of a reaction here, enough for us to take a trade, and perhaps not going all the way and taking out that swing low, but it could be enough to just, get to, let's say, the consolidation area where we are, pushing forward, pushing higher currently. That could already be enough. We're talking about gold. It's a distance of about, $40. That's plenty to get in and get out and get some handsome profit. Okay, so let's see, what do we see on the H4? There isn't a fresh order, there isn't a quasi here, there isn't a neckline, there is a quasi, but this right here isn't an entry order block, and that one isn't either, because of how the pattern is supposed to be forming. It's supposed to be forming it in the head, and in this case, you wouldn't be considering that. Depend on your definition of your quasis, but I would not consider that the head. But if you do, I mean, it's defensible to consider that a entry order block. I just don't do that, not in this case. On the 4-hour, on the internal structure, this one, so not including that as a head and the neckline, this area we did not create. These levels are not strong enough, significant enough to be considered them a left shoulder and a neckline. So to me, on the H4, we don't have a quasi. The only thing we do have is a fresh order block that is weaker, and it gets old quick. So it's conditioned to price getting there very quickly, and if it doesn't do that, then I will not be interested in it. Right? We are currently on the fifth candle, so we have a couple of candles more before this is no longer, the area on the H4 is no longer present or relevant to be traded. And if you go to the H2, you will see that you will find these structures that we need to get a signal from them, right? Left shoulder right there. So that makes this the left shoulder and this the head. And if you go to the one, of course, you will find similar levels, actually even higher, but doesn't matter. I mean, it broke both of them. So, and if you look back from the lowest point, so on the H4 we have a temporal, so based on time area, that is valid, that gives us a green light on the H4, but soon, in about a day or so, will be broken, will no longer be present. So we have to be mindful. It has to happen between now and, in about a day's time, 24 hours or so, the entry. And if it doesn't happen, then, all bets are off. But on the H2, you have the quasi, this being the left shoulder, as I said, the neckline, and the neckline, and that doesn't expire. As long as it doesn't expand much, much lower, this area still is a valid area on the H2 to be traded, and I will be doing so as long as I have the H4 still valid, right? So if I'm gonna mark the area for you guys, it is it is on the 2 hours, so I need to. It is an outside bar created by an outside bar. Let me. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. That's market right there, and this is where I would be getting ready to go fishing. Right, so that's the area, and whenever we get there, I think it is too big to have anything on the 5 minute. I doubt this would be a valid area on the time frame, but let me just check it out. Actually, it might be it might be enough. Let's check it out. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, actually, I would be able to use this level. Sometimes, just sometimes, it is. So this will be 1. It is outside of the area of interest, at least the one I just marked. There is another level here, but I'm not discussing that. And we have another area here just indicating the order blocks, the entry order blocks. They're tiny, 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 I know, and I like that, because either it triggers me with tight entries and I can get in with, good size, or it will give me the sign that, it's not going to hold. That's not, that there's nothing there, and then there is one level right here. This level can still be traded, but it needs to have touched the area of interest. Otherwise, I cannot trade this. So if there's a wick, then I can use this. But if there's a wick and it touches that, then I'll not be using the level below. I'll be using the second one right there. You can actually see how the market already reacted on those order blocks, but because of it's a quasi, they don't go stale, so they can still be used. These are the levels that I would be watching, especially this one. That's where I want to see the market switch back and start creating, give me some reason, something like that breaks the neckline, and I'm in business to get a trade in to go short. And if we do get the trade, there isn't really anything. Well, you could use the level because it's a daily. You have 2 dailies there. We could certainly use this as the target, just off the bat, like so, and that would mean this would be the area to be used as a higher time frame, a macro level. To be targeted, but on the intraday, I would just be looking to get to, let's see, for that we need to go to get an idea where the market could end up going today. In terms of the range, the ATR is about 90, not about 100. And for today's target, that will give us, let me get this out. For today's target, that could be, it depends on where, if the market actually reach it. If you measure 90, that would be getting to that area. See, if it goes any higher, then you would be targeting this low as the target. And if not, you would be targeting the one below that, depending on how high the market gets where it puts it top. I mean, if it, if the reversal comes from the top, then you'll have to want to target something a little less aggressive. Something like that perhaps would make sense. So letting the market actually decide where the TP makes sense, right? Not us deciding, but letting the market decide it. If the market only needs this, then I can be a little bit more confident that these levels will have a good chance of being hit for today. So TP1 would be one of these areas, and TP2 would be holding it for the overnight and holding it for maybe a day or two for the market to hit it by the end of this week or so. All right. Blowback or blowback. Is it anything in particular you want me to explain in more detail? So basically, the area that I'm looking for is this: putting your stop when you get the trigger, not blindly, and targeting either this or that. And if it doesn't hold and it comes from a higher level, let's say a quasi, I would be targeting perhaps that as the level. That's it. Thank you.
All right.
Labrador. Let's see if there's anything you guys want me to explain more. Just let me know in the chat. I see someone asking that I'm sharing too much data or is not able to understand. I would like to know if it is you're not hearing me correctly or adequately, or is the content of what I'm saying not landing. Just let me know, and I'll be happy to go over in more details, perhaps using other examples to make my point. I'm here to help you, to share my analysis with you. So that's my goal. I want everyone to be able to follow the idea that I'm putting forth here. All right.
So we have FOMC meeting. It's kind of a meeting today. It's not the actual rate decision or anything. I don't think so. We're gonna get
it's the
that. Yeah.
It's the minutes of a previous meeting. So we get to have the transcription of what was discussed and who said what in what tone, and it can be a driver because it can be an indication of what postures each of the members, the voting members, have in regards to interest rate, right? How are they positioned, and how the choice of the words could give us some idea. So it is not it's the transcription of the meeting, but it's not the same as NFP that gets a huge reaction, but in the hours afterwards, sometimes we get some nice movements, slower but still huge movement that can be made or can be driven by those minutes. I think it is the news of today to be followed. Will you be will you be timing your entries or your exits based on that, Samir?
No, I don't think so. We're gonna get that big of an impact on this type of news. Of course, we will have a little bit of candles here and there with the volume, but I think then the price can settle down, and I can trade normally, like trade breakouts or maybe pullbacks. So that's how I see it.
Someone said gold is rocketing. Let's see. Whoa, that is indeed, what a reaction. Do we have any reaction why this is happening? Actually, we do. That is 4 minutes ago, we had the U.S. Treasury Department announcing increased size of nominal long end. So on the bond market, things are moving, and that's what's moving gold. Nice there. If that is such a move, it is the question whether or not this level is even going to hold, because this if it doesn't show any signs of slowing down, any signs, any reaction, then there's no reason to get in on a short there. I mean, you want price to actually react, create structures, those patterns, those reaction that indicate sellers are interested in selling that level, and they are eventually, when you get your trigger, that they're actually winning, a micro battle there, so you can, before you enter. Otherwise, you would be just, stepping in front of a freight train, and that's you don't want to do. You don't want to, step in, in front of momentum going against you. Just let it go. The level can be all, all the confluence you want, but if the momentum is, accelerating, then you have to, that's price action talking. So you have to just read it and not be stubborn, let it go and look for another level. The entry order blocks are not, guarantees level. They're just great levels, good levels where potentially, possibly, sellers could be using to push price lower. But they don't have to. Hi there. How are you doing, KDX? Everdo saying it is going down. The crystal ball told you.
That NQ trade, that fair value gap, it is also respecting, and now I think the buys are intact. Yeah, that was a beautiful fair value gap. We tested that. We are reacting from that. Really nice. The story that we made, I don't know what is wrong with my trading view again. Okay, the story that we made, that is reacting pretty well. Again, as I mentioned, we took out this low, weekly low. This is also the weekly low, and this all area is the weekly fair value gap. We just waited for, or I just waited for a 30-minute structure shift, which was here, and there was a fair value gap. We tested that. There was also the demand area, and I think on the 15, yeah, on the 15, it's really tricky. So I'll just stick to the 30. So on the 30-minute tap, the fair value gap, stop loss could have been below this candle because this is the last fair value gap candle. And this area can be the target. Why? Because this is the 4-hour inefficiency. So that's how you can make this story. And I think it was really nice day in terms of analysis. I didn't took this trade because I was waiting for this breakout. Now we already have the breakout. Maybe I'll wait for some kind of retest, and then I will continue this with my bias, which is bullish, and I would like to buy on gold. Actually, I don't know what is wrong with the trading view. Okay. On gold, that area that I was having, huge momentum. We didn't even showed one rejection candle. So now the bias is shifted, I think. So yeah, we are closing above these areas. This is having a very small wick. So I do like to trade these areas or use these areas as targets. So I think this is the next area. If you get any kind of retest opportunity, still I will consider going longs on this asset, which is gold. Going to the 2-hour, yeah, I think with this momentum, gold will not be having any issues even tapping this high, which is, let's see how much. It's like $30-ish, which is 300 pips away from current price action or current candle. So still there is a lot of room for bias. So if you get any kind of breakout pullbacks, can be a good opportunity. Nas was a play for today. US 30, let's see what US 30 is trying to do, because all right, we are tapping that daily fair value gap.
Gold just moved. Let's measure it about what? $40 in 10 minutes. 48 to be exact. $48 in 10 minutes, and it's not stopping. We're getting to the next level. After you're finished, I'll guide our
I have a
viewers.
trouble in loading the chart, so maybe you should take over. My internet is fine, but I don't know what is wrong with the trading view.
No problem at all. We'll be patient with TradingView. All right, so the huge candle, as I said, $48 in 10 minutes. So this can totally blow away any structure. period. However, we are not here to trade, we are here to trade our edge. If you're using chart patterns as I do, I'm still looking for the next level, right? So we have a fresh order block on the H4. If you go here and measure the freshness of it, it is on the 9th candle, meaning by my definition, or the definition that I use, it is still fresh and it's unmitigated. So it is a valid reason to start looking for a trade. And on the H1, I do have that same neckline. Actually, the neckline is a little bit higher, and it gives us one entry order block, which has the level right here, right? It is a higher low, so it is not looking great for that reversal. But hey, the pattern is there. And if we do get something on the lower time frame creating some kind of a quasi pattern, then I have no reason not to take that, even in light of these kind of huge candles. So that is because the market is not supposed to be creating reversal pattern with such a great candle. The most logical thing is that it's supposed to go through it. So if after having this kind of price action, this kind of surge, it's still able to create reversal pattern, that's a sign, right? It's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to go through these levels. So if it does create it, then I'll be taking shorts from this level, or when we take some liquidity from there, as long as the area of interest is still valid, meaning on the hourly we haven't closed above the level 4,436.17 on this price feed in any case. So if you go to lower time frames and it went through, see, this is what I meant, right? You just don't go blindly to sell these levels. They're great levels, but the market needs to confirm that there's something there, that market is reacting to it. Otherwise, you just let it go. You don't fight the market. You never fight the market. All right, so that's the area, and we had 3 areas. Remember, we had another one, which was this. Right, yes, so that is the next one. We haven't reached it yet. This one is gone, so we can, take it like that. That indicates that it's no longer valid to be traded. We want price to touch this level, this area, and then have some kind of reaction without invalidating the hourly and also the 5-minute. And if it does, and create some reasons to go short, then I will shortly try a trade, perhaps even 2. That's how's trading view on your side, Samir?
It is stuck in between, working in between. So
no problem.
yeah, maybe I should use another browser. But yeah, okay, I'll switch to a different browser. Maybe it will be okay.
Nice movement there. Not part of that move in not part of it, but that was the beautiful entry that I sometimes you can't catch them all. All right, on EU. We have already, this is not, I don't use the trend lines for the trades. It's more to get an idea of where the channel is. And we can clearly see that the level has been, the price has been pushing through the level increasingly. And now you can see that it's actually gone, right, out of it. Let's see, so do we have a reason on the weekly? We have reasons here. We're going through that. I would want price to be, let's measure how many candles. It is on the 11th, so that means that on the weekly there's nothing for me to look, and the daily as well, there's nothing. So actually, I don't have a reason on the higher time frame to do anything with this, and the lower time frame, I don't think I have either. This is something from before. I don't think I can trade anything here. Let me double check here.
All right. Maybe it should be fixed. No. I changed like 3 different browsers. My internet is working okay, but TradingView is lagging. I don't know why.
Yeah. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. So that makes it official. There's nothing there for me to trade. Not on the higher time frame. Nothing on the 4-hour short. That is from anything from any structure from the left. And the move was already, already something that already happened from, this whole move. For me to catch or to participate long would have been in the the original area, not when it's already breaking out and moving as it is right now. Let's go to gold. Gold is right there with so basically this is what you're looking for, the market coming back and having on the lower time frame some reversal patterns that can confirm a level after it can squeeze. That's okay. You get your entry after it reverses, not in front of it, not before. And you target, in this case, I would just target, perhaps even something like that. If it were to come back and create that level. How are we on the yen? Let's take a look. We have many people asking about yen. In between had a reaction, a bearish reaction on that structure, which is completely normal, expected. From the monthly, the weekly, there is nothing to see. On the daily time frame, we've been creating bullish structures on top of each other. And this is the first time we are squeezing, we are retesting and menacing of, not we, the price is menacing to break that structure. So if we were to hold this line, that would, give the sign that we can continue higher. And if we're not, the opposite, of course, right? So very simple, nothing to rocket science here. That's the daily. So that line we need to be, see how the market reacts to the line. That's exactly what I was referring to. If we cannot hold, if price action is not confirming that we can reclaim this level and hold it, if we are, then you can expect price going higher. But if we're not, then you can expect price continuing on its path, right? That's the line in the sand for this pair. So on the 4-hour, we're going to be seeing, we're going to be looking at that level. This is not a level, an entry order block. It is no longer fresh. This was the first retest, so it's no longer, that's why I just stopped it there. It's not relevant for price. And so there's nothing here, actually. That's what it means. On the 2-hour, nothing there. Nope. I don't see a reason to do anything here until the market gives us some indication, some more information about the it holding that level or not. It's all the dollar that's been moving. That's why you see gold. That's why you see the dollar yen. Of course, it's the dollar that's moving on that high impact news or that U.S. Treasury news that came in, which is also on. You see, that's the same move that we are seeing on all the majors. Huge moves, man. Let's see. How is the equities coming along? Let's take a look. All right, so the market reacted. Let's see. Nice reaction from the entry order block. Huge reaction. Nice. It's not even open yet.
Yeah, it's crazy momentum.
Not open at yeah, but it is
That was
moving
really nice, nice analysis. Now
238 from
I'm
that
switching to
entry.
different ID on TradingView. Maybe that will work.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful reaction on that order block. I mean, look at that. I mean, whenever I see those, it is such a, let me mark it as for those who are wanting to, this is the neckline. And that is the entry order block, right? The optimal area to get in. Not referring to any ICT stuff, just saying, using the optimal term, neutrally. Okay. What pairs? Let's take a look at the chat. Let's see. Let's see gold. How's gold behaving? Getting to the area of interest. It's not stopping at all. So there's no reason for us to take anything. This is the 5-minute entry order block, right? There we go. That's the level. So you want to see the market have some kind of reaction to that. Don't start going short just because there's an order block there. I mean, this whole momentum should give you the idea. Whenever you see this, you don't want to go behind. You don't want to go against this easily. We want to really be having all the confirmations you need before you go against such a move. All right, let's see. Nothing yet. On the lower time frame, this would be the neckline on the 1 minute. And on the 5, you don't have anything. So basically, there's no reason to go. We just need to give price time. It looks like it's not going to stop and just go, likely just going to continue through it. That's the most likely thing. Given the impulse, that's the most likely thing to happen. Prices just continue to go through that supply zone, consume it, and continue. All right.
Okay, seems like my trading view is back. I have to share the screen. I use different ID. Maybe there is a problem in that ID. I don't know. Okay.
Maybe there's a server that's been affected. And who knows, maybe that ID, that profile is based on a specific server. Who knows? I don't know.
Can be a possibility. Okay, gold I think has started the momentum, and but we don't have any kind of pullback. So entering right in the impulse is not really a good thing. Let's try to see where the pullbacks can be. Now, if we get the entry, I think near this area, if any kind of pullback is there, we can look for entries. Why I have this area? It is just simple support and resistance area. We have a couple of rejections. We break that. Maybe we can retest it. Once we retest, we can go to the lower time frame and see how price is reacting, and we can take advantage of this. This is the trade idea number 1. But what if we break this area and retest this? That can be a trade idea number 2. So I think gold looking good for longs. US 30, all right. We have a very solid momentum. I think a retest of this right at the NYSE open, that can be a good momentum. And I have to add other pairs also. Let's check NAS 100. Okay. NAS is also interesting. Retest of these areas. Yeah, today can be a retest scenario right at the NYSE open. If we get the retest, you can expect me to be in the trade. If we get no retest, there will be no trade. If we just continue the impulse, I am not that type of trader who just trade in between of the impulse. I need some kind of pause. I need some kind of slowdown so that I can act accordingly. And to be honest, US 30 is a little bit better. Why? Because we are coming from the 4-hour area. We broke the structure now. I just need one retest that will confirm me, yes, price is pulling back and I can take advantage of longs here. So today's NYC session, I will be focusing on US 30, and NAS is also okay, to be honest, because story that I told you guys, liquidity, weekly fair value gap, it is making sense. Let's see what we get in this NYC session. Both are looking interesting, and I don't mind taking trades on either one, or maybe I can take trades on both. But for that, I have to keep my risk a little bit smaller so that even both of the trades are, in a loss. I still can manage the my drawdown or my loss.
Nice.
So
David Offer asked what caused the rally in gold, and I'm gonna show my screen just quickly there for him to see. We had some news coming out of the U.S. Treasury. That's what made this that caused the move on dollar, and that's what was moving all the assets. Right, dollar is king. Equities moving higher. The dollar weakening, and that means all the majors moving as well. So back to your screen, Samir.
all right, so retest buys will be a play for me in today's NYC session. So let's see what chat is doing. What's your view on DAX? DAX. Let's see what DAX is trying to do, which is German 40. Okay, for that, let's go to the daily time frame. I think I'm looking at this chart after I don't know how many months. So yeah, daily candle. Let's take a look at the weekly one so that we know what price is trying to do. Actually, weekly is also similar to NAS type of scenario where weekly is stepping into the fair value gap. Let's go to the daily time frame. Daily is sweeping this low. It is a good sign. So let's go to the 4 hour time frame. Okay, we are consolidating. Let's go to the 2 hour. We don't have any kind of structure shift right now, which means that this is a 50-50 area right now. For buys, I am looking for buys if I traded this, but for that I need the break of this area to confirm the break of structure, and maybe trend change in easier language, if I call it that way. So this is what I will be planning on DAX. Little bit lower, it can go a little bit lower, it's fine. But then again, regain of this zone, that can be also the play for DAX. NAS was really good. I think I should have taken the trade right at this fair value gap, but cannot catch every move that I see on the chart. So I am okay with it. This also was a nice trade today based on that VWAP retest and this fair value gap. Yes, this was a nice trade on US 30 as well. All right. I think I missed a lot of good moves today. This was a move. NAS was also a move. I could have taken that trade, but I was waiting for the extra confirmation, which is not wrong. I still can play the retest buys, but I'm just gonna be adding this for the future reference. That if this type of setup is there with a lot of confluence, I can take a risk entry before that impulsive leg. So that can be the lesson for me. Of course, as I mentioned, I cannot catch every move I see on the chart, but still could have been a nice move here. Let's see what BTC is trying to do. I remember yesterday we was talking about BTC and all, and then it pumped. I think this was the move. No, not this. It was somewhere. Okay, I think from here it started to push higher. No, it was 18. Okay, from here it started to push higher. So that was the moment for buyers here, for the trading buyers, not the investors, because this was consolidation. We break out. Could have taken a risk entry and could have targeted this structure point, or maybe if anybody is holding to this, it is still fine. Let's see. But I'm more focused on US 30 and NAS. Okay, we are starting to pull back. We are still like 29 minutes away from the NYSE Open. So let's see how volume kicks in and what do we get. What caused rally in gold? Victor already covered that. I sold, that's why. What you sold, I am not getting the context, or am I missing anything?
Probably something you said. I'm not sure, but it was 3 minutes ago. So probably something you said that it is going higher. Maybe gold. I don't know. And
Oh, gold.
maybe
Let's see what gold is trying to do once again because.
gold is totally through that level that we
Okay,
talked about. Didn't break any structures at all.
I
Very
think
clean
this is a
move.
breakout buy.
Yeah. Um, I'm not a breakout trader, so I'm not getting
Let's take
in
a
on
look
this move
at.
right here. But it is clearly not impressed at all with the.
Yeah, I don't even want to trade. Even if I see the perfect setup, I don't even want to trade this gold pair because probability of me winning in this, it is half than on NAS and US 30. I got BTC, not gold. Amazing. You got short. Okay, let's see. A lot of people also trade BTC, so that is also nice. I think you caught this move here, which was nice. I think price reacted from this area. Beautiful technicals to the T. Good analysis or good trade. Yeah, I will not be trading gold, but just for the analysis purposes, I touch gold here and there for you guys. But my main pairs are this NAS and US 30. Let's see.
On EU, for those who are wondering, I'm going to switch to my screen. Let's see there very quickly to mine. There it is. We have the market having that push, right? That's that catalyst, that news coming in. And if you go to the higher time frame, you can see that we are right back at one of those weekly structures. It's not something you want to be, it's not enough to be for my main strategy, but it is certainly I can go to the lower time frames and see how the market reacts to that small little level there. Same I will do with the daily structure, and from that moment start building a little scalp, fading that move for a couple of pips or not, depending if it holds or not. You see that bearish order block on the 5 minute doesn't mean it's gonna reverse from there at all, not, but that's the reaction. That line here, this line that we're seeing, that's the weekly structure, weekly lower border of that order block, and you can see that the market, if you go to the 1 minute as well, you can see how the market, first it doesn't react to it, right? Just go through it and then comes back and uses it as support. So basically it's not reacting as it should as a resistance. Went through it and came back, and then it's using it as a support. That's the opposite of what you want to be seeing. So that's not a reason to start looking for that as a trade. But on the structure on the 1 minute, for those who are looking, we are still strong. The market on gold as well, right? We never broke the level, right? We broke the area completely, but we never broke the structure. That was the neckline. Price comes in and just continues higher. And to me, this is still the neckline on the 1 minute. We never broke that on the 1 minute. So that tells everyone that whatever move it does now, it's only a retest for a continuation. Not only, it's likely a retest on a continuation and not a top. Until it breaks that level, you start thinking the opposite. That's an EU on the very small time frame is you see any structure quickly negated. This is a fresh 5 minute, and it creates the opposite right away. and that will give you an idea as well, right? So this is the level it needs to, this is the level it needs to, it will be, the line in the sand on this time frame for the market to understand, because this is the last bullish structure it created, and if as long as it holds that level, then it's supposed to continue to go higher, and the opposite is true if it doesn't, right? So that's going to be the level on the 5-minute. It looks as if it's sternly, it is firmly, looking to continue that line, that trajectory for higher levels. I would be interesting. I mean, how would I be trading this? I didn't have an entry. I didn't have a structure before, and I don't have any now. We have this swing high that it hasn't reached yet. I might get some liquidity there. This is the weekly level. Let me mark it as such. That's the weekly level. And actually, let me go to the weekly and mark it visible and in all lower time frames, so we can see it on the. So I would expect some kind of a push down, a little bit of a deeper move, not too much, and if not, then perhaps from the higher level. But I'm not going to. It's not reacting to it, so that's. It's telling us the opposite, right? So if this is, as long as this is holding, this is just basically doing that. Nothing. Market is still very strong. See on the 1-minute order block comes back, retesting and moving away. And where is it doing it? On the weekly time frame, the weekly lower order, the lower border of that weekly order block, right? So it's just setting. It's setting up to. Just continue basically, and we reached the level, the previous high. For anyone who were having their stops there, they would have been, if they have it very tightly, they would have been tapped out right now, only by a few pipettes. That is, we'll see, But this is the level to me, and actually it's moved a little bit higher now. But on the 5-minute, this is on the 1-minute, but on the 5-minute. This would be still the level to be considering. There are 5-minute structures and 5-minute level and 1-minute, so they're not as important. I mean, if they get taken out, it probably is just a retrace and then continuation later. But it's still it could be the beginning of a more deeper retrace. How is gold doing?
I don't even want to look at gold.
Yeah, this is clearly wanting to go higher. Nothing. NQ about 21 minutes before the open, and it's
I like
already.
NQ structure today. I think we can get a buy, but for
You
that
were
need a
looking
retest.
for the buy, you said at the beginning.
Yeah. That was a
Actually,
nice. That was a similar area we was eyeing on buys, but my stop loss would have been a little bit wider. But that was really nice. Can you break it down once again?
Sure.
What structure you took in
Sure.
consideration?
So on, let's just do the higher time frame. There are a couple of things that we can look at. One is this big impulse that we see on the weekly. We reached into a relevant area that could stop it, and it is reacting to it. That's one thing. We had we invalidated a weekly structure already by closing above it. That's a bullish sign. So to me, the market, it swings, up and down as well as in signals. It signals a couple of bullish things and it comes back, right? It fluctuates and breathe in, breathe out, that kind of an idea. So after it creates that bullish sign or signal by breaking a bearish structure, I expect price to go have that move down before it continues higher. That's one thing. So, and this level was the level that I mentioned that, this is where everyone is waiting for. If it's going for liquidity, that is the level to be taken out, to be swept before it changes direction. And on the daily, we didn't have anything else on the weekly. That swing, that previous levels, previous swing low, and we had the fresh daily. So we do have a liquidity reason for price to move in the opposite direction. We have a daily reason, right? That's the top-down alignment. And on the 4-hour, we had one area here that we were already tapping out of it, we having that kind of a reaction. There are a couple of things there, a couple of structures, but if you just see from the buy side, this is the area, and if you look for reasons on the lower time frames, we had the H2, but the H1 was more beautiful, and we had the reaction, to the tick on that order block. And this area right there, I can't because I'm all zoomed in. That area, that point right there, that's not coincidental, right? It's for a reason. It's because of the order block. At least that's how I perceive it. Those are indication. This was the area of interest. And once we tap it, going to the lower time frames, you start looking for the reversal pattern, and we had a very tiny one, but I especially like them because they allow me to get as tight as possible. And so basically this is the neckline. That's the, let me see if that's correct. That's on the 3-minute. There we go. This is the established downtrend neckline there, and it takes it out on this candle, goes lower, and that's the entry. So I'll look from once it breaks the neckline between the head and the highest point at that point, the highest point so far, for the order block to be tapped. Gets into the order block and moves out. That's it. So this is the area, the reason to get into the trade. And I put my stop either below the level, or since they're very close, that would be below the head. This is the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. And then you get in, depending on whatever you use as your trigger, you could get in, tighter to the area or even a little bit higher. That's up to you, putting your stop there, and you just let it go. Except that you did what you were supposed to do, and the market will do the rest, either in your favor or not. And that's it.
All right, makes sense. I have a couple of similar things I was looking at, but definitely you broke it down from the weekly. It failed the reaction there and all of the things. That is quite insightful. So I'm sure our viewers also must have learned something new from this analysis. Nas, we are just 15 minutes away from the market open. So let's see what we get on NAS. As I mentioned, the retest would be fine. Gold is still pushing higher. If anyone took the breakout buys, that was it. Apart from the breakout buys, I don't see any other opportunity right now. This was a resistance. On the 5-minute, we paused here, but then we again broke out. So this could have been a breakout entry. Stop loss could have been here. Maybe you could be aiming for 1 to 1.5, not more than this, because breakouts are a little bit risky. We don't know that it can be a liquidity point also. So if anybody took a breakout buy, I think at this point just move it to break even. If it has to continue with the volume, it will. Else this can become a liquidity point, or maybe we can get a pullback, and then we can get involved here and continue with this momentum that we have here. US 30, yeah, as I mentioned, I don't want to force the trade when my rule book is saying that I have to take the trade in an NYSE open or near NYSE time zone. So for me, this was a retest area. I'll be waiting for that. And I think Euro USD was also a good retest trade. If anybody caught this pullback also, this was also fine. Let's take a look at the daily time frame. Are we tapping in any area? Okay, I think this is the rejection area. So maybe here we can see some kind of pause. But with this momentum, I think the next daily candle also wick down and continue with this momentum. But for that, let's see how price reacts here. But if we leave a huge wick, maybe close somewhere around here, then the story may can shift. We still have like 2 days left for the this week to close, which is Thursday and Friday. So maybe this area can hold in 2 days. Who knows? So this can be a reference point. I will closely look at this area and see how price reacts around this area. US 30 wise, um, actually daily is also not really convincing for the longs because we are at the fair value gap and we are retesting this area. So let's see how price behaves around that area. I don't want to be impulsive here. I will see how price. Let me put on 200 EMA because that is the part of the strategy sometimes I use if it is making sense. 200 EMA on the 15 minute. Yeah, I think it is also bullish. On the 15 minute, 200 EMA is bullish. So I will give you a couple of scenarios because in 13 minutes the stream will also be over. So I don't want you guys to miss on the move on US 30 because we are moving quite well here. 4 hour time frame. Let's draw some support and resistance areas. This is the resistance areas. Let's go to the 2 hour now. Do we have anything else? We have this trend line. We are already touching the trend line. Let's go to the 1 hour. We can adjust it a little bit maybe here. So can be what can US 30 do? Trade idea number one can be, let's go to the 15 minute, which can be the entry time frame for me. Trade idea number one, we touch this area and some kind of rejection, taking the short and trading that pullback. This can be the trade idea number one. Trade idea number two, we pull back and we take longs here. Okay, so this can be the trade idea number two. Or we reject from this trend line, impulse push, we take a buy here, okay, we take a loss, price comes under the 200 EMA, some kind of retest, and then I think selling can continue. So this can be the trade idea number three. Or we impulsed way too much to the upside, we take a loss in this buy, again we will, I think we can still plan for another pullback trade on the let's take a look on the 4 hour time frame if we have any other level. I think this can be the level. This can be the last level where you can play for shots if you want to trade that pullback. And I trade that pullbacks also, reversal trades like this based on the 200 EMA and the price behavior, and it works out well. And if this is also a loss, two losses for the day, just end the day. um, but these type of scenarios do work out. So you should not be having any issues with trading these type of scenarios, or the stories that I'm trying to make here. NAS is on the 200 EMA on the 15 minute, but I don't really mind taking long still. Why? Because the story is a little bit stronger than 200 EMA. As I mentioned, we swept the lows, weekly fair value gap tapped, structure shift. So yeah, ideally I will like some kind of pullback close above the 200 EMA. That can be the entry also. But US 30, I am eyeing on US 30. Let me delete everything. Let's draw one or two areas so that we will not be confused. Okay, this can be the area, or this area. I think this supply was never tested, and this area was a wick area from where price dumped. So if you notice or follow me, or watch me analyze the markets, these type of areas I do like to take in consideration. These type of areas I can even mark it from the wick. So either I use this area as a target or I can take trades from it if it is making sense. Let's go to the 1 hour time frame. Yes, this is also a wick. Let's go to the 4 hour because I want to make sure if I am missing anything or not. Yeah, I'll just use this support and resistance area. That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna mark like this, mark because I'm planning for shots here. Okay, somewhere around here. Stop loss can be maybe 100 points for 100 points. This is what I'm looking at. Trade idea number one, it is, or this will be trade idea number two. This retest. Yep. These two trade scenarios for NYC session, and whatever I get, I will execute on it. Tomorrow, I will share the outcome of these trades. Yeah, that's it for US 30. Two trade ideas I will focus on, unless something is changing, like we are breaking these areas and having some new information. Then I can take a second trade also. If this is a loss, so that is a different story. But these two trade ideas make sense to me. This is 200 EMA strategy, and with this strategy, I've received most amount of payouts because I was trading big stop loss 1 to 1. It really worked out well, and yeah, because I knew how to make the story according to this 200 EMA and all the things. So that really worked out well for me.
Nice, nice. And for those who are wondering, Samir here has above 100K in payouts. You see him modestly talking about how he does his things, but I mean, he is very good at trading. I like that, by the way.
Thank you, thank you. GC might get a solid pullback till 4440. I mean, it can do anything, to be honest. Like, it just pushed with a huge volume. So think about it. Market either can go up or down. You can make the plan. If price comes to you in your area of interest, you act on it. Stop loss, TP, whatever it is, you have to accept it. So either it will go up or down. So that is it. That is market. 440
Uh,
you mentioned. I
it
think it
is, it is,
was. Oh,
it is as simple as that sometimes. Uh,
somewhere around
we
here.
we we tend to complicate things.
Yeah, you can make all the scientific thing. You can invent a supercomputer, but at the end, market either will go up or down. You can take help from the supercomputer. It can give you some kind of bias. You act on it, and then you let the market do its thing. So yeah, sometimes the best scenarios or the best setup can be a losing trade, and that is the moment we will know you are a trader or a gambler.
Yeah. All right. We have about 7 minutes left in our stream. If you have been enjoying this, if you've been watching this gold surge, breaking all these levels, not giving me any sell signals, if you enjoyed NASDAQ, that maybe the breakdown, maybe something Samir talked about, consider hitting the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber yet. We are organizing giveaways on each milestone. We had a huge giveaway at 100K subscribers, and we keep on doing that on every medium milestone we hit. So if you want to have a chance at getting free accounts, subscribe to the channel. And who knows, maybe you will be one of our winners. We also have battles from time to time. So if you're a regular and you want to battle against, there it says it, the battles are back. If you want to battle against one of us, stay tuned. And one of these days we're gonna have you have a chance to put in your name, and if you win, and you could, anyone can, in 30 minutes anything can happen. Even the best, as Samir said, even the best setups, there's no way you have any guarantees that they will work out in a such a short period of time. So you can have a chance at beating one of us and gaining an account for free, completely for free. That's the price, and everything you do and all the payouts you might get from it are completely yours, of course. As well as in the Discord community, we have on every weekday, we have activities, we have workshops, moments we come together as traders. We sort of, sit around a bonfire and talk about trading. And I enjoy these sessions a lot. I host a few, but so does other hosts on our channel in our community, like Richard Wells, our performance coach, and Al J and Void and Akram and many others who are sharing their thoughts, their ideas, and on the market live their analysis as well. So come join us on the Discord community if you're interested in more about about the market. The market is ready to open in 3 minutes and 30 seconds or so. I hope you guys have been enjoying this a lot. After this stream, you will be automatically directed to our futures channel with Dave and the rest of the gang of traders, the futures traders. So stay tuned. Samir, what if someone were to ask you, what was the last lesson that you learned? We all have lessons all the time, regardless how long we've been in the market. There's always something to learn. What was the last thing you learned? Whether it was today, a week ago, a month ago, it doesn't matter. What was the big, like the most important thing, the last period? You fill in the blanks what a period is, but what was the last lesson that you learned? What would you say?
Okay. So very interesting question it is. So the last lesson, I can only see one thing right now, as you asked me. That is, in this journey of growth, sometimes we forget about the actual goal that we should have. And I have said this the other day also. The goal needs to be a better human or a better trader, but then in this run or in this journey, your goal may can shift to, I want to make more money, I want to secure more payouts, I want to hit this milestone. So this is the thing that I learned, that no matter where you are, your goal should never be money oriented, or you want to hit a goal in terms of money. So I made a goal in terms of money, and I didn't follow the process. So that really, caused me a losing streak. I was open about that also. I was in a losing streak for, I think, 3 weeks, I think. So I think I was a process driven guy, but when I hit triggered certain numbers according to my trading, or whatever you want to call it, so then my goal shifted to, I want to hit this milestone also. Then I forgot about the goal that I was having, that I want to be a better human being, I want to be a better risk manager. So that is something that I learned, or the hard way, you can say it, because I paid the price in terms of losing streak or in terms of money. So never shift your goal, or never make your goal which is money oriented goal, or you want to hit this number, that number. Just make yourself better. I think that can put everything in place. Can be relationship
Awesome.
wise, can be money wise, or whatever. So that thing I
Awesome.
learned.
Nice. I like that. I like that a lot. As EU is jumping because the market is about to open. Yeah, we had
Oh wow, you're
huge
saying,
candle again. The market is being opened. This is the end
all
of
right, this
our
is the,
session.
yeah.
Let's go to NQ. Actually, I have to switch on for that. Let me see if I have it. Anyways, end of our session. Thank you for watching. And I would like to thank everyone for who made this possible today. All the hosts on the team, everyone, our manager Rich, and the whole team behind this, because it's a team effort. So thank you all. But most of all, I would like to thank everyone who has been watching today. you guys make this stream what it is. So thank you very, very much here from the Fivers. That's it for us. Samir, have a
That's
wonderful day.
it.
People watching
You
us,
too. Have
have
a wonderful day. And yeah, it's evening here. So have a wonderful evening also to everyone who is from India. And yeah, have a wonderful day whose a day is getting started. And at last, I will say thank you so much, guys, for being here. It really means a lot to us and to me. You guys are showing up, taking your time out to watch us, to see the point of view that we have. And thank you to the fibers also for bringing this type of thing together so that we can do this type of thing for you guys. And I personally thank you to everyone for giving me this opportunity. Also, I would like to thank the fibers. With that being said, that's it from our side. And at last, US 30 is in that on that buy level. I'll probably enter a buy here. So that's it. That's it. I'll share the outcome tomorrow. And take care, guys. Bye bye.